I carried the weight of this entire world on my shoulders, fighting to save every single soul. I even protected the woman I cherished, believing with all my heart that she loved me in return. But in the end, they all stabbed me in the back. Even Lavina. To understand this tragedy, we must rewind the clock. I am an outsider, a soul not belonging to this realm. Years ago, the tyrant king of Terranor tried to summon a god-tier monster, but pulled me from Earth by mistake. Since I wasn't the beast he wanted, he sold me into slavery like worthless trash. I survived through hellish training, clawing my way up from nothing. Eventually, I rose as the legendary hero, powerful enough to stand before that same tyrant king to save the kingdom. That wretched bastard resorted to forbidden arts, summoning a demon from the abyss to crush us. Yet, it took only a single strike of my blade to decapitate the beast, and the king followed soon after. But I didn't achieve this victory alone. Standing beside Lavina and the others, we were hailed as the 7 heroes who liberated the kingdom. We fought as one for years, a true family forged in blood. I believed Lavina would one day be the mother of my children. I had no intention of returning to Earth, but their betrayal was already in motion. They harvested the dead king's heart to fuel a new ritual. But this portal wasn't meant to summon a monster, it was a banishment spell. Their excuse: I had become too beloved. The citizens revered me as a god, and the heroes feared the people would crown me the supreme ruler of the continent. Desperate, I looked to Lavina, my anchor, but her eyes were cold. She agreed with them. She didn't want to be a hero's wife living in my shadow. She craved the crown for herself, to rule as a queen with absolute power. And so, they cast me out of Terranor, throwing me back to my mundane world. When the remaining 6 returned, they spun a web of lies. They announced that the great hero, Si-Hon, had fulfilled his destiny and voluntarily returned to the heavens. With me gone, the 6 traitors carved up the land. They declared themselves kings and queens, splitting Terranor into 6 fractured nations. 10 years have passed since that day. Deep in a secluded forest, a young woman tending her field witnesses a bizarre phenomenon, a fish plummeting from the clear sky. Before she can process the oddity, reality breaks further. A massive pig drops from the heavens, crashing into the earth. She wonders what madness will descend next, only to see a naked man free-falling from the clouds. It was absurd, but her instincts kicked in, and she rushed to aid the fallen stranger. You all know exactly who has returned. When he finally regained consciousness, the girl offered him a meal, asking for his identity. But his words were gibberish to her. She explained that in the kingdom of Lilistine, his dialect was unknown. The protagonist's face twisted into a sinister grin. If this is Lilistine, he knows exactly which traitor is sitting on the throne. Before he can strike the terrifying villain pose, the girl awkwardly suggests that Sun needs to put on some pants first. He devoured the food like a starving beast, complaining that the seasoning was garbage. Still, despite the criticism, he thanked her for the meal. Given his sharp features and arrogant demeanor, the girl assumed he was a fallen noble. He asked for her name, a simple, harmless question. She replied that she was Alita, but his next question shattered the atmosphere. He casually asked about her connection to the Mad King, Lustin. In a heartbeat, the dinner table went airborne, hurtling straight at his face. The girl had snapped. She drew a dagger, vaulting over the debris with killing intent, but her blade hit nothing but air. He was already behind her. Alita unleashed a flurry of strikes, but even with her master swordsmanship, she couldn't touch him. She attacked again and again, but the man flowed like water, dodging every lethal blow with insulting ease. He parried her final strike with a wooden spoon, disarming her completely. Sun smirked, declaring, "I have a spoon, and I'm not afraid to use it." He introduced himself as Si-Hon, a traveler from Earth. The revelation left her paralyzed with shock. Could this eccentric man be the legendary hero who saved the world a decade ago? Trembling, the girl revealed her true lineage, Alita Bella Lustin. She's the blood daughter of the tyrant Lustin. After his fall, the new rulers hunted down everyone carrying the king's bloodline to ensure no heir could ever rise. Alita's mother had begged a loyal knight to escape with her only child, sacrificing herself for her daughter's future. If the queen died, the world would assume the line ended there. The knight raised Alita in the wilderness, training her in the art of war. But tragedy struck years later. The knight was ambushed during a supply run in the city. He never returned, leaving Alita to survive alone on this mountain. The protagonist coldly reveals that he was the one who slaughtered her father. He waits to see if she views him as a mortal enemy. Alita's eyes remain hard. She declares she never considered that monster her father and feels no sorrow for his death. Si-Hon is merely annoyed to discover one of his traitorous companions is now running this kingdom. Suddenly, Alita asks the burning question, "Why the hell did you fall from the sky naked?" Si-Hon drops his mug, rage flaring in his eyes. He screams that it wasn't his choice. It happened exactly like this when he was banished back to Earth naked in the middle of a city. The portal logic is cruel organic matter passes through, but clothes do not. But then, a dark realization hits him. He warns Alita that he used a self-summoning technique, and such massive magical energy acts like a beacon to mages. If she has been hiding for 10 years, his arrival just blew her cover completely. The girl glances out the window. Her worst nightmare has arrived. Kingdom soldiers surround the cabin, shouting that they have pinpointed the unauthorized summoning. An old commander, face grim and scarred, music, reports to his superior, Si-Hon. The magical signature is unmistakable and undeniably powerful. It is radiating from the humble shack. Si-Hon acknowledges the intel with a sharp nod and barks the command. Prepare for slaughter. Inside the cabin, Si-Hon watches with mild interest as Alita dons her armor, ready to face an army. She moved with a phantom-like elegance, her calm unsettling in the face of danger. He couldn't help but ask, "Have you spent your whole life preparing for a nightmare like this?" A tidal wave of panic crashed over him. This was his fault. The crushing guilt of leading these wolves to her door threatened to swallow him whole. Beneath her icy exterior, he imagined a storm of rage brewing. "If you want to scream or cry," he urged gently, "don't hold it back. Let it out." His raw honesty caught her off guard. For a split second, her composure faltered, the mask slipping just an inch. A ghost of a smile graced her lips. "Thank you, Hansun-su," she whispered, "for warning me about their ambush." Her gratitude hit him harder than a punch. He stood there, completely stunned, drowning in a sudden wave of awkwardness. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the moment. "Sinner, show yourself now, or we turn this shack into splinters." Zenon, the Knight Commander, watched with bored impatience. He signaled the mage beside him. "Start with a warning shot." Mana surged as the mage chanted. Crimson energy coalesced in his hands, launching a colossal spear of flame that slammed into the house with explosive force. Even Zenon flinched at the sheer impact. "Are you insane?" he barked, his voice laced with alarm. "Our orders are to capture her alive." The mage merely scoffed. "Relax. The blast is superficial." The mage sneered, a cruel glint in his eyes. "It won't kill her. Though," he added with a dark chuckle, "she might get a little scorched if she's slow." But before the smoke could clear, she burst through the flames, a blur of steel and shadow. Her blade danced, instantly cutting down the vanguard. An army of steel surged to crush her, but she was faster than the eye could follow. Her sword wasn't just a weapon, it was an extension of her very soul, harvesting lives with terrifying grace. The survivors froze, paralyzed by her skill. Whispers of terror rippled through the ranks. Is this really just a peasant girl? She fights like a master. As she calculated her escape, a crushing pressure descended. A towering figure stepped forward, snarling. How dare a wretch with cursed royal blood strike the king's men? He drew his weapon, eyes burning with malice. "I, Zenon of the Lilstein Knights, shall be your executioner." She felt it instantly, the suffocating aura radiating from his armor. He was in a different league entirely. Zenon vanished, reappearing with a strike that promised death, but she barely managed to evade. She dodged the follow-up, eyes locking onto a microsecond opening. "I can win." She lunged for the kill, but her blade clanged uselessly against an invisible barrier. Zenon's dark chuckle echoed. "Good effort, but my defenses are absolute." In the next heartbeat, a brutal counterblow slammed into her, sending agony screaming through her nerves. The impact was devastating. Blood sprayed through the air, misting across Zenon's cold, helmeted face. Grimacing in disgust, Zenon wiped the blood away. "If you truly know the sword, you know this is over. Drop it." Her arm hung limp, bone shattered. The cold reality of fate settled deep within her bones. This was the end. With a sigh of defeat, she surrendered to his overwhelming power. Zenon smirked in triumph. "A wise choice," he declared. But before he could savor the victory, a voice spoke from his blind spot. Zenon spun around to find Hansun-su standing right there, his expression terrifyingly blank. "Weren't you raging a moment ago?" Sun-su asked softly. "And now you pity her?" Zenon's mind raced. When did he get here? No sound, no presence. Like a ghost. "Who the hell are you?" Zenon roared, fear finally creeping into his voice. The protagonist simply offered a polite, hollow apology. "Nothing personal against you, but I have to take responsibility for this mess." Before the knight could blink, the world blurred. A thunderous impact exploded against his armor. One casual, devastating punch connected. Zenon was launched like a rag doll, crashing into the earth 50 yards away with enough force to bury him in the soil. Absolute panic erupted among the guards. Their invincible commander had been swatted like a fly. The injured swordswoman stared, her mind reeling. Why would the former hero attack the kingdom's soldiers? The withered mage, eyes bulging with terror, shrieked. "He's a remnant of the demon army. Kill him now." As the soldiers charged in a frenzy, Hansun-su just let out a long, weary sigh. "Your leader is down, and you still want to dance?" he asked, sounding exhausted. I guess I have no choice. He cracked his neck and stepped forward. His fists became a blur of violence. Guards were sent flying or crushed into the dirt with precise, bone-shattering stomps. He dismantled the entire platoon single-handedly, whispering a polite, "I'm sorry," with every bone he broke. Si-Hon clawed his way out of the smoking crater, staring ahead in paralyzed shock. His elite guard, the pride of the Empire, lay scattered like broken dolls, half buried in the churned earth. Impossible. An unarmed man, using a single hand, had annihilated his entire battalion. A terrifying realization struck him. This was exactly what had happened to him just seconds ago. Memory flashed like a blade in the dark. He knew this face. Years ago, in the golden halls of the royal castle, he had seen him. The great savior of humanity. But the legend turned, looking down on Si-Hon as if he were an insect. "Oh, you're awake." The hero smirked, his voice sharp with mockery. "Looks like you need a nap." Si-Hon opened his mouth to beg for mercy, but the air cracked with pressure. Too late. Force slammed into him, burying the chief of the guard back into the dirt where he belonged. Dust swirled around the godlike figure. "Pointless," the protagonist declared, his voice cutting through the chaos. He glared at the trembling mage. "If you want to die next, step forward. I'm ready." The mage froze, watching his best warriors defeated instantly. What kind of monster was this? The hero ignored the stunned soldiers. Turning to the girl, "Well, what's the plan?" As the duo walked away, the mage slumped in defeat. "Mission failed," he choked out, face twisted in shame. He signaled the retreat, ordering his shaken forces to collect the fallen and report this catastrophe. A soldier stammered, his face pale. "Commander, it doesn't make sense." Despite the devastation, nobody died, not even a broken bone among the wounded. The mage's blood ran cold, absolute mercy that required power beyond comprehension. What the hell happened here? Night fell, cloaking their escape. "They won't find us in this terrain," the protagonist noted. Good thing, too. Fighting fodder was annoying, especially with the dimensional transfer sickness weighing him down. He was barely operating at 10% of his true power. Suddenly, he saw the woman flinch. "You okay?" His voice softened with genuine concern. "I thought your arm was snapped." She let out a breath, trembling. "I'm just glad it didn't get worse." Strange gratitude. He quietly began bandaging her arm. "This should help." "Thank you," she whispered, looking away. Then, she forced a bright smile. "I'm leaving now. Goodbye." A desperate lie for independence. The protagonist frowned. "Where do you think you're going?" "Your arm is useless. We stick together. Don't be stupid," he scolded, cutting off her protest. He sighed, calming his tone. "I'm helping you. End of discussion." "I dragged you into this mess. I don't abandon the injured." She stood frozen, processing his words, then nodded. "Fine. I'll be in your care today." "Drop the sir," he grunted. "Just use my name." She agreed instantly. "So, where to?" Her first thought was the village, but search parties would swarm that place in hours. Decision made. They would cross the mountains to the trade capital, Kagan City. Meanwhile, in the Lilstein Palace, a man sat immersed in an ocean of books. A knock broke the silence. A subordinate entered, bearing news from Defalon Mountain. King Lilstein listened, his eyes narrowing as the report continued. A man matching the former hero was spotted near traces of high-tier conjuration magic. The king stood, pushing a bookshelf aside to reveal a staircase descending into darkness. Down he went, footsteps echoing in the gloom, initiating a dark ritual as he walked. King Lilstein stepped through a shimmering barrier, his face twisted in anticipation. Music. He entered a cold chamber filled with forbidden artifacts and a grim laboratory. From the shadows, a voice dripped with pure venom. Chained within a green seal, the prisoner laughed. "Ironic. The king plays hero while keeping me in a cage." King Lilstein's voice drips with cruel irony as he looks down at his captive. "You have improved quite a bit in just a month and a half." The man in chains is no ordinary criminal. The king's words confirm the prisoner is a direct descendant of the ancient Lusklin bloodline. Lilstein gestures to the glowing runic circle beneath his victim. He asks if the prisoner understands why the angry crimson hue has shifted to a vibrant, pulsating green. With a twisted smile, the king explains the phenomenon. That verdant glow signifies the impossible. His mana transformation is finally complete. Even bound, the prisoner roars in defiance. He shouts that he pities the fools who worship a monster like Lilstein, but the king remains terrifyingly calm. He counters coldly. There is only one person in this grim chamber deserving of pity. Lilstein then delivers his death sentence, and that is you, for I am about to claim your heart. The defiance in the young man's eyes vanishes, replaced by the stark, freezing terror of realized death. King Lilstein moves with the speed of a phantom without hesitation. He plunges his hand forward in a devastating arcane strike. In an instant, he holds a pulsating, ethereal form aloft, the very essence of the Lusklin life force. His eyes narrow in dissatisfaction as he inspects the prize. It is not enough. Even after ruthlessly condensing the extracted essence, the king realizes the raw power is insufficient to shatter the dimensional walls. He requires more pure Luskan blood to fulfill his ambition. But his brooding is interrupted as a subordinate rushes in, bowing low with urgent news. The report is a disaster. The messenger trembles as he reveals that the research group tasked with hunting the second Luskan descendant has failed completely. They didn't just fail to capture the target, they couldn't even identify the bloodline carrier. Instead, they reported an anomaly. They encountered an unknown figure with dark hair and dark eyes, bearing a striking resemblance to the ancient Galena race. Lilstein's mind races, piecing together the impossible fragments of information. A flicker of recognition strikes him. Could it be that person? No. He dismisses the thought immediately. Even if the one who vanished years ago had returned, crossing dimensions without detection should be impossible. Yet, the king's incredulity wars with a nagging, gnawing suspicion. Far away, Si-Hon and Alita arrive in the vibrant city of Kagan. This was once the main base of the southern clan, Si-Hon explains, his eyes scanning the familiar streets. Alita's eyes widen, impressed by the living history of this bustling metropolis. It was easy to hide here, Si-Hon adds. With so many races passing through, one becomes just another face in the blur. His thoughts drift to the Galena people, a race physically resembling the northern Asians of his memory. Alita gasps, a connection sparking in her mind. Are these the people from the rumors? She presses. The ones connected to the Queen of Bandits and her Thousand Faces energy? She recalls the technique, a unique application of battle energy that manipulates air to alter one's appearance. It was the signature fighting style of Lavina, the Bandit Queen. Si-Hon confirms her suspicion with a nod. I developed it and taught it to her. He admits casually. He offers to teach Alita the secret arts, but she shakes her head. No need, she replies, leaving the legendary master momentarily bewildered by the rejection. Breaking the awkward silence, Si-Hon suggests they find lodging. Playfully proving his point, he flares a hint of the Thousand Faces technique, making Alita see him with a baby's face. As they search for a place to rest, Si-Hon wonders aloud if entry will be easy. Suddenly, he freezes. His gaze locks onto a grand, imposing mansion. Alita notices his stillness. Do you recognize this inn? She asks. Her eyes widen in horror as Si-Hon reveals the sinister truth. This was never an inn. In my time, this was a site of public executions, marked only by the gallows. Si-Hon seems almost exhilarated by how much the city which he identifies as Terranor has transformed over the centuries. Since we are here, shall we go in? He asks, with a mischievous glint. Alita looks perplexed as he quips sarcastically. Any ghost inside? Who knows, I might just meet some spirits I actually miss. Inside, a stern-faced man directs new arrivals to collect keys. As Si-Hon turns away, his sharp ears catch the receptionist grumbling. Being a receptionist is so boring. Si-Hon reels back, visibly offended. Why so angry? Alita asks. As she explains, the realization dawns on Si-Hon. He had been speaking to everyone informally, a relic of his ancient status. Alita gently informs him that casual speech with strangers is, in this era, incredibly rude. He quickly apologizes, realizing his social blunder. But Alita, sensing his unease, reassures him. It is quite all right, she says with a soft smile. You can continue as you were. Si-Hon offered another apology for the trouble he caused. However, Alita cut straight to the chase, reminding him they were currently in Kagan. What is your next move? She demanded. Si-Hon admitted he needed time to adjust to this new world and boldly asked if he could stay with her. Her reaction was instantaneous and hostile. Leave, she commanded, her voice leaving no room for argument. Si-Hon stood there, utterly stunned, until she finally explained her harshness. I am not the only one living here. Being seen with me will only bring you disaster. Si-Hon felt a spark of indignation at her dismissal, but he couldn't deny her logic. Realizing she didn't grasp the true gravity of his situation, he dropped the polite act and switched to a more direct approach. Without me, you would be captured in an instant, he stated flatly. The cold bluntness of his words chilled Alita to the bone. He continued, explaining that while no summoning magic was used to bring him here, his existence in this world was an anomaly. There was a deadly catch. Every time they moved, a subtle dimensional vibration rippled outward from his body like a beacon. Alita, a descendant of the Luskan bloodline, instantly grasped the terrifying implication of his words. No matter how far or how fast they ran, they would always be tracked. A heavy despair began to settle in her chest. Si-Hon quickly moved to calm her rising panic. I was unconscious yesterday, he explained, but now I am actively blocking those vibrations with my magic. However, he issued a grim caution the block was not permanent. To stay hidden, he needed to reactivate the spell every 2 or 3 days. Alita understood the stakes. She had no choice but to stay close to Si-Hon. Yet, a nagging question gnawed at her mind. Why did Si-Hon need her? Wouldn't staying with the target like her put him in even greater danger? Meanwhile, in the capital of Lucina Delstre, the atmosphere was tense. Within the palace office, Knight Xenon knelt, his voice steady as steel. "Mercy," he pleaded. "Grant me a chance to redeem my honor by hunting down the fugitives." His superior, seated behind a grand mahogany desk, eyed the kneeling knight with genuine surprise. "You will not be punished for this failure," the authority stated calmly. "Not even the king has taken such drastic action against those who failed this mission." Still resolute, Xenon pressed his forehead lower. "The responsibility is mine," he insisted. "I must resolve it alone." His superior regarded him silently, a flicker of admiration in his gaze. He was perplexed, yet moved by such unwavering commitment to the kingdom. "You are the true definition of a knight," he finally conceded, granting Xenon permission to restore his tarnished honor. With his superior's words of trust resonating in his heart, Xenon swiftly departed the chamber, his cape swirling behind him. Without a moment's delay, the young knight immersed himself in the hunt, meticulously analyzing potential hideouts and profiling the targets as skilled mercenaries. To capture Si-Hon and Alita, Xenon decided to begin his quest in the city of Kagan, the only known hub where mercenaries gathered for work. Yet, deep down, Xenon's true pursuit went far beyond the mere apprehension of criminals. He harbored a growing fascination with the young man, accompanying the Lusklin descendant, an intense, burning curiosity about Si-Hon's true identity. Xenon found himself drawing uncanny comparisons between Alita's enigmatic companion and the legends of a savior from another world. This deepening doubt ignited a fierce determination. He had to find them not just to arrest them, but to witness this man with his own eyes. Back at the inn where the fugitives resided, the butler offered a polite bow to the newly arrived noble. "Lord Ted." "Were you referring to Si-Hon and Alita?" Lord Ted inquired, acknowledging the butler with a curt nod. "It is here we learn the laws of power. Warriors capable of wielding battle energy are categorized into 6 distinct ranks. The journey begins at the seed stage, where individuals first learn to channel battle energy to enhance their physical prowess. The second rank, Warrior, allows practitioners to imbue their metal weapons with this energy, forging a lethal edge. It transforms a simple sword into a blade of pure force, capable of cutting through steel. Those who ascend to the Knight and Master stages gain the ability to infuse power into armor and weapons not forged from metal. Beyond these lies the Transcendental rank, where a Master can channel air energy itself to materialize a formidable, invisible blade. Historically, only a select few across the continent of Terranor have ever achieved all stages, culminating in the fabled Divinity rank. Si-Hon recalled achieving this pinnacle in his past life, but his current lack of energy had regressed him to the mere fighter rank. Lord Ted, however, was visibly impressed to encounter someone so young already operating at such an elevated stage. "It is truly great to have you both present," the Lord declared. He informed them the subjugation squad would depart at dawn and urged them to rest. Apparently exhausted, Si-Hon sank onto the bed, lamenting the arduous struggle to earn travel money. He grumbled to the ceiling, complaining that this felt no different from common mercenary work. He remembered a time when he would simply choose a random noble house and abscond with its valuables for easy coin. "So, the legendary hero was actually a common thief," Alita remarked, her tone laced with sharp sarcasm. "The girl I loved was a thief too," Si-Hon retorted. Our protagonist believed their past actions transcended simple theft. To him, it was a form of justice targeting only the Empire's corrupt nobles who plundered the common folk. He admitted the challenge was real, but his eyes gleamed with a darker truth. Nothing compared to the ecstasy of wiping out an enemy. His twisted thrill sent a shiver straight down Alita's spine. But then, a thought struck the savior from another world like a bolt of lightning. Si-Hon calculated the odds. This hunt wasn't just a chore, it was the perfect fuel to restore his dormant battle spirit. He only hoped these foes would be worthy sacrifices. Alita couldn't reconcile his words with his actions. "You doubt yourself. You crushed me with a mere spoon and humiliated those knights without breaking a sweat. How can you possibly claim you are weak?" she demanded, completely missing the terrifying reality of his standards. Si-Hon sighed, his expression dead serious. "You don't understand. I was so powerless that I actually needed a weapon like that spoon to handle you." His brutal honesty only fueled her irritation. His mind drifted to the logic of his old world. A pro gamer in a high-stakes PvP match would never drop a game to a scrub just one level below them. It was a matter of skill gap. Alita blinked, completely lost in translation. "PvP levels? What are you even talking about?" She stared at him blankly, a stark reminder that the concepts of his gaming world were alien gibberish to her. The next dawn brought the boisterous roaring of Lord Ted. He puffed out his chest, vowing that any beast foolish enough to cross his border would pay the ultimate price. Hoisting his blade toward the heavens, the Lord bellowed, "I, personally knighted by the great King Jexengard, shall purge this filth from our lands." A few paces back, Si-Hon watched the theatrical performance with a mixture of boredom and pity. He admired the spirit, perhaps, but his warrior's eye caught the fatal flaw instantly. That sword was a heavy, impractical slab of metal useless in a real fight. It was fascinating in the worst way. Centuries had passed, yet the martial arts of these knights had stagnated. Zero evolution, just primitive swinging. Shifting focus, he glanced at Alita's bandaged arm. How is the injury holding up? I am fully recovered. She nodded firmly. Your energy healed me completely. Good. Then gear up. Si-Hon ordered, his voice dropping an octave. Before she could question him, his eyes narrowed. Stay sharp. I smell it. The thick stench of burning mana. Suddenly, a shadow tore through the brush. Halt. Hold your positions. Lord Ted screamed commands as the forest came alive with glowing eyes. A pack of flame wolves burst from the darkness, their fur blazing like living infernos. Ted didn't flinch. Come and get it, beasts! He roared, swinging his heavy blade. Your petty fire cannot melt the steel of a true knight. But reality was cruel. One wolf broke formation, moving faster than the arrogant lord could track. In a flash, claws met flesh, and the lord collapsed, blood spraying. Should have ditched the heavy plate. Si-Hon noted coldly from the back. You just cooked yourself in that oven. The wolves didn't stop. They spread out with military precision, forming a tightening noose of fire around the terrified group. Hold the line, we can take them, a soldier cried out, but his trembling voice betrayed his fear. Hope evaporated instantly. From the rear, a massive silhouette stepped forward the Alpha. Its body was a mountain of muscle and flame, dwarfing the others. While others cowered, Si-Hon's eyes lit up. Finally, a monster that looked like it might actually possess a hidden trick or two. The savior from another world cracked his neck and stepped past the trembling soldiers. It was time to work. While the formation broke in panic, Si-Hon stood like an immovable mountain, staring down the colossal Alpha without a hint of fear. Clutching his wound, Lord Ted gritted his teeth. Do not break rank, stand fast. Target the leader! Bring down the Alpha now! He screamed, desperation bleeding into his command. He ordered the soldiers to defend while assigning the boss monster to the duo. Of course, Si-Hon smirked, eyes cold. We get the death sentence while you play guard duty. The life of a hireling is never easy. As Si-Hon outlined the strategy, Alita flinched, the weight of the moment crashing down on her. She was to duel the Alpha alone. He would slaughter the rest of the pack. I'm not running, he stated flatly, and neither are you. His fighting spirit flared. Alita, take the head now. Si-Hon's command cut through the chaos like a blade, summoning every ounce of her courage. Alita launched herself into the air, her sword descending in a lethal arc toward the beast. But the beast changed tactics, its jaw unhinged, gathering not a bite, but a sphere of crackling blue energy, a magic breath attack aimed straight at her heart. Alita didn't falter. She twisted midair, dodging the brunt of the blast and driving her steel deep into the Alpha's thick hide. Metal met monster, but it wasn't enough. The strike didn't kill it, it only woke the demon inside. The great wolf roared, its fury exploding. Gritting her teeth, the young swordswoman doubled down. She spun, aiming a devastating strike right between the monster's eyes. Si-Hon watched from the sidelines, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Got him. She's actually doing it, he thought, ready to sheathe his weapon. But fate had a cruel twist in store. The blade sank into the Alpha's skull, but the monster didn't fall. Instead, its aura exploded, with the sword still protruding from its head. The beast went berserk. Alita's blood ran cold. Her ultimate attack did nothing. Pure despair gripped her as a shadow loomed over her. The Alpha unleashed a roar that shook the earth, slamming into her with the force of a freight train. Blue lightning erupted from the beast, engulfing her instantly. Alita hit the ground like a broken doll, darkness taking her before she even landed. The Alpha clamps its massive jaws around her, lifting her limp body like a broken doll, a chilling trophy from the slaughter. Horror crashes over Si-Hon, absolute and paralyzing. Disbelief clashes with the brutal reality of his friend's defeat and the looming void of loss. Alita, he screams, a guttural plea tearing from his throat as the nightmare unfolds. In that heart-stopping second, Si-Hon's mind violently recoils, flashing back to a critical conversation within the safety of the inn. A heavy confession he had entrusted to Alita, revealing the dark secrets of his past in Terranor before he vanished into the void. He had described his summoning by King Lucinod, a forbidden ritual fueled by the sacrificed hearts of royalty, binding him to this world regardless of the Emperor's command. This time, however, the laws of magic have shifted. His current tether is far more fragile than a blood contract. His very existence in Terranor, he realizes with clarity, hangs by a single thread his bond with Alita, his summoner. If the Alpha takes her, if her life force flickers out, the universe will violently rip him back to Earth. He stares at the unconscious swordswoman, so distant, so vulnerable. A surge of desperate madness seizes him, but his body screams in agony, refusing to obey his will. His battle aura is depleted, his thousand exchanges energy dangerously thin. He cannot outrun the beast. A cold chill of dread pierces his marrow. He waited 10 agonizing years to return to this world, and he refuses to accept this humiliating conclusion. A resolve hardens like diamond in his mind. Despite his magical reserves running on fumes, Si-Hon prepares to unleash one final, devastating strike against the colossal wolf. The alpha stands tall, Alita still trapped in its maw, her sword protruding from its forehead like a macabre ornament. Suddenly, a blinding lance of energy erupts. With agility that defies his exhaustion and power that shakes the air, Si-Hon launches his desperate assault. The fierce beast collapses, the life instantly drained from it, and Si-Hon, gasping for air, feels a wave of profound relief crash over his trembling form. He retrieves his friend, taking a fleeting second to celebrate their survival before shoving down the terrifying thought of his near exile to Earth, forcing composure to return. Later, amidst the hush of a forest glade, nestled beside a crackling campfire, Si-Hon asks Alita about the lingering effects of the beast's fangs. Now awake, she winces, whispering, "Pain everywhere." The young swordswoman surmises the alpha hadn't intended to kill her immediately, recalling the fiery wolf's dark habit of offering live humans to their leader. The alpha's lightning ability sparks a new theory in Si-Hon's mind. Could it be a mutation? Alita's gaze sharpens, fixing intently on him while he remains still, sensing the weight of the question hanging in the smoke. When exactly did we become allies, Si-Hon? Her voice drops, laced with heavy suspicion. And why do you insist on hiding your true identity? She pieces it together: the Six Kingdoms, once separate nations, now comprise the very empire forged by his former comrades. Surely that is reason enough for Si-Hon to be treated as royalty. An honored guest, Si-Hon scoffs, a dry, bitter laugh escaping his lips. I'd be lucky not to be executed on sight. He reveals the ugly truth shortly after his legendary victory over the Emperor. His allies betrayed him, forcibly exiling him back to Earth. The young man confesses his lingering inability to comprehend the depth of their treachery. None of his friends had hesitated. Their betrayal was a cold, calculated maneuver, not a moment of impulsive weakness. The realization gnaws at Si-Hon, leaving a bitter residue of self-reproach. But then, he notices a shift in the atmosphere. Alita, usually a pillar of stoicism, stands rigid, her face drained of all color, a clear sign that his stark revelations have shattered her composure. He assumes the sheer weight of a conflict spanning every nation of Terranor has finally dawned on her, chilling her very soul. But the young swordswoman's gaze suddenly hardens like steel. You've returned to Terranor for revenge. That is why you hide your face. Si-Hon, the savior from another world, stares blankly at her deduction. You truly understood what I just told you, he asks, a deep crease forming between his brows. Yes, Alita affirms without hesitation. Then why are you so calm? Si-Hon presses, incredulous. I just declared war on all 6 kingdoms of Terranor. Alita offers a wry, dangerous smile. I am already an enemy of the 6 kingdoms. I have been fighting them for the past 10 years. Si-Hon stares, utterly stunned by the revelation. You are incorrigibly optimistic, he mutters, shaking his head. It is a trait I inherited from my father, she counters. Your father, was he the Emperor? Si-Hon blurts out. It is a genuine question, but it instantly ignites a furious spark in Alita's eyes. My real father was named Karen, she snaps. Suddenly, a subtle shift in the air, a faint rustle among the distant trees catches his acute senses. Stay alert, he warns Alita, his voice dropping to a low growl. Something is coming this way. Alita, still reeling from the Alpha's brutal attack, visibly flinches. Someone is really here, she whispers, fear palpable in her tone. Could it be an enemy? Si-Hon shakes his head. Unlikely, more probably a lone soldier. Nonetheless, both warriors brace themselves, weapons ready for defense. Moments later, a young man emerges from the dense undergrowth, approaching Si-Hon and Alita with tentative steps. Excuse me, he begins, his voice hesitant and harmless. Could you spare a moment for directions? The innocuous question only heightens their anxiety, but as they look closer, a realization hits that truly astounds the newly formed allies. Pure shock seizes them both. The young man standing before them was no ordinary soldier. He was the captain of King Lilstein's notorious investigation team. And in that moment, recognition struck him like a bolt of lightning. These were the very legends who had decimated his entire squad mere days ago. Terror flooded the captain's veins. Alita, her eyes burning with murderous intent, unleashed a strike faster than a heartbeat, granting him zero chance to defend. The young swordswoman's blade sliced the air, missing a fatal strike by a hair's breadth. Music. The captain recoiled, the sheer depth of her hatred paralyzing him with fear. Yet, desperate to survive, he screamed, "Please, don't attack me." I'm not here to fight, but Si-Hon, prioritizing safety over curiosity, decided to end this instantly. The savior from another world unleashed a technique meant to silence the threat, a clean, unavoidable takedown designed to knock him unconscious. But the moment the blow connected, a flicker of realization dawned on the captain's face. His eyes went wide, a silent, stunned confirmation that his wildest theory had just been proven correct. Then, the impossible happened. The captain didn't just survive. He parried the savior's magic. Deflecting the attack with terrifying finesse, Si-Hon froze. The young captain had not only evaded a legendary skill, but landed gracefully on his feet, ready for more. Si-Hon was utterly baffled. How? How could a mere soldier break free from a technique that confused even his strongest allies? A dangerous curiosity sparked within him. "Who are you really?" Si-Hon demanded, his voice dropping to a menacing octave. At that precise second, the captain's shock morphed into outrage. He knew exactly who had just attacked him. Si-Hon watched, muscles tensed, as the man reached for his backpack. "What are you planning?" Si-Hon warned, power gathering at his fingertips as the bag unzipped. But what emerged from that bag was so utterly absurd, it left Si-Hon speechless. For a heartbeat, the captain looked ready to pull out a weapon of mass destruction. Instead, he produced a pair of worn underwear. "Tell me, does this intimate item truly belong to you?" he asked, holding it aloft like a holy relic. Si-Hon and Alita stood paralyzed, their brains refusing to process the lunacy. Clutching the underwear like a championship trophy, the captain looked less like an elite soldier and more like a deranged fanatic. Si-Hon, convinced he was dealing with a dangerous pervert, snarled at Alita, "Finish him, now." The command cut through the air like cold steel. "Wait," the captain stammered, throwing his hands up in panic. "I didn't explain myself. Please, calm down." Terrified by the savior's murderous aura, the captain shrieked, "I surrender." Then, he did the unthinkable. He waved the underwear frantically above his head, a pathetic white flag of truce. Si-Hon, disgusted, prepared to strike, but then a detail caught his eye. Disbelief washed over him as he focused on the fabric. There, stitched clearly into the intimate garment, was his own name. "Is that actually mine?" he muttered aloud. A look of pure, unadulterated joy spread across the young captain's face. "Then I was right. You really are the savior from another world," he exclaimed, vibrating with excitement. "Music." Si-Hon narrowed his eyes. His thousand faces disguise was inactive. "Do you remember my face then?" The young man couldn't hold back anymore. "My name is Zenon. You saved my life in Bond Village 12 years ago." Si-Hon stared blankly. This stranger was a ghost to him. The savior had absolutely no memory of him. Undeterred, Zenon pressed on, desperate to spark a connection. "You defeated all those royal soldiers with the exact same skill you just used on me," he recounted, his voice trembling with awe. "I analyzed it for years," Zenon continued, the explanation pouring out of him. "The hero who saved me, I knew he was the legendary savior. After I awakened my aura and became a swordsman, the truth finally clicked. You never truly intended to kill your enemies. You showed mercy. It was as if the reality was even better than the dream." Zenon, music smiled, lost in the memory of that pivotal day. Si-Hon, however, was stunned. He stared at the rugged captain, a disorienting question echoing in his mind. Could this truly be the same boy from 12 years ago, when Zenon revealed he was only 22? Si-Hon couldn't help but comment on his mature face. Unfazed by the insult, Zenon offered a surprising piece of wisdom. "Appearance is merely a shell. The true essence lies within." Si-Hon's brow furrowed. "Where did you learn such a cheesy line?" he asked. Music. A knowing glint entered Zenon's eyes. "You, my hero, said it yourself. Back when you saved me, that phrase became my life's motto." Shame burned across Si-Hon's cheeks. It was a rare, agonizing moment of embarrassment. As the cringe subsided, Si-Hon raised an eyebrow. "I appreciate the admiration, Captain, but why are you carrying my underwear?" Zenon grinned, a maniacal sparkle returning to his gaze. "Oh, that's just the beginning." Zenon began rattling off a list to his idol, a limited edition statue. Rare chronicles, and artifacts scavenged from Si-Hon's battles. He even claimed to possess something far more critical. The sketches left no room for doubt. Si-Hon was the undeniable protagonist of legend. Zenon confirmed that for the past 10 years, his hero had been missing from the world. During that decade of silence, the devoted captain had tirelessly amassed every single artifact connected to his savior. Si-Hon could only gape, utterly incredulous at the proud display of his fans' eccentric trophies. Among these treasures, Zenon declared a specific pair of underwear to be paramount. "It was what you wore when you vanquished the mad tyrant," he explained, a reverence in his voice that transcended mere sentimentality. "And it cost a fortune to acquire." Si-Hon, absolutely mortified, nodded his understanding while dying a little inside. "All right, I get it. Now, please, for the love of God, put the underwear away." The young captain then pledged his unwavering loyalty to King Lilstein, not out of political allegiance, but solely because the monarch had been a steadfast devotee of his savior. "Allow me to be your blade, my hero," Zenon offered, his voice ringing with knightly conviction. Si-Hon, however, posed a dark hypothetical. What if your savior were to become an enemy of the king you serve? Without a flicker of hesitation, Zenon responded, his resolve unshakable. I would accept your sword through my heart without defending myself. That would be my final act of gratitude. Zenon practically vibrated with excitement, thrilled beyond measure to finally breathe the same air as his lifelong idol. I will not disappoint you, the young captain declared, his voice ringing with absolute resolve. I will defeat these flame wolves. Si-Hon, calm and collected, merely waved a dismissive hand. My ally and I have already handled that. Did you not notice the alpha's body nearby? Yet, a peculiar look on Zenon's face suggested he held a piece of the puzzle Si-Hon missed. Zenon informed his hero that flame wolves were never solitary. They always traveled with their mates. Were you not using the male's body to attract the female? He probed. The realization hit Si-Hon like a physical blow. The savior from another world had been completely oblivious to this crucial biological detail. Si-Hon stiffened, a cold dread creeping in as Zenon's words echoed in his mind. They could be in grave danger. Moments later, a colossal wolf materialized near the fallen alpha, its gaze radiating a terrifying, murderous intensity. Before the intruders could even formulate a defense, the beast made its move. The massive, fierce female lunged, consumed by a primal, overwhelming urge for revenge. Si-Hon's mind raced. How could he have overlooked the possibility of two leaders in the pack? He wondered, a rare flicker of self-reproach crossing his features. A veteran like you forgetting such basics, Alita quipped, her voice edged with a familiar teasing that invariably grated on Si-Hon's nerves. He retorted with references to Earth concepts entirely alien to this world, leaving her utterly bewildered. Just then, Zenon called out, his voice cutting through the tense air like a blade, confident and eager. The captain pleaded with his idol. Allow me to finish this ferocious beast. Let me show you my skills, my hero. Si-Hon, placing an implicit trust in his ardent fan, nodded. Go ahead, he granted, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Zenon surged with exhilaration. Finally, standing before the man he had idolized his entire life, he had a chance to prove his worth. However, the fierce beast had no intention of making things easy. It was hell-bent on avenging its fallen mate. Without a moment's hesitation, Zenon unleashed a barrage of powerful attacks against the colossal wolf. He invoked his aura, amplifying his strength, then moved with astonishing agility, raining blow after blow upon the furious creature. Alita watched, genuinely impressed by the raw power the young captain displayed. He certainly held back against me earlier, she mused. Si-Hon, too, admired Zenon's effortless combat talent. After Si-Hon praised the captain's prowess, Alita queried, What exactly is a genius anyway? The young man shrugged. I've met many geniuses in my time. Si-Hon then clarified his own standing. I am no genius. I'm only special because I'm an earthling. The true genius was my beloved Lavina. Alita stood frozen, absorbing the weight of his words. In that suspended moment, the fierce beast coiled, preparing its next attack against the captain. Enraged, the alpha wolf unleashed a torrent of flames at Zenon. Confident in his immunity to the inferno, Zenon pressed forward, sword drawn, heading directly towards the pack leader. Then, with an unwavering resolve to prove his potential, the young captain charged headfirst at the furious beast, leaving Alita terrified. Si-Hon, however, noted the giant wolf's familiar stance. A knowing glint appeared in his eyes. Zenon was in for a nasty surprise. Suddenly, a blinding bolt of lightning erupted from the beast, striking the captain and sending a jolt of raw electricity tearing through him. The allies watched, intrigued and slightly aghast, as Zenon crumpled to the ground. Deja vu, Si-Hon commented dryly, a sarcastic undertone in his voice. Alita's eyes widened in realization. She had been defeated in the exact same unfortunate manner. Devastated by the brutal attack, Zenon felt a surge of outrage at witnessing a flame wolf wield such potent lightning. Eager to demonstrate her own potential, Alita declared her intent to face the beast. Si-Hon, however, calmly intervened. I'll handle this myself. The wolf's magic won't affect me. At Si-Hon's declaration, Alita understood immediately. Since her friend hailed from another dimension, the alpha's mana was useless against him. This was the terrifying secret behind the mad tyrant's invincible legion. Their otherworlder origins rendered them completely impervious to magical assaults. Music. No matter how legendary the mage, their spells shattered like glass against these creatures. And the same absolute rule applied to Si-Hon. The alpha wolf, sensing the approaching threat, unleashed a hellstorm of flames. Si-Hon walked through the inferno without a flinch, a smirk carving his face. Your magic is futile, he announced, his voice ringing with the weight of a verdict. I only dodged before to blend in with the weaklings, but now, with only my team watching, I shall hold nothing back against a beast like you. Suddenly, a blinding arc of lightning erupted from the alpha, slamming squarely into Si-Hon's chest. The hero from another world convulsed violently, his body racked by the high-voltage shock. Alita just watched, A look of, here we go again, plastered on her face, but Captain Zenon gasped, eyes bulging in horror as his idol was struck down. Deja vu, isn't it? Alita drawled, sarcasm dripping from every syllable. Si-Hon bristled. Don't you dare mock me, he snapped. Music. His cool composure shattered instantly. Disbelief warred with indignation inside his mind. How could this wolf's magic pierce his absolute defense? He had never been hit before. A flush of mortified anger painted Si-Hon's cheeks crimson. Infuriated by the humiliation, Si-Hon lunged, unleashing a strike powerful enough to pulverize mountains. He crushed the beast under his might, ending it instantly. Yet, as the titan fell lifeless, Si-Hon's mind raced in circles. He had brushed off the flames like a breeze, but the lightning had found its mark. What the hell just happened? Once the massive beast lay still, Alita bowed with mock reverence. Excellent work, sir. Music. Si-Hon grit his teeth. Drop the sir. Just use my name. Alita's teasing reply hung in the air. Oh, I wouldn't dare. Si-Hon, however, was too distracted for their banter. His gaze bored into the fallen alpha. A look of deep incredulity etched onto his face. Music. He still couldn't fathom how the attack connected. Even in death. A formidable aura of power radiated from the creature's corpse. Si-Hon, the savior from another world, was visibly perplexed. The fact that the lightning bypassed his immunity defied all logic, leaving him steeped in profound confusion. Back at the stronghold, Lord Teton welcomed them with palpable relief. He poured out his gratitude for their survival and for driving the wolf pack from his lands. As agreed, Lord Teton presented Si-Hon and Alita with their reward, a heavy pouch clinking with 600 silver coins. Si-Hon weighed the coins in his palm. Hardly enough for our grand ambitions, he mused, but a fair sum for a single run, I suppose. Brimming with enthusiasm, Si-Hon pitched his new plan to Alita. They would grind through 5 or 6 missions every single day. Alita, however, shot him down cold. Dream on, there aren't that many jobs. We were lucky just to find this one. Just then, Zenon stepped forward, clutching a pouch that chimed with the heavy, melodic sound of gold. 100 gold coins. Si-Hon stared, dumbfounded by the sheer fortune, demanding to know where he acquired such wealth. With a sheepish, apologetic sigh, the captain confessed his deed. He had sold a piece from Si-Hon's treasured collection. A mortified flush spread across Si-Hon's face. He instantly regretted asking, wishing he could swallow his words whole. Zenon, meanwhile, beamed with pride, genuinely thrilled to have contributed to the cause. Alita looked at Si-Hon, a smirk playing on her lips. It seems your underwear is quite valuable, young man. Si-Hon's embarrassment went supernova. He could only manage a hushed, desperate defense. It was a limited edition. Zenon, ecstatic to have aided his idol, eagerly asked for the next move. With this much gold, he announced, you can retire from mercenary work entirely. Si-Hon paused. From Kagan, we could venture into 3 neighboring countries. He mused, studying the mental map. I haven't settled on one yet. He paused, eyes narrowing. But the most probable destination is wherever the weakest adversary resides. A sudden memory flashed through Si-Hon's mind like a bolt of lightning. I never imagined I'd encounter the faces of old friends under such circumstances, he murmured. He gazed down at the gold coin in his palm. A flicker of certainty hardened his resolve. North, he declared. That is where we go first. Meanwhile, an unsettling scene unfolded within Lilstein's laboratory. The murky surface of a water barrel shimmered, coalescing into the ghostly reflection of Mage Tranum. Your Majesty, his voice echoed, strained and urgent, startled by the unexpected summons. Lilstein demanded coldly, why am I being contacted? I wasn't expecting a report today. Tranum rushed to relay his news. We won't need to hire hunters for subjects 11 and 12. It appears the Barcelonium Kingdom has already dealt with them. Lilstein scoffed, a cruel sneer forming. That makes sense. They were merely weaklings, but Tranum's spectral projection flickered with a report far more catastrophic. Subject 1 has vanished, Tranum confessed, his voice a trembling whisper that set off alarms in the virtual void. In an instant, Lilstein's icy composure shattered. Crimson fury flooded his face as he roared, Have you lost your mind? Tranum, how dare you claim the title of Blue Ivory Tower Master with such staggering incompetence? The 4 magical pillars have stood as eternal sentinels for millennia, Lilstein snarled, his voice hissing like venom. The red, white, blue, and black ivory towers. The first king of Luskland, the greatest mage history has ever known, unified all wisdom scattered across Terranor. He meticulously organized this supreme knowledge, distributing it among the 4 bastions so mages could cultivate power according to their aptitude. And your rank within that tower, Lilstein seethed, is a direct reflection of your skill. The scene cuts to the opulent, suffocating atmosphere of the Red Ivory Tower's 9th floor. His gaze burned through the reflection. You only lead the Blue Tower because your predecessors were executed. Tranum, he raged. Countless rivals languish on the 8th floor, watching and salivating for your demise. Lilstein's voice dropped to a lethal calm as he delivered the final ultimatum. I give you one last opportunity to eliminate Subject 1. Tranum's image trembled, the shadow of death painting stark terror across his face. With a disdainful wave from Lilstein, the secret communication link was severed. Back in his laboratory, Tranum slumped, a ragged breath escaping his lips. The Blue Ivory Tower's master felt a twisted surge of relief. He was still alive. His position was secure for now. Far from these dark machinations, the scene shifts to Rodensal, the majestic capital of the Yexenard kingdom, cradled by towering peaks. Inside the Grand Palace, a figure paced with nervous energy before approaching the royal chambers. The herald's voice boomed through the golden halls. Your Majesty. King Rodenberg turned, a wide, hedonistic grin stretching his features. Ah, my loyal magistrate, come. Join me. What disturbs my revelry? Have a toast, a brief respite from our burdens. The magistrate's eyes swept over the scene of lavish indulgence. Overflowing wine, laughing courtesans, and yet another boisterous banquet unfolding within the palace walls. Frustration knotted in his gut. My king, he began, voice straining with suppressed outrage. Rodenberg's grin didn't falter. Why the long face? The days of fleeing the empire are over. I have never known such joy. But your majesty, the magistrate pressed, his concern heavy. These endless festivities neglect the kingdom's urgent political affairs. Rodenberg waved a dismissive hand. Worry not, my dear servant. These expenses come from my own coffers. The magistrate stood aghast. Your coffers, your majesty. That wealth is drawn from the blood and sweat of your people. Rodenberg's eyes narrowed. The previous tyrant extracted 60%. And you demand 50? The magistrate retorted, his voice rising. A mere 10% difference is hardly mercy. I have not razed villages nor enslaved thousands, Rodenberg declared icily. But your brutality echoes his. The magistrate shot back, the scars of their recent past stinging his memory. A mocking laugh erupted from Rodenberg. All this splendor is the spoils of war, the prize for toppling the monster who once sat here. A beggar, my friend, has no right to dictate terms. The magistrate, a storm of worry clouding his face, opened his mouth to plead, but the king's gaze sharpened like a blade. Patience evaporated. Rodenberg commanded, It is time you took your leave. Stunned by the abrupt dismissal, the magistrate froze. Fresh outrage ignited at the king's arrogance. But his word was absolute. With a defeated bow, the servant retreated, leaving the magistrate alone with his heavy thoughts. How far had his king fallen? He remembered Rodenberg as a lion of the battlefield, an indomitable force. But governance, that was a beast he could not tame. Perhaps, the magistrate mused, if the right voice could reach him, the king might reclaim his honor. Little did he know, Rodenberg was already considering a permanent retirement for his outspoken subordinate. Just then, a resonant voice broke the tension. Your Majesty. A new figure strode forward, heaping praise upon the king. A genuine smile touched the king's lips for the first time that night. It was his old comrade, Lord Kelteron. Kelteron, basking in the king's favor, offered a smooth apology for interrupting the royal leisure. Your Majesty, matters of grave importance demand your immediate decree. Kelteron thrust the stack of documents toward the throne. These fall under your direct command, my king. But Rodenberg accepted the papers with a twisted scowl. His face was a mask of pure indignation and boredom. Without reading a single word, Yexengard scoffed. You deal with it, Kelteron. He flung the documents high into the air, letting the state secrets rain down like confetti. A lazy, carefree grin spread across his face. My only duty is to shield the defenseless, as I have no time for such boring trivialities. The scene shifted to the western edge of Rodensal, the capital of the Yexengard kingdom. They stood before a rotting, ancient mansion that looked ready to collapse. Alita stared, her eyes wide with shock. This will be our headquarters, the young man announced. Suddenly, Si-Hon exploded in a panic. This place is cursed. We cannot stay in this abomination. It is a house of filth. The friends exchanged confused glances as Si-Hon declared them distractions to the holy purification he was about to perform. For the next hour, the only sounds echoing from the old house were Zenon's manic screams and the violent scrubbing of floors. Alita, terrified by the sheer intensity, whispered to Si-Hon, Is that normal behavior for someone cleaning? Finally, Zenon emerged. He looked like a warrior returning from hell, yet triumphant. Enter, he wheezed. It is still a wretched hovel, but now it sparkles. Si-Hon stepped across the threshold and his jaw hit the floor. The young knight had performed a miracle on the decrepit ruins. Every surface blinded them with its shine. Why do you have such an obsession with hygiene? Si-Hon asked, genuinely baffled. Alita, meanwhile, thought to herself, if I ever have to fight Zenon, I'll just spit on the floor. Instant victory. Si-Hon clapped his hero on the shoulder, beaming with pride. Excellent work, young knight. A legendary start. Si-Hon turned to his companions, his eyes burning with purpose. Now that we have a fortress, we prepare for war against King Jexar. Zenan, instantly shifting from maid to tactician, began outlining the strategy. The 6 kingdoms of Terranor are divided into 3 tiers, Zenan explained. The gods, the mediocre, and the weak. Lilstein and the Enatheus Empire stand at the apex. Below them sit Saffron and Fios. But Yexengard and the kingdom of Anti, we are the bottom feeders, stagnant for a decade under uninspired rule. This power vacuum, Zenan elaborated, has fueled endless conflict, the bloodiest being the recent Kargan War. Lilstein and the Enatheus Empire tore each other apart over the city of Kargan, forcing the lesser kingdoms to intervene just to stop the slaughter. Yexengard took a gamble. We aligned our forces against the faction trying to seize total control of the city. After Rodenberg's interference, the fighting ceased. A fragile truce was signed, splitting the rights to govern Kargan. Si-Hon listened intently. The friction between Lilstein and Enatheus wasn't a problem. It was a strategic weapon. Leaving the house, our hero told Zenan, conflict is inevitable. It is the natural price of kingdoms hungering for power. Zenan hung his head, guilt eating at him. He had pledged loyalty to villains, never knowing the dark truth behind his hero's disappearance. But then, Si-Hon stumbled upon something bizarre. He found Alita deep in training and asked about her progress. The young swordswoman, however, looked like she was in pain. She tried to replicate Si-Hon's technique, but her face twisted into a grotesque, distorted mask. Si-Hon stared in pure disbelief. I can't hold the form, Alita confessed, her voice strained. Seeing Si-Hon burst into laughter, she snapped, why is my misery funny to you? Si-Hon, trying to be a serious mentor, advised, stay calm. Imagine an invisible hand gently molding your face. Visualize capturing the aura, he instructed, like you are applying makeup. But the swordswoman remained lost. I've tried that 3 times with those exact words, Alita cried, disheartened. Do you have a method that makes sense for normal people? Si-Hon scratched his head. Truthfully, he didn't fully understand the mechanics either. He had just copied it from Lavina. When Alita begged for his exact method, his answer was a shock. It is impossible for you, simply because I am from Earth. Si-Hon explained that while Earthlings and Terranors looked identical, their internal wiring for magic was worlds apart. I wasn't born with combat energy like you, he revealed. For you, control demands intense internal sense. But for a Terran like me, the process is different. A confident smirk played on his lips as Si-Hon dropped the truth. My body processes it naturally. He conquered both martial arts and magical energy. In a mere 3 years, he ascended to the absolute peak of power. Alita narrowed her eyes at the savior. She couldn't buy his explanation and accused him of using some sort of cheat code or hacker trick. Si-Hon sighed. He reminded her that he never claimed to be a genius prodigy in the first place. He revealed the truth to his companions. According to Lilstein's theory, his godlike potential came from his origin in another world, though not necessarily Earth. Alita fumed at the injustice. Just crossing dimensions grants ultimate talent. She shouted that it felt like a total scam. After failing to teach her his divine techniques, Si-Hon gave up. He told her bluntly that she would have to figure it out on her own. That was when Alita asked something profound, a question that instantly grabbed the savior's full attention. The young swordswoman looked him in the eye. If someone from Terranor was sent away and then brought back, would they gain the same cheat-like abilities? Si-Hon paused, his interest piqued by her sharp logic. After a moment of deep thought, he admitted it. That might actually be possible. Suddenly, the earth beneath them began to quake violently. The trio stumbled, scrambling to find the source of the chaos. Confusion swept over the group. Zenon shouted over the noise, asking if it was a natural earthquake. No, Si-Hon replied, his senses locking onto a raw, magical signature. I know exactly what is causing this tremor. Boom! The street tore open, forming massive craters as buildings around them began to crumble into dust. Civilians crawled from the wreckage, bloodied and terrified by the shockwaves. Then, the nightmare revealed itself. Ferocious monsters had breached the city walls. Panic exploded as the populace fled for their lives, screaming for salvation. Beasts with razor-sharp fangs materialized from thin air. They looked like giant lions, laying siege to the heart of King Rotenberg's capital. Lookin', the locals shrieked in horror. A desperate cry to run echoed through the music-filled streets. In that split second, death descended. A colossal beast lunged, its shadow falling over a defenseless little girl. The monster's dagger-like claws slashed down toward the terrified child freezing on the ground. But Si-Hon moved faster than lightning. He snatched the girl from the jaws of death. With a concerned gaze, the savior asked, "Are you hurt?" Zenon scanned the battlefield, his eyes widening. He counted at least 30 of these apex predators. Si-Hon scowled. These monsters lived deep in the mountains. How did security fail so badly? How did a whole pack infiltrate the city unnoticed? I wanted to keep a low profile, Si-Hon told his team, his aura flaring. But saving these people matters more than hiding my strength. Si-Hon nodded and charged into the fray, striking down the beasts. Alita drew her blade and joined the slaughter, tearing into the invaders. But then, the situation took a bizarre turn. The capital's army finally arrived, shouting a shocking order. "Stop attacking the beasts!" Alita recoiled, stunned by the command. She realized these were the elite Yexengard knights. Si-Hon assumed they were here to help. "They must be here to contain the damage," he said. "We can finish off the monsters now." However, reality was about to twist in a sickening direction. Without warning, the soldiers turned their weapons on the heroes. Blades that should have targeted the monsters were now pressed against Si-Hon's throat. A soldier's voice cut through the air like ice. "Cease your attack immediately. This territory belongs to the Black Lion Knights. Leave at once." Alita trembled with pure rage. "Are you insane?" she screamed. "You're kicking us out while beasts are slaughtering your own people right in front of you." "Silence. Girl," the knight barked. "Withdraw now. This is a royal decree. Do you dare defy the crown?" Xenon's mind raced, trying to understand this madness. But Si-Hon remained silent, his eyes sharp as a hawk. He sensed a shift in the atmosphere. A prickle on his skin warned him that the true player was about to take the stage. A tremor of immense, crushing power vibrated through the plaza. It instantly caught the protagonist's attention. Behind the wall of soldiers, a terrifying aura manifested. It coalesced into the shadow of a figure slowly approaching. Si-Hon's eyes narrowed. He knew this sensation. The mystery deepened with every heavy step the stranger took. As the figure emerged from the gloom, Si-Hon's suspicion turned to certainty. That potent energy belonged to an old acquaintance. The shadow cleared to reveal King Yexengard himself. "How dare these beasts harm my people?" he boomed. Yet, a chilling, perpetual smile graced his lips. Yexengard radiated effortless arrogance. "Do not fret, citizens. I have arrived to deliver you from this evil." With supreme confidence, the king ordered his Black Lion Knights to stand down and guard the walls. He announced he would slaughter every single beast personally. At Yexengard's command, the soldiers instantly shifted. They formed an impenetrable iron wall, blocking the terrified citizens from the carnage. Si-Hon watched the king's grand entrance, a heavy knot of dread tightening in his stomach. Rodenberg declared, "My body has recovered magnificently these past few days." Without hesitation, the king surged forward, twin colossal axes gripped tight in his hands. A feral roar tore from his throat. "I shall slaughter every last one of you." The crowd gasped, utterly stunned by Rodenberg's raw strength as he swung the monstrous weapons with terrifying ease. He was a blur of motion and steel, dispatching the attacking beasts with chilling efficiency. His power was undeniable. A smirk curled the king's lips, dripping with arrogance as he scornfully remarked, "Absurd. To think these filth dared to stand against me." But then, the battlefield took a sudden, unexpected turn. To everyone's shock, the beasts broke rank, overwhelmed by the king's sheer might. They began to scatter in fear. Rodenberg's triumphant smile vanished, replaced by a scowl of pure rage. "I will not permit this escape." With a ground-shaking stomp, the king planted his feet. He resolved to unleash everything. A shimmering magic circle erupted beneath his axes. Xenon's eyes widened in profound awe. It was his first time witnessing a legendary battle seal. Alita, her curiosity piqued, whispered, "What kind of technique is that?" The young knight explained that only swordsmen of the transcendent rank possessed the ability to wield such power. He elaborated that it was a unique seal, fueled by nothing but concentrated combat energy. In a blinding flash, Rodenberg unleashed devastation. His signature technique, the giant hand battle seal, obliterated the fleeing monsters instantly. A wave of jubilant cheers exploded from the populace as the king single-handedly wiped out the threat. The young Lusklin descendant watched, awestruck by Rodenberg's might, while Xenon, pondered if this truly represented the absolute pinnacle of a transcendent swordsman. Si-Hon, however, wasn't looking at the power. He saw the subtle trickery within the performance. The truth dawned on our protagonist. Rodenberg had orchestrated this entire spectacle. It wasn't just to protect people, but to ingeniously engineer their absolute trust. Outrage flared within the world's savior. It was a meticulously crafted setup, a level of deceit he never expected from Rodenberg. Si-Hon's disbelief mounted. He was aghast that his former friend had so shamelessly debased himself for fleeting popularity. Then, a specific detail about the king caught the young man's discerning eye. The sight of Rodenberg's seemingly genuine expression struck Si-Hon hard. It mirrored that same masterful act, the flawless facade from the day of the betrayal. Rodenberg beamed, basking in the fervent praise of the people hailing him as a hero. Yet, Si-Hon's gaze sharpened, piercing through the veil to discern something far more peculiar. The king, despite his charisma, was nothing more than a fool. The pieces clicked into place. This elaborate charade was a calculated performance designed solely to inflate the king's massive ego. It was likely orchestrated by a clever subordinate, a ploy to keep Rodenburg distracted while they managed the true affairs of the state. Suddenly, Rodenburg's perpetual smile faltered. His head tilted imperceptibly. He sensed a strange, unseen presence. A surge of cold fear jolted Si-Hon. Had his cover been blown, Rodenburg's gaze, sharp and assessing, locked onto the world's savior. The king was certain he'd never met this man, yet a potent intuition whispered that this was no ordinary individual. Rodenburg held his tongue, his eyes meticulously scanning the faces in the celebrating crowd, hunting for the source of that feeling. A soldier's voice broke the king's intense concentration. "Shall we return to the castle, Your Majesty?" Rodenburg snapped back to reality. Yes. Pleased with his triumph, Rodenburg dismissed the fleeting anomaly. It held no significance as the crowd's adulation swelled, proclaiming him the greatest king. Naming him. Our protagonist found himself deeply intrigued. Rodenburg might be a fool intellectually. Yet, Si-Hon couldn't help but admire that even after a decade, the king's physique remained an unyielding walking fortress. Si-Hon concluded that the moment for his revelation had not yet arrived. He needed to proceed with utmost caution, meticulously preparing every detail to ensure his grand plan's flawless execution. 10 days later, the world's savior and his companions had successfully established their presence within Ratzenzel's bustling capital. During this time, Alita dedicated herself to mastering the intricate energy of the Thousand Faces technique, finally reaching a level where she could subtly manipulate her physical appearance. Xanon, meanwhile, delved deeper into the Mountain Destroyer art, absorbing the ancient wisdom of its legendary creator, Nihon. He threw himself into the abyss of training, tempering his magical and martial cores until his capacity tripled the power he held upon returning to Terranor. Alone, they sharpened their lethal edges. Yet together, the three allies lay in wait like vipers, biding their time for the perfect strike. That moment of destiny finally arrived, signaled by urgent news from the Betrayal region. Nightmares had become reality. Reports flooded in of twisted cultists manipulating demons to unleash chaos upon the world. In response, the wise king issued a ruthless decree. Chaos would be met with steel. The kingdom summoned heroes from every corner of the realm, promising eternal glory to those brave enough to join the crusade. Si-Hon stood amidst the bustling crowd, his sharp gaze dissecting the details of the public notice. "Are these truly mere pagans?" he murmured. Standing beside him, Si-Hon confirmed the grim truth. "It is the Dimension Clan." The young knight's expression darkened as buried memories surfaced. They were a plague that had festered during the reign of the Mad King. Fanatics who worshipped the god Harris across every corner of Terranor. Si-Hon recalled the Empire's claim that they had been wiped from the face of the earth. Yet, the notice proved otherwise. They had survived and evolved, adopting a twisted new doctrine to ensnare fresh souls. "The vile pagans now claim to be the second coming of Si-Hon," the Captain Knight announced. The revelation left the young man utterly stunned. Si-Hon felt the ground drop beneath him. The irony was suffocating. Si-Hon clarified the madness. "They preach that the world's savior is the son of Harris, sent to deliver judgment upon Terranor." The knight continued, explaining their warped mythology. They believe Si-Hon once tried to ascend humanity to a paradise called Earth, only to be stopped by 6 villainous revolutionary heroes. The pieces of the puzzle slammed into place. Si-Hon finally understood the game. This was the golden chance to slaughter the pagans terrorizing the innocent. Si-Hon calculated that Rodenburg would be desperate to lead this expedition. A cold smirk formed on his lips. If Rodenburg left the capital, the Royal Guard's defense would crumble. The path to King Yexenard would be wide open. The decision was made. They would join the hunt. Suddenly, a thunderous command shook the air, ordering the ranks to form up. Si-Hon's gaze snapped to the podium. Disappointment hit him like a physical blow. Keltron Terran stepped forward, declaring himself commander by King Yexenard's will. Merit would determine the spoils. From the back, Alita's voice cut through the tension. But who will lead the vanguard personally? Si-Hon's heart plummeted as Keltron doubled down. The king would remain behind. Si-Hon's mind raced furiously. He had banked everything on Yexenard taking the field, without the king present. The plan to exploit the chaos became infinitely harder. What force on earth could keep the monarch from personally crushing this rebellion? Meanwhile, Keltron suppressed a triumphant grin. It had taken monumental effort to convince Yexenard to sit this one out, but the glory was finally his. The loyal servant reflected on the twisted web of fate that brought him to this command. Keltron's role was no accident. He was a pawn moving on a clandestine board set by Lilstein's faction. Confident in a swift victory, Yexenard's servant had accepted the mage's proposal, backed by the heavy influence of sponsors Tran and Azul. To guarantee a slaughter, the mage pledged 10 Sixth Circle mages and 5 elite Black Lion Knights. Yet, Keltron was tasked with gathering more fodder. It requires effort, But it is necessary, Tran had insisted. If it wipes my slate clean with the blue ivory tower, then it is a price I will gladly pay. Kelteron had countered. Ambition dripped from the Count's voice. Back in the present, Kelteron roared the command, "Follow me." The grand hunt had begun. Meanwhile, miles away, in a shadowed enclave, the pagan ritual was reaching its fever pitch. Their leader, a charismatic fanatic named Lekron, whipped the crowd into a frenzy. "Sons and daughters of Harris," he cried. "The true believers have finally seized the swords of sin. The corrupt kingdoms seek to steal our flock with their steel." Lekron's voice thundered against the cavern walls. "But know this, death is not the end. It is liberation, absolute freedom. Fear nothing." A twisted, euphoric smile stretched across his lips as he watched his flock drink in his madness. The scriptures of Harris are clear. Death is the only escape from this lying, false reality. It is not a tragedy. Our death is the sweetest offering we bring to our God, he bellowed. He then commanded the chosen sacrifices to step forward. 3 trembling figures separated from the mass of robes. Lekron fixed his gaze on a young girl among them. "Do not tremble, little one. You are wrapped in the love of Harris." I am not afraid. Lachlan, she stammered, her voice shaking but defiant. The cult leader beamed at her blind courage. With a theatrical flourish, Lekron raised his hands to summon the beast. "Behold, Harris's dragon comes to accept your devotion." From the abyss of the cavern, a malevolent aura began to hemorrhage, suffocating the air with ancient dread. Her bravery shattered. The girl began to quake violently, her eyes widening in primal horror at the monstrosity emerging from the dark. At last, the nightmare manifested. An immense dark dragon dragged its heavy scales into the light, looming over the trembling offerings. The earth itself seemed to recoil as everyone present stared up in horror at the beast of Harris. But one young girl stepped forward, her eyes burning with a twisted, heartbreaking fanaticism. "Monster, accept my devotion," she screamed. In a blur of terrifying speed, the dragon lunged. Its massive maw snapped shut, swallowing her whole. The remaining sacrifices collapsed, their faces twisted in pure, primal terror. Sated for the moment, the beast slunk back into the cavern's shadows. Lekran raised his voice, commanding the silence. "The messenger of God has accepted the tribute. Grant us the fire of truth to purge the non-believers. O noble beast." A wave of relief washed over the pagan leader, masking the tension in his shoulders. He had survived another day, but as the adrenaline faded, a shadow of deep concern darkened Lekran's expression. He glanced down at the small pouch in his hand. The powder was running out far faster than he had calculated. "As long as I possess the ashes of the Lusclen family's hearts," Lekran whispered to himself, "the dragon is bound to my will." Yet, a cold dread churned in his gut. He knew the truth. The leash on this monster was fraying. He wouldn't be able to control it for much longer. If the truth came out, well, he would simply deny it all. Lekran's eyes flashed with a sinister, malevolent glint. He vowed to squeeze every ounce of power from this beast before his web of lies inevitably crumbled apart. Meanwhile, deep in the dense wilderness, the Black Lion Knights brought their expedition to a halt. "Set up camp," the commander barked. The mercenaries collapsed into relaxation mode immediately, blissfully ignorant of the dangers lurking in the dark. Si-Hon watched them, seething with rage at the utter lack of discipline. "Pathetic," he snapped. "If we can't even organize our supplies, how do we expect to fight as a unified army?" Alita, leaning casually against a tree, merely shrugged. "This chaos is standard for mercenaries." She smirked, her tone dripping with condescension. But then again, what would a high and mighty knight know about the real world? Her veiled sarcasm struck a nerve. Si-Hon glared back. "That's rich, coming from someone with noble blood running through her veins." Sparks of electricity seemed to crackle between their angry gazes until Si-Hon stepped in, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "Watch your tongue, Zenon," Si-Hon drawled, a hint of warning in his tone. "You're the one who will suffer if this petty argument goes public." The young knight immediately deflated, mumbling a quick apology. The otherworldly savior wasted no time changing the subject. "I'm starving." "Can someone make food?" he asked. Xenon's face instantly lit up, his anger replaced by pure fanboy adoration. Eager to impress his idol, he volunteered to cook dinner immediately. Si-Hon looked at him, a flicker of skepticism in his eyes. "Stew again." The protagonist's voice held a heavy weariness. Xenon nodded enthusiastically, missing the hint. Alita jumped in to defend the menu. "It's efficient, nutrient-dense, and fast." Her practical logic seemed to intrigue Si-Hon, even if his stomach disagreed. "I understand the logistics," the protagonist conceded, eyeing the pot. "But eating the same slop 5 times in a row kills the soul." Alita's reply was cold and sharp. "We eat to survive, not to enjoy." Just then, Xenon's voice rang out, brimming with unearned pride. "Dinner is served." Despite Xenon's excitement, Si-Hon and Alita looked at the steaming pot with dread. But Xenon, cooking for his hero, had poured his soul into this meal. He ladled out a stew that defied all logic. A rich, heavenly aroma wafted through the camp, instantly captivating his idol. One taste, and they were floored. The young knight blushed and scratched his cheek. "Oh, it's just a simple vegetable stew," he said modestly. "Cooking is just a little hobby of mine." Si-Hon stared at him, utterly dumbfounded by this hidden talent. "Hobby? I wouldn't be surprised if you were the royal chef," the protagonist mused. "Are you secretly a culinary master?" Alita, having already inhaled her first bowl, shoved it forward shamelessly. "More! Now!" Si-Hon beamed, happily serving her seconds. Si-Hon watched quietly, a newfound respect for his devoted fan blossoming in his chest. This kid was useful. Suddenly, a single cold drop of water splashed onto the savior's forehead. Within seconds, the heavens opened. A torrential downpour hammered the forest, soaking the camp where tents were still half built. Count Calterin exploded in a fury. "Unprotected. We are still unprotected," he bellowed, realizing their tactical nightmare. As the rain intensified, Si-Hon whispered to Zenon, "My senses are dulled. It's hard to track anything in this storm." Zenon nodded grimly. "The heavy rain interferes with energy detection. We're blind." Alita, however, recalled a crucial piece of lore. "The Si-Hon cult's power is derived from fire demons," she stated calmly. "They hate water. We don't need to worry about an attack tonight." But Zenon shook his head, his voice sharp with paranoia. "Even if beasts hate the rain, their masters don't. If they are mind-controlled, they can be forced to attack regardless of comfort." Si-Hon dismissed the thought. Impossible. Even the strongest mind control cannot override a demon's primal survival instinct. He offered his friends a confident, reassuring smile. "Trust me, we are safe." But at that exact moment, a blood-curdling scream ripped through the night. The enemy strike was sudden and devastating. A massive shadow eclipsed the sky, looming over the mercenaries, who scattered in sheer panic. Si-Hon's confident predictions crumbled before reality. Colossal demons, their forms twisted and grotesque against the raging storm, descended upon the expedition camp, completely ignoring the torrential downpour. Our protagonist grit his teeth, the gravity of the situation sinking in. "Things have definitely changed in Terranor over the last 10 years, he muttered. Peering from the fragile safety of a tent, Alita watched, paralyzed by horror. Even through the blinding storm, the silhouette of the demonic horde was undeniable. Who could command such nightmares? One of the leaders, his voice cutting through the chaos, barked orders. It doesn't matter who controls them. "Form an attack formation, circle up, prepare for battle." One fearless mercenary roared at a hulking beast. "You're just an animal that learned a few tricks." With resolve hardening his features, a young man with an eye patch plunged forward, his blade gleaming. "We've walked through hell. We know no fear," he declared, launching a ferocious assault on a lizard-like demon alongside his comrade. He grinned, certain they had dispatched the beast with ease. But then, reality twisted. The fallen demon snapped back, delivering a bone-crushing blow straight to the young man's face. A gasp of pure shock rippled through the ranks. Despite the lethal damage inflicted, the beast refused to die or retreat. Si-Hon's voice cut through the paralysis, grim and authoritative. "They are being puppeteered," he announced. "They will not stop until they are completely annihilated." Our protagonist immediately seized command. "Don't fight them all at once. Focus your fire and take them down one by one," he advised. Heeding Si-Hon's tactical genius, the mercenaries reorganized. With renewed fury, they launched a coordinated assault against the horde. From the shadows, the Black Lion Knights observed. A flicker of respect sparked in their eyes as they watched Si-Hon orchestrate the chaotic battlefield. "He handles disorder well," one noted. Jovan narrowed his eyes, intrigued. "If Si-Hon commands such leadership, perhaps he is indeed worthy of serving us." Meanwhile, our young hero unleashed his true power. Si-Hon became a storm of steel and courage. He fought with terrifying efficacy, slaughtering the monstrous beast with effortless grace. As Si-Hon cut down the final abomination, the mercenaries stared in stunned silence before a wave of relief washed over them. A roar of absolute victory erupted from the expedition group. Their celebration echoed through the rain-soaked clearing as they reveled in their hard-won survival. Yet amidst the jubilation, Si-Hon frowned. 44 beasts. They fought to the death without retreating. The unnatural behavior gnawed at his instincts. His mind raced, analyzing the impossible. How could such a massive horde materialize undetected within this deluge? A chilling conviction formed in his gut. This was no natural ambush. Powerful magic was at play here. Sudden insight struck like lightning. His gaze snapped to a nearby tent, the canvas trembling with the hushed, urgent whispers from inside. The silhouettes within were pacing, visibly shaken. Their fear seemed amplified not by the attack, but by the sight of the vanquished horde. A cold certainty settled over Si-Hon. Something was rotting from the inside. This expedition's purpose was far darker than mere cultist subjugation. Suddenly, Count Kalurin's voice pierced the air, barking orders for vigilance and threatening harsh retribution for anyone who dared to slack off. The Count's arrogant command sparked a fire of indignation among the mercenaries. They grumbled furiously that their so-called leader had cowered in fear while they bled in the mud. Si-Hon's frustration boiled over, mirroring the group's rage. Alita didn't hold back, openly condemning the Count as a selfish coward. Sensing the tension was about to explode, Si-Hon stepped in to cool their tempers. "He has always been this way," Si-Hon said calmly. His words carried the weight of history, implying a deeper, intimate understanding of the nobleman. Curiosity piqued. Si-Hon pressed, "Do you know him personally?" Si-Hon shook his head. "Not personally, but the tales of Kalurin of Terranor are legendary. They say he has the dignified appearance of a sage, yet possesses the cunning and savagery of a wild beast's mind." Confusion crossed Si-Hon's face, swiftly replaced by a spark of admiration. "Then perhaps he isn't so useless after all," he mused. Detecting the awe in his voice, a wry smile curled on Si-Hon's lips. "You give him too much credit, my friend," he clarified, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "What I meant is that Kalurin is utterly imbecilic." Si-Hon continued, his voice laced with derision. "He has zero martial talent, yet somehow he miraculously escapes every death trap. A true survivor by sheer dumb luck." At this, Alita's brow furrowed as she processed Xenon's observation about the strangeness of the world. The young swordswoman reasoned that perhaps Count Kalurin wasn't entirely incompetent. After all, against all odds, he had managed to cling to his title as the Count of Zard. With the opening skirmish concluded, Count Kalurin finally emerged from safety. He heaped praise upon the exhausted mercenaries, commanding them to rest. However, his eyes held a darker promise the true hunt would begin at dawn. Si-Hon watched in quiet disbelief. The very mercenaries who had cursed Kalurin's cowardice mere hours ago now cheered his name. A few kind words, and their grievances evaporated like mist. Witnessing this sudden shift in loyalty, Si-Hon let out a dry scoff. "It seems the pliability of human nature isn't a phenomenon exclusive to my homeworld." With the day's bizarre events at an end, the trio retreated to their tent. They needed to recharge their stamina and mana for the carnage promised tomorrow, but their peace was short-lived. A voice cut through the canvas, demanding the presence of a certain Mr. Schonstein. Si-Hon's ears perked up. The alias he had chosen was being called. The tent flap parted. A young woman stepped into the mercenary quarters, her sharp gaze scanning the tired faces. "Is Schonstein present?" Si-Hon shifted his vocal cords, adopting a slightly higher, unassuming timbre. "That would be me, Schonstein." She introduced herself as Dina Crumble, an apprentice of the prestigious Black Lion Knights. She dropped a bombshell, an unexpected summons for the three of them to immediately meet with Mage Hubbark and the Knight Commander, Jeldarin. Xenon, Si-Hon, and Alita exchanged sharp glances. Why would the command looking for common mercenaries? The air thickened with suspicion and intrigue. They arrived at the command tent quickly. Dina stopped at the entrance, explaining the discussion inside was classified. "The commanders await you within..." As she turned to leave, Dina froze. A flicker of shock disrupted her professional mask. Her warrior instincts screamed. Her gaze snapped back, locking intently on the young swordswoman, Alita. Dina Crumble's eyes widened. To sense such refined mana in one so young, a true prodigy was hiding among the rank and file. She left, her mind reeling from the discovery. Si-Hon stepped into the chamber, maintaining his masquerade. "Schonstein, at your service." Beneath the polite bow, the energy of 1,000 changes hummed silently, perfectly suppressing his abyss-like aura to evade detection. Inside, the atmosphere was heavy. Si-Hon found himself facing a solemn council of high-ranking knights and mages. Jeldarin stepped forward, sizing up the young man, followed by Mage Hubbark. Without pleasantries, they gestured to a detailed tactical map sprawled across the central table. Jeldarin pointed to a marked location, the pagan stronghold. It was dangerously close, a mere half-day journey separated them from the enemy's heart. Mage Hubbark took over, his eyes boring into Si-Hon. "The cult of Si-Hon's second coming. They possess a spell capable of enslaving beasts." He paused, searching Si-Hon's face. "Did you notice anything strange during the battle?" Xenon stepped in before Si-Hon could speak. "It was the first time any of us saw demons attack with such coordinated ferocity. Even in a storm that chaotic, they moved like a regiment." At Xenon's sharp analysis, Hubbark's gaze intensified. He realized these weren't just muscle-brained sellswords. They had eyes that saw the truth. The mage made a decision. "Could you three be trusted with a heavy secret?" Si-Hon's reply was dripped with his trademark cynicism. "Trust always depends on the offer, doesn't it?" A faint, approving smile touched Hubbark's lips. He appreciated a man who understood the language of value. "I like the attitude of this otherworldly savior," he chuckled. He produced a heavy leather pouch and upended it. A cascade of gold coins flooded the table, shimmering in the lantern light. "Would this be sufficient?" Xenon's eyes nearly popped out of his skull at the fortune sitting before them. Si-Hon, however, remained unimpressed. He briefly recalled the time he sold his own underwear for a pitiful 100 gold coins. More than sufficient, Si-Hon affirmed, his voice steady. Habark's expression instantly turned grave. Wise. Maintain that greed, and you might survive, he cautioned. Then, he unveiled the chilling reality. The cult possesses no inherent beast-taming magic. What they wield is dark sorcery, power bought with the grotesque sacrifice of human lives. Habark elaborated, his voice dripping with disdain. Magic is structure, logic. Sorcery is chaos, unestablished, forbidden, and rooted in blood. Si-Hon narrowed his eyes, cutting to the chase. So, you are saying sorcery controlled the beasts? Habark shook his head, tight-lipped. Impossible. They have no sorcerer of that caliber. The truth is an embarrassment to my order. He revealed the source, a forbidden spell stolen from the Blue Ivory Tower itself. Si-Hon's interest spiked immediately. Habark began the tale. There was a mage named Rarkin, a high mage of the 6th floor, a genius, but consumed by madness. Driven by insatiable ambition, Rarkin conducted classified experiments and carelessly lost control of his experimental beasts. The consequences were absolute. He was stripped of all titles, all rights. Xenon interjected, confused. What happened to him? The mage's eyes went cold. The punishment of the 4 elements, earth, water, fire, and wind, an execution ritual used by the Blue Tower to erase a soul from existence. Si-Hon's brow furrowed in disbelief. He struggled to fathom what kind of catastrophic experimental oversight could possibly warrant such a ruthless death sentence. But before he could voice his thoughts, Harbik's gaze sharpened like a blade. He cut off Zenon's inquiry with a question cold enough to freeze the air. Do you grasp the gravity of your words? Mercenary? Zenon flinched, the veiled threat striking home, his face drained of color. He stammered a hasty apology. I spoke out of turn. Ignoring the slip, Harbik resumed his briefing, demanding absolute attention. Only the core facts matter now. Rin did not just escape his cell. He took a specimen from the subjugation test with him, an act that escalated this crisis into a complete disaster. This was no ordinary monster. It possessed a terrifying, unique ability, the power to command every other beast within its domain. The puzzle pieces finally clicked for Si-Hon. This explained how the feral beasts were being controlled, their primal instincts overridden by a higher will. The mage revealed a dark truth. Rin's father was a high-ranking executive of the very cult they were now hunting, and this beast was their tool to amplify their dark influence. Harbik laid out the true objective. They were to eliminate the beast, and with Si-Hon's aid, erase every trace of the Blue Tower's involvement in this catastrophe. A flush of excitement rose to the young hero's cheeks. He stammered, asserting it was an absolute honor to serve. With such formidable mages and knights by their side, surely they could conquer even a legendary dragon. Harbik's reply struck Si-Hon like a hammer. You are correct in your assumption, young man. The mage confirmed their target was indeed the great earth dragon itself. A cold tremor of alarm finally coursed through our protagonist's veins. Later, by the stream's edge, Si-Hon turned to his companions. The logic fell into place. Now I understand why they paid us 10 gold coins. This won't be easy, not in our current state, Zenon grumbled, clearly puzzled. I still don't see why they needed elite swordsmen and mages for a handful of heretics. Si-Hon's brow furrowed. Should we have refused? He countered grimly. To refuse the tower would be to seal our own doom. We now know too many of the Blue Ivory Tower's darkest secrets. They are likely already plotting to silence us permanently. Zenon and Alita exchanged bewildered glances, clearly failing to grasp the gravity of Si-Hon's words. Si-Hon sighed inwardly at their ignorance. In this era of prolonged peace, such ruthless machinations likely never even crossed their naive minds. Then Alita unexpectedly voiced the very thought Si-Hon had feared. I don't believe they intend us harm. The statement piqued Si-Hon's intrigue. If they meant to silence us, she reasoned, they wouldn't have divulged the Blue Tower's secrets to begin with. She spoke with innocent conviction. They didn't have to tell us anything. They could have simply issued orders. Yet, they chose to share every detail of the incident, everything in advance. Si-Hon felt a pang of incredulity. He realized just how deeply ingrained his friend's innocence truly was. Zenon then posed the crucial question. So, will you carry out the task they gave us? A spark of calculating enthusiasm lit Si-Hon's eyes. I haven't decided yet. This information could be a massive trap, he mused, but in his mind, he was already plotting how to leverage this to get closer to Jexanar. At that moment, Zenon, misinterpreting Si-Hon's pensive look as weariness, offered, I'll wash your clothes for you. Unbeknownst to them, a lone figure watched from the shadows, eyes locked on the group. Moments later, something else caught Zenon's attention. A group of village women emerged, their smiles wide and voices lilting like a song as they hailed the handsome young men. They exuded an overly eager hospitality, beckoning the companions to rest while pressing them with questions. "Are you from the capital?" Si-Hon flushed red at their proximity. Si-Hon shifted, a flicker of unease crossing his face, while Alita's expression tightened with suspicion. Si-Hon murmured that the situation felt wrong. The villagers' intense energy was unsettling, and the young swordswoman remained on guard. Then, in a chilling instant, the veneer of friendliness shattered. The hospitable villagers' eyes glazed over, their features distorting with something unmistakably sinister. Possession. Swords scraped from hidden sheaths in a chorus of steel. The pleasant demeanor vanished, replaced by a feral menace as they lunged at the unsuspecting visitors with killing intent. Alita, her suspicions already piqued by their false smiles, reacted instantly to the surge of danger. With astounding speed, she effortlessly dispatched the first attacker a blur of motion before her friends had even registered the assault. Si-Hon and Zenon stared, momentarily paralyzed by shock at her lethal efficiency. The remaining possessed women, their faces contorted with fury, roared in enraged frustration at their foiled ambush. Si-Hon, still grappling with Alita's uncanny foresight, burned with outrage as he recognized their attackers as members of the Harris cult. He spun to Alita. "How did you know they would attack?" Alita calmly replied, her stance unwavering. "I didn't know. I'm simply cautious whenever anyone approaches." Si-Hon's mind raced, analyzing every micro-expression on Alita's face as the suspicious women closed in. "You live a truly exhausting life," the protagonist muttered to her. "Better to stay sharp than end up a corpse," Alita countered, her gaze cutting through the air like a blade. At that precise moment, a voice dripping with malice echoed from the group. "Death is the only salvation." The possessed women surged forward, eyes rolling back in divine madness. "Only believers will ascend," they shrieked, their voices twisting with fanaticism. "You three are filthy heretics," Alita gasped, terror gripping her heart. "Watch out, guys," she screamed. There was something deeply wrong with their eyes, but barely 10 seconds later, the threat was obliterated. Every single enemy lay dead, felled by Si-Hon's impossible speed. Alita stood frozen, stunned by how the savior from another world had dispatched them in a heartbeat. The only difference was their eyes, Si-Hon pondered, wiping his blade. But why target them? They weren't even high-ranking members of the squad. His train of thought shattered as Zenon shouted an alert. "Look over there," he urged his friends, pointing frantically toward the horizon. Dread pooled in their stomachs. A curtain of black smoke and searing fire erupted from the village where their main squad was stationed. A grim realization hit Si-Hon like a truck. Those possessed women were just a distraction. The real target was the entire expedition team. Irritation flared in his chest. "It is time to clean up this mess," he declared, his voice tight with suppressed rage. A quick survey confirmed the savior's dire conclusion. This wasn't just an ambush. The entire village was a nest of heretics. Suddenly, more villagers poured out, faces alight with zealous fervor. "The Si-Hon cult will go to heaven," they chanted in unison. "Non-believers to hell. Death is the true salvation." Before they could strike, Jeldir, the Black Lion Knight, burst onto the scene. His blade flashed, cleaving through the heretics in a spray of crimson. One cultist, struck down and bleeding out, gasped his final breath with a twisted smile. "Finally, I joined God." Jeldir reeled back, confusion etched on his face. "The man must be insane," he muttered, disturbed by the joy in their death. But then, the earth trembled. Jeldir looked up to see a colossal nightmare thundering straight toward him. The Black Lion Knight understood the gravity of the situation immediately. He had to prioritize, ignore the pawns, defeat the demonic beast first. With a thunderous roar, Jeldir manifested a massive shield of crackling energy, bracing himself against the monster's devastating charge. Just then, Laval, another knight from his team, appeared. He launched a fierce counterattack against the creature. How can there be so many beasts here? Jeldir questioned Laval, his mind racing. Could this actually be the legendary Demon King's castle? Bula. The heretics captured all the beasts from the mountain, Habark interjected, revealing the grim mechanics of the trap. Jeldir's blood ran cold. Gazing upon the horde, they began to question the true age of the Earth Dragon controlling this army. Habark revealed a chilling truth. They performed experiments to amplify the Earth Dragon's mind control abilities. Jeldir was horrified. A 100-year-old monster was controlling them. Yet the pressure felt like battling a beast from ancient legends. "It feels like fighting something 5 centuries old," Habark confessed, his voice trembling. "It is far worse than we thought." His words plunged the Black Lion Knight into deeper despair as he grasped the dragon's true, terrifying madness. Suddenly, another shockwave rocked the ground. Habark and the Black Lion Knights froze in sheer terror. The demonic beast changed course, stampeding directly toward the tavern with effortless might. A monster tore through the tavern wall. The team's gravest fear was realized. The beasts were not attacking randomly. They had targeted the tavern because Count Kelteron was hiding inside face to face with the gargantuan creature. The noble shrieked for help. "They told me this place was safe," Kelteron wailed, desperation twisting his features. "This is why the escort should have stayed with me." He begged for salvation while nearby, Dana, a young trainee, found herself in dire peril, alone against a ferocious predator. The beast raised its claws to strike, but before the attack could connect, an unexpected figure materialized from the shadows. Si-Hon appeared in a flash. He intercepted the strike with brutal precision, saving Dina from certain death. The girl sagged with relief, tears of gratitude welling up. Alita and Si-Hon arrived seconds later, joining the fray to hold back the surging tide of monsters. Seeing Si-Hon, Gelder offered a quick, grateful nod. "Thanks for saving the tavern," he shouted before turning back to the war zone. "Where are the other mercenaries?" The Black Lion. Knight barked his orders with military precision. "You three, protect the Count," he commanded. "The rest of us will slaughter these beasts." "Protect me, mercenary," the terrified Count demanded, clutching at Si-Hon, but the savior from another world was not listening. Si-Hon sensed it instantly. Something immensely powerful, something wrong was approaching. Above them, a massive paw blocked out the sun. It was the great earth beast itself. The alpha predator that commanded all others had finally entered the game. The entire village was no longer a home. It was a hellscape engulfed in crimson flames, a monument to the beast's savagery. Joel Baron dove back into the slaughter, his blade silencing a monster in a single stroke. "Hold the line," the confident knight roared, his voice acting as an anchor for his allies. "We are on the verge of total victory," the Count chimed in, eager to claim credit as the tide of battle finally turned. Such dominance was expected from the legendary Black Lion Knights, yet a knot of unease tightened in Si-Hon's gut as he scanned the chaotic battlefield. Even with the demonic corpses piling high, an unsettling lack of bodies triggered a warning in his mind. They weren't just dying, they were retreating. A collective gasp sucked the air from the ranks as a massive shadow blotted out the sun. A dragon. Music. Even Levo flinched, his composure shattering instantly. "A dragon now, the Black Lion." Knight grit his teeth, his voice straining against the pressure. Talk about the worst possible timing. This was no mindless beast. This colossal nightmare was a calamity far beyond any horde. With a roar that shook the earth, the dragon coiled, ready to unleash devastation. "Stand fast, do not falter," Joel Baron bellowed, his burning gaze locking onto his terrified soldiers. Mages deployed defensive formation now. As the dragon unleashed its breath, a shimmering water barrier erupted, intercepting the cataclysmic blast and shielding the squad. A fragile spark of hope ignited. "The barrier holds," one of the knights shouted, adrenaline surging through his veins. The subjugation squad can end this, but the declaration hung in the air, weighed down by the bone-deep exhaustion etched onto every soldier's face. Joel Baron's jaw tightened, the veins in his neck bulging with palpable frustration. "And what of the beast still under its thrall?" he snapped, his tactical mind racing. Music. Then Habax spoke, his voice heavy with a terrifying realization. The dragon's domination aura was intensifying, a realization that sent a shiver through the Black Lion Knights. But Joel Baron crushed his hesitation instantly. "Save your complaints," he commanded, his resolve hardening like steel. "We move," the captain declared, his eyes blazing with defiant hope. "Exhaustion is a luxury we cannot afford. We will make this lizard hear the roar of the Black Lions." The massive beast answered with a deafening screech, charging the team once more. Joel Baron met the terrifying advance head-on, without a flicker of fear. The knight conjured a shimmering magical aegis, a fortress of mana raised to shield his comrades. Committing to his strategy, Joel Baron unleashed his ultimate technique, Annihilation. In that breathtaking second, awe washed over the onlookers, their souls captivated by the captain's ferocious determination. A monumental shield, pulsating with untold power, manifested around them, a masterpiece of the Black Lion's defensive arts. Xenon's eyes went wide, striking profound admiration for the combat prowess on display. Watching the Iron Wall technique, a jolt of recognition struck Si-Hon. This reminds me of Yexenard," he murmured. Music. His mind drifted back through the years, recalling his old friend's audacious spirit. Confusion flickered across Si-Hon's face as he remembered Yexenard's reckless bravery against the beast tides of the past. The savior from another world, lost in analysis, arrived at a startling conclusion. It wasn't just the personality that endured, the fighting style was identical. This meant the current Black Lion Knight's order likely inherited the same strengths and the exact same fatal weaknesses. Music. That Yexenard possessed a decade ago? Instantly, the young man made his choice. "We're helping them kill that dragon," he called out to his party, urging them into the fray. But Count Kelteron erupted in a fresh wave of hysteria, terrified of abandonment. "You must protect me," he shrieked like a banshee. Si-Hon countered, his voice cold and firm. "If the knights fall, we are next." The chilling logic sent the Count into a panic. "Then get me out of here." Xenon and Alita exchanged looks of utter disbelief. Music. Disgusted that Kelteron demanded safety while others bled to fell the dragon, Get me out right now, the Count wailed, his voice ragged with cowardice. You dare not disobey me. But Si-Hon's mind, always 3 steps ahead, had already formulated a plan. In that moment, the 3 friends locked eyes. A silent, telepathic understanding passed between them. Keltron needed to be persuaded, but Si-Hon was in for a shock. The Count, seemingly reading their minds, whirled around. Are you planning to knock me out so you can go play hero? He demanded. Music. His eyes bulging with paranoia, Keltron's desperation peaked. Stop these idiotic thoughts. Extract me before we all die. But before Keltron could finish his rant, his eyes rolled back into his skull. He crumpled to the dirt, unconscious, right before their astonished faces. Si-Hon, let's go, a voice called out. It was Dina, already moving. She was the one who delivered the chop. Si-Hon couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. Dina had taken the initiative he was just about to propose. Meanwhile, the knights, pushed beyond their limits, fought on with grim determination. Leo's voice cracked, a desperate rasp that signaled the beginning of the end. Every ounce of stamina was gone. They were running on sheer will alone. Jolbrin watched in frozen horror as the dragon's shadow loomed over his friend. Dodge! He screamed, his lungs burning. But fate was cruel. Exhaustion had chained Lyle's feet to the ground. The impact was catastrophic. The young man was launched through the air like a broken kite, helpless against the beast's raw power. Jolberin's heart shattered. Despair clawed at his throat as he watched Lyle crash into the earth, motionless and broken. But just as darkness threatened to consume them, a flash of steel cut through the air. Alita, Si-Hon, and Xenon arrived like avenging angels, in a heartbeat. They formed a defensive wall around the fallen Lyle, their auras flaring as they launched a counteroffensive. Hope surged back into Jolberin's veins. The Outworlder had arrived. With Si-Hon's legendary abilities joining the fray, the tides of war were about to turn. Si-Hon slid to the captain's side, his voice calm amidst the chaos. Reinforcements have arrived. The Count merely fainted, and Lyle will survive. However, Si-Hon's sharp gaze shifted instantly to Alita. A shadow of concern darkened his brow. She had taken a heavy blow during the charge. The fierce swordswoman grit her teeth, forcing a confident smirk. Don't look at me like that. I'm fine. That monster's hide is like diamond, she cursed. My strike rebounded and nearly took my arm off. Si-Hon's expression turned grim. Physical attacks are meaningless. We have to pierce those scales to inflict any real damage. But before a new strategy could be formed, the atmosphere shifted. An inexplicable terror suddenly gripped the colossal dragon. Without rhyme or reason, the massive predator recoiled. It scrambled backward, fleeing as if chased by the devil himself. Si-Hon and Alita stood frozen, weapons raised, witnessing the impossible. The apex predator was running away. The shock on the swordswoman's face melted into confusion, then sputtering indignation. A ridiculous theory formed in her head. Did that overgrown lizard run because I got a drop of blood on it? She scoffed. Is the great dragon a germaphobe? Thus ended the Second Coming cult's assault in a bizarre anticlimax. The captured heretics, however, remained defiant. Even in chains, they screamed praises to Lord Sun, demanding their release with fanatical zeal. A mercenary silenced the nearest zealot with a brutal kick. Shut up. Si-Hon is going to be very disappointed in your lack of manners. To our protagonist and the weary soldiers, it seemed the nightmare had finally ended. But Alita's internal monologue was heavy. We lost too many. Only 600 soldiers left standing. Then, Dean's sarcastic voice broke her focus. Realizing the Count was still unconscious and oblivious to the horror, Alita mused aloud. It has been 3 days since we left the village. But a question lingered in the cold air. Was the subjugation truly over? Si-Hon knew better. This was merely the prologue. The expedition was nothing but a smokescreen for a much darker conspiracy. Meanwhile, those who knew the true objective of the mission began to whisper. Did the Earth Dragon and Lacran truly flee in fear, or were they lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike? Miles away, deep within a hidden cavern, Lacran paced in a fury. He could not comprehend the disaster unfolding outside. The cult leader was losing his mind. Why? He roared at the slumbering beast. Why do you defy me? He demanded the colossal dragon awaken and submit to his will. His mind raced back to the village. 4 days ago, he needed this weapon. The dragon was the key to his grand ascension. Rage flared towards the mages. How dare they try to execute someone over a simple mistake? Their incompetence ruined everything. Ambition burned in his eyes like a fever. If he could just master the beast control technique, the heroes hunting him would be nothing but insects. His gaze turned cold and calculating. He would take the dragon, flee to a foreign land, and live like a king on the stolen wealth of the Second Coming cult. Desperate, Lacran tried one last time. Awake and destroy my enemies. He extended his hand, offering another dose of the powdered heart. But then, an anomaly occurred. The powder in his palm didn't dissolve, it ignited. A burst of blue flame consumed the offering. Terror seized Lacran's soul. What are you doing? He stammered, trembling as the air in the cave grew heavy. The pressure was suffocating. In that terrifying silence, the dragon, a leviathan of muscle and ancient magic, began to rise, not as a servant, but as a god. The cult leader's brain short-circuited. He couldn't process the shift in power. How dare you threaten me? Lacran shrieked, his voice cracking with panic, but the truth was undeniable. Alita's blood had acted as a breaker. The mind control spell that bound the beast had shattered into 1,000 pieces. Realizing his mental leash was gone, Lacran crumbled. He begged, pleading with the monster to calm down, to remember who was master. But Judgment Day had arrived. The dragon didn't hesitate. With a single fluid strike, it snapped Lacran's life like a twig. The colossal creature shook off the last remnants of the enchantment. It roared, a sound that shook the very foundations of the earth. As the liberated beast stepped out of the darkness and into the world, the leaders of the expedition finally arrived at the mouth of the lair. The real battle was just beginning. The air grew heavy with the anticipation of an ambush, the team bracing for a horde of beasts. But Jeldran, ever the pragmatic veteran, silenced Habark's rising panic with a cold, flat tone. There are likely no beasts left alive, he stated. We have already slaughtered over 100 of them. Suddenly, a presence drifted from the dense forest like a phantom, and Count Kelteron materialized before them. What are you doing here? Habark demanded, his voice sharp with suspicion. The mage lowered his voice to a hush, reminding his ally that the Earth Dragon and Elrond were top-secret classified intelligence. He couldn't fathom why the Count was here. Kelteron scanned his meager protection detail, a lone Black Lion Knight and 2 mages, and let out a scoff of pure disbelief. Is this a joke? There should be at least 2 knights and 4 mages guarding a man of my status, he spat, his irritation boiling over. Jeldrin stared back, stunned by the audacity. The expedition captain stood his ground like a stone wall, informing Kelteron that his current escort was non-negotiable. This is all you get, he implied, plunging the arrogant noble into a state of desperate frustration. Realizing logic wouldn't work on the flustered aristocrat, Jeldrin offered a brutal ultimatum. There is no other solution, unless, of course, you prefer to follow us into the depths. Finally, the Count capitulated, seeing no other path, though he clearly hated agreeing with the captain. It is certainly better than rotting out here among common soldiers and filthy pagans, he grumbled. Jeldrin blinked, perplexed by Kelteron's sudden shift in attitude. The Count, however, had performed a rapid calculation in his head, even as he walked toward the dragon's lair. His survival was far more guaranteed with the elite Black Lion Order and high-tier mages than with the cannon fodder troops. A thin, snake-like smile curled the old man's lips. Since Jeldrin asked so politely, he drawled, his voice dripping with condescension that made the captain's skin crawl. I suppose I shall risk my life to follow you. Kelteron then pivoted to Habark, his eyes narrowing. Are you certain the dragon and Elrond are inside that cave? He pressed for confirmation. Yes, the mage affirmed with dark confidence. I used confession magic on the pagans. They could not lie. Si-Hon grew thoughtful at this revelation. The method used to extract the coordinates was, to put it mildly, ethically bankrupt. His mind flashed back to the chilling memory of the interrogation room. Si-Hon recalled the mysterious black powder used during the torture, his mind racing to identify the alchemical substance that had shattered their wills so easily. Just then, Alita appeared at his side, her gaze locked on the gaping maw of the cave, her face pale with palpable dread. From the abyss of the cavern, a pair of incandescent eyes flared to life, glowing with predatory malice. Instantly, Black Lion Captain Jeldrin bellowed a command for battle stations, his voice grim with realization. The Earth Dragon was here all along. A bizarre sense of deja vu struck Jeldrin. He recognized this mana signature. It was the same Earth Dragon that had ravaged their village in the past. But now, the colossal beast loomed larger than a mountain, radiating a suffocating surge of power. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Jeldrin, arrogant in his own strength, merely scoffed at the creature. He couldn't explain the transformation, but he was certain a mere beast posed no threat to a Black Lion Knight. Without a shred of hesitation, Jeldrin spearheaded the assault, launching himself toward the dragon with a thunderous roar. I will show you the true power of the Black Lion Order. Confident in his replenished combat energy and mana reserves, Habark joined the fray, vowing, this overgrown lizard will learn its place today. The mages seized their cue, unleashing a devastating barrage of elemental magic, weaving ice and earth spells into a catastrophic vortex of destruction. The tempest of power hurtled toward the dragon, yet the creature remained utterly unmoved, like a statue of ancient doom. Si-Hon calmly observed the scene. Knights defending, mages attacking. Si-Hon mused that, with this lineup, he likely wouldn't even need to lift a finger. But then, the impossible happened. The powerful magical whirlwind, crafted with such immense effort, simply vanished into thin air without a trace. A wave of absolute disbelief washed over the party, freezing them in place. A collective gasp escaped their throats as their brains struggled to process the reality. Those closest to the dragon were paralyzed by profound terror. They couldn't comprehend how the beast had nullified their strongest assault as if it were nothing. A chilling realization struck them cold. This was no ordinary monster. It was an entity that transcended nature, akin to a disaster from another world. Before the stunned soldiers could even raise a shield, the great dragon launched its counterattack. A cataclysmic burst of dragonfire erupted. The attack was so immense, so utterly destructive, that the inferno crackled with arcs of raw blue lightning. Several soldiers were caught in the blast radius, their bodies instantly vaporized by the overwhelming energy. Amidst the blazing hellscape, Jeldrin emerged, a figure of sheer desperation, screaming the names of his fallen companions. As the captain grappled with the apocalyptic force threatening to consume them all, a bewildered whisper rippled through the ranks. How? How had this dragon become a god-tier calamity in such a short time? Meanwhile, Si-Hon found himself trapped in a nightmare scenario, dealing with the Count's frantic screaming as the scorching heat of death washed over them. A cold realization struck him like a physical blow. The beast was completely immune to his anomaly magic. It was just like the blaze wolves they faced earlier. He had to act, and fast. His eyes darted across the battlefield, assessing the carnage in a split second. 2 knights and 4 mages lay dead in the dirt. It was the ultimate confirmation conventional magic was useless against this monstrosity. Only 3 Black Lion knights remained standing, their breaths ragged. They knew the truth at this rate. Total annihilation was inevitable. With every other option exhausted, Si-Hon made a dangerous choice. It was time to stop holding back and unleash his true power. His priority was clear. He had to save the survivors, no matter the cost. Before another life could be lost, Si-Hon exploded into motion, unleashing a shocking combat technique. Alita froze, her voice trembling in disbelief. "How is that even possible?" she gasped, but young Xenon recognized the stance instantly. "That energy," Xenon stammered. It was the essence of the Terran legend, the signature art of the world's savior. Without a shred of hesitation, Si-Hon launched his first strike. For the first time, the colossal beast flinched. It sensed a potent, unprecedented power barreling straight toward it. Moving with breathtaking agility, Si-Hon landed a direct, devastating blow against the dragon's hide. Jeldrin and Lyle watched in stunned silence at the young man's strength. Alita stood transfixed, unable to tear her eyes away from Si-Hon's dance of destruction. Xenon wasn't surprised. He knew this technique well, the sky-breaking art, the very power used to vanquish the Emperor's monstrous creations in the legends. Xenon declared with absolute confidence that Si-Hon's power rivaled the greatest combat arts in history. Yet, a shadow crossed Si-Hon's face. As he suspected, his current combat energy was lacking. He couldn't draw out the technique's full potential yet. A swift calculation led to a grim conclusion. This was the only way to pierce the dragon's impervious scales. He had to push past his limits. Lyle watched, utterly bewildered, as the lone figure confronted the mountain-sized beast single-handedly. "Who is that guy?" he demanded. Jeldrin shook his head, admitting he knew nothing of Si-Hon's identity, save for one undeniable fact. "He's far stronger than any knight here," Jeldrin asserted firmly. His words were a desperate bid to rally his stunned comrades. Bolstered by Si-Hon's display, Xenon and Alita gritted their teeth and rushed back into the fray. Watching from the rear, Count Kelter narrowed his eyes. A flicker of recognition sparked in their dark depths. He knew that movement. A profound suspicion blossomed in his mind regarding the true identity of this formidable young man. However, the Earth Dragon was far more formidable than its appearance suggested. As Si-Hon's friends charged, the beast whipped its massive tail, a blur of scaled destruction that swept through their ranks like a hurricane. Against such a relentless assault, Xenon and Alita were helpless. They couldn't breach the defense to reach him. Si-Hon, dodging the barrage, muttered through grit teeth, "This monster is truly resilient." The dragon roared, realizing the threat this human posed. It unleashed its full, unrestrained power. A colossal column of searing flame erupted, hurtling directly towards Si-Hon. "Watch out!" Jeldrin's voice boomed, laced with raw terror. The Earth Dragon is going all out. The energy was suffocating. Si-Hon analyzed his shrinking options and realized that neutralizing magic would be futile against this intensity. He had to end this now. Our protagonist resolved to unleash a devastating combo, weaving the sky-breaking art with the thundering mountain technique. Witnessing the raw power erupting from his small frame, Alita gasped in pure awe. Meanwhile, Xenon recognized his idol's signature moves and practically vibrated with excitement. Unyielding, Si-Hon channeled the magical convergence, drawing upon the potent energy of the draconic sword. He poured every ounce of his remaining strength into one point. With a resounding surge, Si-Hon drove the magic straight into the dragon's forehead. The massive, ferocious beast staggered, and then collapsed, utterly defeated. The earth shook as the dragon's immense form crashed down, silenced and inert. A wave of profound relief washed over Si-Hon. It was a hard-won victory, yet the entire expedition force stood rooted in place, incredulous at the spectacle they had just witnessed. Even the seasoned mages were visibly shaken by the young man's godlike power. But a prickle of apprehension traced Si-Hon's spine as the dust settled. That attack revealed too much. He feared his true identity was now irrevocably exposed. But the ordeal wasn't over yet. Suddenly, the expedition leaders burst into wild cheers, lavishing praise on Si-Hon for single-handedly subjugating the Earth Dragon. In that moment, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Perhaps his secret was safe for now. Jildren and Lyle stared, utterly baffled that such a monster was merely a volunteer on a hunting trip. Si-Hon finally understood the extent of their perception. The onlookers were blind to the truth. They didn't see a myth reborn or a prophesied savior standing before them. All they saw was a skilled fighter, nothing more. Si-Hon smiled bitterly. In his prime, this dragon would have fallen to a single strike. A cocktail of nostalgia and sorrow swirled in his chest as he recalled his lost power. Yet, overriding the melancholy was sheer relief. Against all odds, he had navigated this nightmare and emerged without a scratch. Music. But the moment of peace was shattered. A shadow loomed over the savior from another world. It was Jildren, his gaze sharp as a dagger. You've been masking your true strength, Si-Hon. Your power rivals the Black Lion Knights. Perhaps even exceeds them. The captain's voice dropped, cold and demanding. With power like that, why do you masquerade as a mere ranked mercenary? The question struck a nerve. A bead of cold sweat threatened to betray Si-Hon's composure. Sensing the encroaching danger, Xenon stepped in, desperate to shield his friend's secret identity from the captain's scrutiny. Isn't concealment part of the mercenary trade? Si-Hon countered deftly, activating his Thousand Faces technique to project an innocent boy's charm. The sudden shift in aura threw Jildren off balance, deepening the captain's confusion. Finally, Jildren nodded, conceding the point. I see. You show such deference because of your friend's status as a knight. Seizing the opening, Xenon laughed nervously. Si-Hon just got lucky. That's all, honestly. He deserves a bonus for surviving. The explanation stuck. The captain, no longer suspecting he stood before a god in human form, visibly relaxed after the night's chaos. Jildren declared that, upon their return to the capital, he would personally ensure the trio received a king's ransom and rewards. Impressed by Xenon's quick wit in the face of disaster, Si-Hon offered a nod of genuine gratitude. I'm only breathing because of you. Xenon beamed, thrilled to serve his idol. Covering for you is the least I can do. He gazed at Si-Hon with awe, convinced the hero had perfectly restrained his godlike power to barely defeat the dragon. But Alita saw the truth. Her eyes narrowed as realization dawned. Why didn't you tell Xenon you've actually lost your powers? She whispered urgently. Si-Hon met her gaze, his expression hardening. Trust is a luxury I cannot yet afford. He sighed internally, relieved that his display of sky-breaking magic went unrecognized by the masses. But Alita shattered his peace. One person did notice, she murmured, her voice laced with dread. Someone sharp. Someone who knows the legends of the Savior by heart. Count Kelteron. His gaze had lingered on Si-Hon with piercing suspicion. A cold wave of anxiety washed over the protagonist the Count knew. With the Earth Dragon slain, the fanatical plot of the Second Coming cult had finally been crushed. Master, wake up. Dina's desperate scream tore through the air, but victory had demanded a blood price. 4 high-ranking mages had given their lives to bind the beast, and 2 Black Lion Knights clung barely to existence. Deep in the cave, they found the charred remnants of Lacan, grim but decisive. The mages unleashed torrents of fire, incinerating the dragon's corpse and the boy's remains until nothing but ash was left. Watching the flames, Si-Hon finally understood the mystery of the vanishing flame wolf corpses. Just like the monsters from the other world, they dissolved under arcane energy. The puzzle pieces of the attacks were falling into place. Yet, a single question gnawed at him. Why had the Alpha Flame Wolf's body remained intact that day? Crisis averted. The survivors regrouped at Zard Village. They took one night of rest before the long march back to the kingdom. But rest would have to wait. That evening, Si-Hon sought out the Count, carrying a secret that would shake the nobleman to his core. Si-Hon stepped into the room, locking eyes with Kelteron. We need to talk. Count. Music, he declared, his aura filling the room. Right now. Kelteron tried to wave him off, citing exhaustion, but his evasive behavior only fueled Si-Hon's fire. The hero's patience snapped. He roared at the nobleman, tearing down the veil of silence. Music. The Count flinched, his defense crumbling. His voice trembled, barely a whisper. You are the savior from the other world. Terror seized the old man as the words left his lips, but Si-Hon stood utterly still. I knew you'd figure it out, he said, his voice terrifyingly calm. Keltron's eyes searched the young man's face for a lie. Are you truly him, Sung Si-Hon? The one who vanished 10 years ago? Si-Hon nodded, his presence commanding. Indeed. But tell me, Count, how did you see through my disguise? You are no mere swordsman, Keltron stammered, offering a shaky explanation. He assumed the hero had forgotten, but their paths had crossed briefly during the chaos of the revolution. Your power. It feels like a shadow of what it once was. The Count was baffled. Why had the legendary savior returned to Terranor now? Keltron's mind raced, trying to decipher the terrifying implications of Si-Hon's hidden return. Perhaps he did it to escape the prying eyes of the public. Yet, Count Keltron sensed something deeper, a profound anxiety radiating from Si-Hon regarding his secret. If that were truly the case, Keltron pressed, his voice low. Does Si-Hon still harbor enemies back in Terranor? Si-Hon's gaze sharpened instantly. What makes you assume that? Keltron didn't flinch. He recounted how, after Si-Hon's abrupt disappearance to Earth, dark whispers began to circulate through the kingdom. Rumors that the other revolutionary heroes were consumed by envy of his unparalleled power. Until now, the Count admitted, I dismissed them as mere gossip, unless, of course, your supposed friends were foolish enough to send their strongest weapon away. But seeing the savior of the other world standing before me now, those old tales feel terrifyingly real. For the first time, a flicker of genuine surprise cracked Si-Hon's mask. Si-Hon marveled internally. From the simple premise of a hidden identity, the old man had deduced everything. The Count was dangerously close to the truth. How could a mind this sharp be branded with animal-level intelligence in the rumors? To test the nobleman further, Si-Hon posed a single, heavy question. Tell me, Count, what would you do if those rumors were true? Keltron faltered for a heartbeat, searching for the right words. Then, his sharp intellect kicked into overdrive. He rapidly calculated the odds. If Si-Hon and King Jengard forged an alliance, his own position at court would be secure. But then, the darker implication hit him. If the rumors of betrayal were accurate, Si-Hon was a wronged man, a vengeful god capable of anything to settle the score. Yet, one piece of the puzzle remained. Why was Si-Hon still hiding? Even for the savior, facing the 6 heroes alone presented an insurmountable challenge. Then, it clicked. If the rumors were true, the traitors might have discovered Si-Hon's identity. The hero wasn't hiding for strategy. He was hiding because he was in danger. A gasp escaped Keltron's throat. He dropped to his knees instantly, clutching at his robes, his voice cracking into a desperate plea. Save me. Si-Hon stared down, utterly bewildered by this sudden, pathetic submission. Mercy! Keltron wailed, grasping Si-Hon's legs. I have an elderly mother, a 3-year-old child. They all depend on me. If I vanish, my son will be cast into an orphanage. In that moment, Si-Hon finally understood the cruel joke about Keltron's animal intelligence. Under extreme duress, the Count's brilliant strategic mind simply ceased to function. It was a stark, pathetic contrast to the strategic genius he displayed when he felt safe. This explained his bewildering inaction during the Empire battles. Si-Hon sighed and gently calmed the panicked man. Stand up, Keltron, he urged softly. I have no intention of harming you. The words washed over the nobleman like a healing rain. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Keltron swore that, if permitted, he would dedicate his life to Si-Hon's service. It was a level of loyalty King Jengard could never dream of commanding. Si-Hon, however, had a different plan. A swirl of volatile arcane energy coalesced in his palm. The sight struck fresh terror into Keltron's heart. Before the Count could even blink, Si-Hon lunged. He delivered a swift, precise palm strike directly to Keltron's chest. Keltron recoiled, convinced he was dead. But then, no pain. What did you do? He gasped, confused. His terror gave way to bewilderment. A trump card, Si-Hon stated, a sinister edge creeping into his voice. Have you ever heard of my unique technique? Count the explosive aura? Keltron's eyes widened, desperation seizing him as the name sank in. Si-Hon elucidated the horrifying reality with cold precision. The explosive aura implants concentrated combat energy inside a victim's body, energy that I can detonate at will. It has limitations, he continued, his voice chillingly calm. It can only be active on 3 people at once, and it is useless against high-level swordsmen or mages. He fixed Keltron with an unwavering, predatory gaze. But you, old man, your life is now entirely in my hands. Once I can truly trust you, the aura will be withdrawn. As understanding dawned, Keltron actually relaxed. His hand instinctively went to his chest. I'm just happy to be alive, Keltron declared, a strange, manic relief flooding his features. Si-Hon stared, incredulous. After such a terrifying threat, the Count seemed genuinely delighted. Do you actually understand what I just said, Count? Si-Hon pressed, suspicion heavy in his tone. Every word, Kelteron affirmed. A triumphant grin stretched across his face. This means you won't kill me as long as I serve you, and I assure you, Lord Si-Hon, I would never betray you. He practically beamed with renewed zeal. I will follow any command. Consider me at your absolute service from this moment forward. Even if it means betraying your king, Si-Hon inquired, his gaze piercing through the man's soul. Kelteron scoffed, a confident, almost arrogant gleam returning to his eyes. If faced with a choice between a savior from another world and a destroyer of lands, the answer was obvious. Who in their right mind would ever choose a destroyer over a savior? He issued his challenge, conviction echoing off the cold stone walls of the chamber. Stepping out of the Count's quarters, Si-Hon found Alita waiting for him. That conversation must have been quite thorough. Alita assessed him with a sharp gaze, noting the considerable time that had passed. Si-Hon offered a silent nod of gratitude to the young woman for her steadfast vigil. Deep concern then etched lines onto Alita's face. Do you truly intend to unleash the explosive aura ability? Even in your weakened state, she pressed. Searching his expression, the young man met her eyes, deciding it was time to unveil the truth. To Alita's utter shock, the protagonist revealed the technique was a complete fabrication. Whether I can use it or not is irrelevant, he stated calmly. Because that ability does not even exist. Si-Hon clarified that combat energy cannot simply detonate at will. He dismissed it as an impractical concept, invented solely as a tool of psychological warfare. Our young swordswoman countered, insisting she had read vivid descriptions of such power in her books. Si-Hon merely smirked, confirming he had deliberately planted those very legends, ensuring the world would swallow the deception hook, line, and sinker. Alita stood frozen, the sting of betrayal radiating from her posture. In any case, Si-Hon declared, his tone steady, volunteering for this expedition served its purpose. It granted me a crucial trump card. His thoughts then shifted back to the dragon. What exactly was that beast, and why was it so eerily identical to the fiery wolves? Si-Hon mused that both the fiery wolves and the earth dragon were likely connected to the twisted experiments of the blue ivory tower. These were experiments he had only heard dark whispers about. Alita, still visibly troubled, spoke up. Something else has been gnawing at my mind. She referred to the sinister black powder Habak had utilized, forcing the heretics to divulge the dragon's hideout. Si-Hon confessed his own unease with the substance, noting its terrifying ability to bypass all mental defenses. No, that is not what I meant, Alita quickly interjected. She described a chilling sensation that washed over her the moment she saw the powder in use. A visceral horror, as if dozens of insects were crawling inside her very mouth. That menacing moment had dredged up a nightmare from her past. Struggling to articulate the revulsion, Alita confessed she had encountered that powder before. A wave of profound grief threatened to drown her as memories resurfaced with agonizing clarity. She recalled King Lilstein wielding that very same powder against the descendants of Luslan. The tyrant had deployed the insidious dust to compel them into unspeakable acts, forcing them to take their own lives and the lives of others. In this horrific display of cruelty, Lilstein had orchestrated her father's murder of her mother. He then tried to force the man to turn the blade on himself, but something unforeseen transpired. Her father had somehow shattered the hypnotic thrall. Upon discovering his wife's lifeless form, he collapsed into a despair so profound it threatened to destroy his soul. The realization of his actions was a torment beyond words. Regaining lucidity only to face his crime, the man descended into madness. It was then that the king himself executed Alita's father. Observing the carnage, Lilstein coldly concluded that no matter how repressed, the instinct against self-annihilation remained an impossible command to break. With a precise snap of his fingers, the king incinerated the corpses, leaving no trace behind. Lilstein's expression hardened as he recognized the obstacle. His grand design for complete mental domination would not be achieved easily. Meanwhile, within a dimly lit cell in the capital, Yexenard unearthed the true nature of their mission. It was not merely to subjugate a cult, but to hunt and eliminate the Earth Dragon. Keldron relayed that this formidable beast had ruled the Breach Salt region for 3 centuries, possessing power so immense that even the renowned Order of the Lion had failed to slay it. Thus, the Count had withheld the truth from Train, claiming the Earth Dragon was merely an unsubstantiated rumor spread by fanatics. At this, Yexenard's irritation flared like a sudden flame. I should never have heeded your counsel, he seethed. Had I known a beast of that caliber existed, I would have gone myself. The Count offered a swift apology, but the king waved it off with a dismissive gesture. Forget it, Yexenard commanded. There was no way you could have known it was a true dragon. Intrigued by the conversation, Captain Berkeley interjected. I heard whispers that certain individuals were instrumental in this subjugation. Keldron affirmed the rumors, adding that these warriors were so remarkably powerful, he had intended to recruit them for the Order of the Black Lion. Yet somehow, they have already pledged themselves to Count Brasalt, Berkeley drawled. his tone dripping with sarcasm. I was eager to welcome new talent, but these mercenaries evidently value coin more than honor or pride. The captain sneered at Keldron with a look of pure disdain. Trash like him wasn't even worth the breath it took to insult. I clearly overestimated them, he muttered. I thought they were soldiers, but they're barely competent amateurs. The scene shifts to the bustling heart of the capital, right outside the Count's opulent estate, inside the lavish mansion. Keldron stood before Si-Hon, reporting his progress. My lord, it is done, he announced, bowing low. I have secured a respectable title, a legitimate position, and a fortress for your operations. Is this satisfactory? The Count continued nervously. You and your companions will pose as my personal elite guard. You'll operate under false identities and reside in the secluded quarters behind the manor. Si-Hon's reaction was immediate. He flashed a sickly sweet smile and offered a mocking, theatrical bow. Oh, how wonderful, he purred dangerously. Shall we kneel and pledge our undying loyalty to you right this second? Please, don't. Keldron's face went pale, his composure shattering in an instant. I would never dare ask such a thing. His voice trembled with pure terror. Just pretending to treat you as a subordinate in public makes my heart stop. He leaned in closer, dropping his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. But there is a far more critical matter we must discuss. Trying to predict the protagonist's next move. The Count ventured a guess. Since you seek vengeance against the 6 revolutionary heroes, surely Yexenard is your next target. But to the old man's shock, Si-Hon merely tilted his head. Now, what gave you that idea? He asked coolly. A split second later, booming laughter erupted from Si-Hon, shaking the room and mocking the Count's foolish assumptions. I have no reason to take Yexenard's life, Si-Hon declared, his manic laughter fading into a chilling smirk. All he did was betray me. He threw away our friendship, incinerated our trust, and trampled on every memory we ever built together. Even so, Si-Hon murmured, his eyes darkening. Yexenard remained a friend in his own twisted way. After all, he was the one who let me return home with my life. With absolute conviction, Si-Hon stated his verdict. He would not kill Yexenard. On that point, he was unwavering. This confession opened a door to the past, revealing the ugly truth of why the revolutionary heroes betrayed the savior from another world. Years ago, the victorious soldiers of the Great Revolution cheered wildly, celebrating the fall of the tyrant king. Yet, amidst the drunken revelry, one hero sat apart, staring into the crackling campfire. It was Saffron, Tizek. A voice called out. Yexenard, the man who would one day be king, approached him. Why sit here alone, he asked, when you should be drowning in wine and glory? Saffron didn't look up. He muttered that this victory, it didn't feel like it truly belonged to them. He posed a sharp question. Who was governing this territory before we took it? Yexenard answered enthusiastically. It was Groose Emperor Berserk's own half-brother. The man fought like a demon to survive. Exactly, Saffron said. Groose must have felt utterly deceived, betrayed by the one person he trusted most. A chilling realization settled over him. It's easier to see this war not as a revolution, but as Emperor Berserk manipulating us to eliminate a political rival. Yexenard shrugged, seemingly caring only for the sweet taste of triumph. He was indifferent to the truth. Saffron sighed, mourning the loss of his friend's innocence. Yexenard scoffed. Lighten up, keep frowning like that, and your pretty face will get wrinkles. Saffron stared at him, baffled by his utter lack of responsibility. Has the thought never crossed your mind? Saffron began, but Yexenard cut him off before the words could land. You didn't even let me finish, Saffron protested. Yexenard waved a hand dismissively. No need to dwell on such heavy nonsense. He grinned, poking fun at his friend. You overthink everything. I'm just a guy who swings a sword and fights, he quipped. Despite the tension, Saffron found his friend's simple, carefree nature oddly charming, but the fear returned. Saffron asked quietly, Yexenard, what happens to the world if Emperor Berserk falls and the Empire crumbles? Music. If the Empire collapses, he continued, someone will have to rise from the ashes. Someone will become the new king of Terranor. Who do you think that person will be? Yexenard didn't hesitate. Oblivious to the weight of the question, he answered, Si-Hon, it has to be him. He's extraordinary. Besides, Yexenard added, I heard Si-Hon has no intention of returning to his world even after the mission ends. Unknowingly, Yexenard had struck the nerve that tormented Saffron, Tizek. The question burned in the young hero's mind, if Si-Hon becomes king, can we still be friends? Suddenly, Yexenard's playful expression vanished. He finally grasped the darkness clouding his friend's heart. Saffron looked him in the eye. Remember Duke Gruss, he trusted his own blood, yet he was betrayed by his brother and beheaded. If Si-Hon takes the crown of Terranor, do you really think our fate will be any different? The scene shifted abruptly. We see King Yexenard lying prone on the cold ground. It wasn't reality. These vivid memories were merely fragments of a haunting dream. visiting Yexenard as he dozed off during his training. He cast his mind back 10 years, drifting through the currents of memory, to the exact moment of that fateful decision, a choice that would irrevocably forge his destiny. Suddenly, 2 royal guards materialized from the shadows, blocking an intruder's path with urgent whispers to halt, for the king was deep in training. But the prince would not be silenced. His voice thundered through the corridor. "Have you all lost your minds?" Bang! The heavy doors to the training hall slammed open, revealing Prince Si-Hon, his face twisted in righteous fury, demanding immediate answers. King Yexenard barely spared him a glance. "It has been a while, my son," he remarked coldly, before asking with lethal indifference what he wanted. Si-Hon didn't hesitate. "I hear rumors of a new annex being built by the Palace of Southern Flowers." "Explain this madness. Why are we draining the treasury for such unnecessary extravagance?" Yexenard's sneer was palpable. "The palace heating is dreadful," he drawled with thick sarcasm. "My precious kittens require the finest warmth to survive the winter." The prince's blood boiled at the absurdity. "You force commoners into slave labor during a blizzard, or for cats?" "Look at yourself," Si-Hon shouted, his voice cracking. "How are you any different from the tyrant Emperor Berserk?" Silence fell over the room. Fear flickered in Si-Hon's eyes as Yexenard's expression twisted into something demonic. "You cross a dangerous line, boy," the king growled, his voice dropping an octave. "I will grant you mercy this once, solely because of the blood we share. But remember, familial bonds do not excuse every sin." Yexenard stepped forward, eyes glowing. "Dare to compare me to that mongrel Berserk again? Go on, try it." Si-Hon's knees shook under the crushing pressure, yet he bit his lip and found his voice. "The people are dying. This construction is bleeding the kingdom dry." He raised his head high, reaffirming his stance. "I ask you again, father, is this not the very tyranny you claim to despise? That was the final straw." "Silence," Yexenard Rodenberg roared. "You dare question the difference between my reign and the emperor's." The sheer force of his killing aura slammed into Si-Hon like a physical blow, pinning him to the floor. Disgust washed over the king's face as he looked down at his trembling son. "I have no time for the ramblings of a child. Get out of my sight." Even from the cold stone floor, Si-Hon remained defiant. "I have said my piece," he panted, struggling to rise. "I am leaving." As the doors closed, the king scoffed. "Pathetic. A few lectures and he thinks he acts the revolutionary. He is weak." The house of Rodenberg had been slaughtered, labeled traitors to the crown. Si-Hon was the last drop of kin Yexenard had left in this wretched world. But he lacks the soul of a warrior. Yexenard sneered. "Look at those slender limbs. That sensitive heart. At his age, I was already a master of the blade. We are nothing alike." "Perhaps I have been too lenient," he mused. Turning away, his thoughts shifted to the meeting at Count Kelteron's estate. Meanwhile, Si-Hon and his party arrived at their new base, an unassuming, weathered structure tucked away behind the Count's grand mansion. Si-Hon pushed the door open and froze. Whoa. The interior was a palace in disguise, dripping with incredible opulence. "This hidden entrance is perfect for covert operations," the protagonist noted. "But Count, how did you secure such a place in mere days?" Count Kelteron rubbed his neck sheepishly, revealing the truth. "Well, you see, as a bachelor, I had specific needs. I built this love nest to, entertain a lady who could fulfill my wildest fantasies." Si-Hon stared at him deadpan. "Kidnapping is a felony, you know." No, nothing like that," the old man stammered. His expression then turned serious. "In truth, my position is precarious. I am marked as a disloyal subject. If I had a known family, they would be targets. This safe house was built for their protection." Xenon chimed in, grinning ear to ear. "Good thing we moved. I just sold our old shack. Got way more than we paid for it, too." Si-Hon's eyes lit up. Finally, no more penny pinching. The Count bowed low, reminding them, "Please, remember my fortune is at your disposal as well." Kelteron, ever mindful of his survival, whispered with reverence, "You are the savior from another world. Just say the word." Hearing such unconditional support, a weight visibly lifted from Si-Hon's shoulders. Later, under the night sky, Si-Hon turned to Alita. "You did good work today. That intel was solid." But Alita's expression remained stern. "We must be careful," she warned. "True authority isn't given, it is commanded. Without a proper title or regal bearing, nobles like the Count will eventually lose respect. He must not mistake himself for your equal." The protagonist scratched his head. "I admit, court politics isn't my strong suit." "Do you truly care for such things?" he asked. Alita's eyes narrowed, reflecting a newfound ambition. "I never did before, but after seeing your true power, I am beginning to think I should." Si-Hon blinks, completely thrown off guard by her words. Sensing his confusion, the young swordswoman quickly steps in to clear the air. "It is nothing serious," she assures him. Then, her expression turns earnest. "But tell me, should Zenon and I change how we address you? Do you require more formality?" Si-Hon shuts that down instantly. Absolutely not. That is entirely unnecessary. I want you both to treat me as a friend, nothing less. Alita's face lights up, a warm smile replacing her worry as she thanks him. Composing herself, she finally asks the real question. So, why did you call me here? Si-Hon's eyes widen slightly. Right. The distraction nearly made him forget the crucial discussion ahead. He drops the bombshell without warning. Alita, how would you like to learn magic? It makes perfect sense. Even if it was indirect, she was the one who summoned him from Earth. That feat alone proves her dormant potential. In fact, her affinity for mana might even overshadow her mastery of combat energy. He presses on, watching her reaction closely. Well, what do you think? Alita freezes, hesitation flickering in her eyes. Plagued by self-doubt, she looks down. To wield magic and the sword, it sounds like a dream. But I am just an ordinary person. I doubt I could. But Si-Hon just grins, radiating absolute confidence. Why doubt yourself, he challenges, especially when you have a high-ranking mage standing right in front of you, ready to teach. He is no ordinary instructor. He is a man destined to become a divine-ranked swordsman and a master-ranked mage of the 9th floor. Wasting no time, Si-Hon shifts into instructor mode. Tell me, do you know the basics of magic? I do, Alita confirms. Si-Hon nods and begins the lesson. He explains that the foundation of magic is built upon 3 fundamental pillars. First, the language of runes. These ancient symbols hold the power to manipulate the very flow of magical energy. Second, the spell formulation. This is where raw elemental force, like fire, is shaped into a tangible breath, burning and stabilized at your fingertips. And finally, the trigger. The command phrase that sparks the reaction. For example, chanting fire magic to unleash a blazing attack. With those 3 points laid out, Si-Hon concludes the introductory theory. Don't worry about the complexity, he assures her. Once you get used to it, you can bypass these steps entirely. It just takes experience and consistent training. But then, his expression turns serious. However, even with your formidable intellect, he cautions, you cannot simply memorize magic. This knowledge must be felt. It is only truly internalized through practice. Alita flinches slightly as Si-Hon suddenly extends a hand toward the empty air. Space ripples, and a spellbook materializes out of nowhere. This is a magical record, he explains. A repository of a mage's wisdom. Consider this your first step into the abyss of magic. Alita stares in awe, her eyes wide. I have met many mages, but I have never witnessed anything like this. Si-Hon clarifies the nature of the artifact. Normally, this book is invisible to others. It serves as a mage's personal vault, holding every scrap of knowledge they have accumulated. He adds another crucial detail. In magic, even your posture can define the power of the technique. He demonstrates a specific movement. This pose is known as a hand seal or a somatic stance. Si-Hon suppresses a smirk. This unique ability to perceive the ethereal knowledge vault was exactly how he crushed the national admission exam with 0 effort. Meanwhile, Alita just stares, completely bewildered by the revelation. The young swordswoman presses him further. Is there no combat energy or magic back on Earth? Si-Hon shakes his head slowly. Earthlings cannot wield such power, he answers. But Alita's eyes spark with sudden insight. Wait, if you can use magic on Earth, it means the world doesn't reject it, even if magic hasn't developed there naturally. A flicker of surprise crosses Si-Hon's face. He hadn't considered that. I'm not sure, he admits. I never thought about it like that. Your sharp intuition is making even me curious. He explains that his talent for energy control only awakened because of the dimensional crossing. It was an anomaly, a gift normal Earthlings simply do not possess. Alita nods decisively. Then there is no one on Earth who could ever stand against you. Si-Hon coughs, a flush creeping up his neck at the praise. He rarely sees Alita this intensely curious, so captivated by the concept of his home world, fascinated by the Savior's past. She leans in. Tell me, how did you live after returning to Earth? The moment the words leave her lips, the atmosphere changes. Si-Hon's demeanor shifts instantly. His eyes grow distant, lost in the fog of memory. Slowly, Si-Hon begins to recount the chaos of his abrupt return. It happened in an instant. He materialized right in front of a famous statue in South Korea, directly amidst the roaring chaos of rush hour traffic. Within seconds, a crowd swarmed around him, a sea of smartphones raised in unison, recording the spectacle as whispers rippled through the onlookers like wildfire. Why is he naked on the ground? Is he crazy? Someone call the police. Some openly admired his honed physique, igniting a deep flush of humiliation on Si-Hon's face. Yet, burning through the shame was a far more profound torment. The agonizing sting of his friend's betrayal gnawed at his soul. A torrent of unanswered questions consumed him. Later, inside the cold interrogation room of the police station, the officer's voice cut through the haze. The detective drilled him, trying to connect the dots. Was this young man truly the naked figure found near the Guanghuaman statue? Rumors of a 3-year disappearance swirl like smoke whispers of a runaway gone rogue. The interrogating officer glares at the man who mysteriously materialized back on Earth, demanding answers. Where have you been? What in the world were you doing? Si-Hon meets the gaze with cold, dead eyes, his voice devoid of emotion. I don't remember anything. The officer's patience snaps like a twig. Don't lie to me. Stop joking around and give me the truth. The atmosphere in the room grows heavy. To escape this suffocating interrogation, Si-Hon quietly channels his mana, weaving a subtle hypnotic suggestion into the detective's mind. Under the invisible influence, the officer's hostility melts away. Convinced Si-Hon's amnesia is genuine, he softens his tone, advising the young man to seek professional psychiatric help. Emerging from the police station, Si-Hon feels a wave of disorientation wash over him. He is adrift without a compass. Yet he has discovered a crucial truth. He can still wield magic on Earth. However, exposing such power in this mundane world would only invite catastrophic complications. Then, a presence catches his attention. A car idles by the curb, waiting like a predator. It is his father. But the man's face isn't one of relief, it is a mask of palpable disgust. The scene shifts to a suffocating apartment in Daejeon, Se-Hon's childhood home. His father, the man who raised the savior of another world, is incandescent with rage. Where have you been? What were you doing? 3 years of silence, no contact, no school. His voice chokes with vicarious shame. You dropped out. You've shamed me. He thrusts a crumpled newspaper at Si-Hon, pointing to a headline that brands him with a humiliating, scandalous title. My reputation is ruined because of you. Si-Hon's heart turns to stone. This man hasn't changed a bit. He hadn't expected a tearful reunion, but to be met with verbal abuse after 3 years of absence, it is beyond the pale. During my time away, Si-Hon begins, his voice flat and distant. I truly missed Earth. I thought about returning every day, but what he missed was the internet, the television, the hum of the air conditioner, not his family, not this home. In that freezing moment, Si-Hon knows with a certainty that chills his soul his father cares only for himself. Seething, the older man barks his orders. Get your diploma, get your graduation certificate, and go study in Seoul. Stop ruining my reputation. To silence the relentless tirade, Si-Hon merely nods. I'll do as you say. But his father rages on, spewing venom. You'll only become a decent human being if you excel in your studies. If you can't even manage that, you might as well disappear again. Si-Hon simply tunes him out, dismissing the old man's words as irrelevant background noise. His mind drifts back to the blood-soaked lands of Terranor. He had fought with every fiber of his being, risked his life for a future shared with others, only to be betrayed. All that remains is an insatiable hunger to return to that world, to settle scores. Revenge simmers in his thoughts, a constant, guiding fire. A year passes in the blink of an eye. Si-Hon feigns attendance at cram school, retreating instead to his room to pore over ancient texts and magic theory, desperately searching for a path back to Terranor. Armed with forbidden knowledge gleaned from a spellbook, he manipulates reality to his advantage. He effortlessly secures his diploma and gains acceptance into a prestigious Seoul university. His father, believing Si-Hon has finally woken up to reality, beams with arrogant pride, declaring he can now walk with his head held high. Now brimming with self-assurance, Si-Hon decides it is time to address his father one last time. Having fulfilled the man's demands, he calmly informs the older man of his resolve to move out and support himself, forbidding his father from ever attempting contact again. Si-Hon's words ignite a fresh conflagration of fury. As Si-Hon walks away, the old man's shouts pursue him like a curse. You're underestimating life. You won't be able to handle things on your own. Si-Hon merely scoffs inwardly. He's underestimating the world, perhaps, but not in the way his father imagines. He possesses powers far superior to the paltry laws of modern civilization, combat energy, and magic. With his combat energy, Si-Hon finds wealth ridiculously simple to acquire. He commands the very velocity of horse races, manipulating outcomes for his own gain. In less than a year, he amasses a fortune vast enough to erase all financial anxieties forever. Yet, the ease of earthly success stands in stark contrast to his true objective. Returning to Terranor remains an insurmountable challenge. He has scarcely grazed the outermost layer of dimensional understanding. Even if he masters interdimensional transit, the sheer impossibility of pinpointing Terranor among countless realities looms over him. He begins to tell himself it doesn't matter if he fails or succeeds, for the path offers no discernible clues. At this rate, a decade will vanish, perhaps even himself. His once unyielding resolve begins to rust under the relentless assault of time and daunting reality. He even ponders if this exile is meant as a merciful end to his fervent quest, a punishment less severe than death. Gradually, he begins to broker a truce with his new existence. Human relationships, he reasons, are inherently fraught, making Lava's actions and even her betrayal somehow comprehensible. He finds himself forging excuses, constructing justifications to numb the pain of the past. It took time, but the raw edge of his fury finally dulled. To his own astonishment, the inferno of anger he swore would burn forever began to fade. He released the betrayers from the prison of his resentment, deciding then and there to never set foot in Terranor again. 7 years melted away. Si-Hon embraced his reality on Earth, severing the final threads of his vengeful ambition. Though he initially recoiled from human connection, he slowly began to forge bonds with his classmates. After his military service, even the tormenting specters of Terranor ceased to haunt his sleep, replaced instead by the mundane horror of returning to active duty. He briefly entertained the notion of wielding his overwhelming power to reshape Earth into a better world. But he had tasted the bitter fruit of reckless power once before, and the memory of its consequences still stung. Over time, however, the savior from another world found himself staring into a void of absolute boredom. With the ability to do anything, life on Earth had become a dull, gray cage. Then, on an unremarkable morning, as he paced the gym floor, a sensation pricked his senses. A strange energy, faint at first, then rapidly intensifying, called to him. It was chillingly familiar, a whisper of impossible hope. His conviction solidified instantly. This was the undeniable magical essence of Terranor. He moved with sudden, desperate speed, driven to verify this impossible sensation. Yet, a torrent of questions crashed through his mind. How? Why now? Why here? After all these barren years, he couldn't fathom the reason, but in that moment, he perceived not just a trace, but the absolute coordinates of Terranor. The dimension he had so fiercely, fruitlessly pursued was finally within reach. Slowly, inexorably, the dormant ember of hope reignited. Si-Hon felt an unshakable certainty. This time, everything would be different. He would finally breach the barrier and reclaim his home. Past failures, rendered futile by a lack of coordinates, now seemed irrelevant. This time, fate itself had decreed a different outcome. A blinding, incandescent light blossomed before him, igniting his expectations to a feverish pitch. Doubt vanished, replaced by absolute conviction. Thus, Terranor's magic was piercing the dimensional veil, manifesting right here on Earth. Yet, a nagging question arose. Did it even matter he had forsaken Terranor? He had abandoned the very idea of return. He had proclaimed forgiveness, sworn he had forgotten them all. But an ache lingered, a hollow space within his chest. The gnawing emptiness confirmed the truth. He hadn't truly forgiven them. He had simply capitulated to despair. He had mistaken surrender for absolution. No, this time he wouldn't yield. Si-Hon's conviction hardened into cold steel. He would return. He would never give up again. From that day forward, school became a mere afterthought. He immersed himself in the rigorous cultivation of combat energy and magic, channeling every waking moment into researching interdimensional travel. The resurgence of that familiar mana ignited his heart, stirring the ambition he had suppressed for so long. 10 years after his exile, a miracle unfolded. Terranor and Earth forged a direct connection. Having successfully bridged the impossible chasm, Si-Hon stood transfixed. His mind went blank, but the stupor quickly shattered, replaced by a surge of renewed purpose. A thrill coursed through his veins. He had done it. He had opened the gateway to Terranor, and with it, the dormant embers of revenge flared into a roaring inferno. Forgiveness, that will only come after I reclaim everything stolen from me. Much later, he recounted his tale to Alita. Si-Hon casually mentioned how well he had managed since being shunted back to Earth. With combat energy and magic at his command, life was simple. He downplayed the struggles, glossing over the darker aspects of a decade spent in exile. As he recounted his 10 years on Earth, his friends' faces glowed with relief, but the light-hearted mood shattered without warning. On a bright sunny day, Alita suddenly dropped to her knees, her eyes fluttering shut as if overwhelmed by an internal tremor. "Are you all right?" Si-Hon asked, concern etching his features. "I felt something strange," she replied, her voice a bewildered whisper. Si-Hon confirmed her suspicions immediately. What she felt was magic. He explained that while learning the basics was crucial, understanding how to wield the power mattered most. Confidently, he urged her to push her limits. He then revealed a secret while she focused on reaching the 3rd floor. He had meticulously hidden the summoning spells from the other world. Alita's eyes widened in surprise. "Don't you recall using a flicker of magic yourself shortly after you arrived?" He prompted gently. "You weren't eradicating the energy, just concealing it." "It shouldn't be too challenging," he explained. A smile touched his lips as he added, "Once you begin erasing your own magical traces, I will have no reason to pursue you further." The statement sparked a ripple of anxiety in Alita. If I erase my traces from the summoning spell, Will I truly be free to travel alone? She asked. Yes, he affirmed. I have no intention of shackling your freedom, Si-Hon declared, his voice firm. He emphasized her right to a peaceful existence, far removed from the chaos of others. But my path lies elsewhere, the young swordswoman countered, her eyes burning with resolve. Si-Hon paused, then nodded slowly. If you stay by my side, yes, your strength would be an asset. In all of Terranor, you are the only soul I trust completely. Your aid isn't just helpful, it is indispensable. Curiosity sparked within Alita. Tell me, she pressed, stepping closer. Once the blood is spilled and your vengeance is complete, what then? A shadow of anxiety clouded her gaze. Do you intend to remain here in Terranor? Is that still your plan? Just like 10 years ago? Everything has changed, Si-Hon replied coldly. This world holds no warmth for me anymore. He revealed the bitter truth. His return was solely to settle a debt of blood. He could only shatter the chains of the past by severing every last loose end. Only then could he truly move forward. Then, he dropped a bombshell that stunned her. Once his enemies lay dead, he would vanish from this world. He was returning to Earth specifically, to South Korea. Terror gripped Alita's heart. To cross the dimensions, she whispered, her voice trembling. Will you be forced to burn a living heart to open the gate? Si-Hon frowned, visibly irritated by the gruesome suggestion. Do you take me for a monster? Crossing from Earth to Terranor is a miracle defying the laws of physics, he explained sharply, but the return trip, that is child's play by comparison. To silence her fears, Si-Hon raised a hand. Mana coalesced into a shimmering rift, an ethereal gateway leading straight back to South Korea. The only variable, he admitted, staring into the void, is the destination coordinates. Without a beacon, the landing is random. However, since my soul belongs to Earth, I don't need a specific anchor. The world itself will pull me home. A flush of embarrassment colored his cheeks. My only worry is the exact location, he muttered, haunted by the memory of his first arrival. That is why I have already inscribed a departure formation, he added, a wry grin tugging at his lips. I have no desire to repeat my legendary debut, appearing stark naked in the middle of Gwanghwamun Square. Sensing the lingering trauma behind his jest, Alita made her decision. The blood of the Rust clan boiled with determination. I will not leave your side, she vowed. I am Alita, the cursed daughter of Emperor Berserk. This world offers me no salvation. Even if I stay, only darkness awaits me here. The young swordswoman locked eyes with him. I will be your blade. I will ensure your vengeance is absolute. But in return, I demand one thing. Her voice rang out, bold and unwavering. When it ends, take me with you to Earth. Meanwhile, a starkly different scene unfolded within the opulent gardens of King Jackson's palace. A woman of breathtaking beauty stood alone, admiring the vibrant flora. Suddenly, a voice shattered her solitude. Why does the flower of the palace walk unattended? It was Prince Ein, the king's own flesh and blood. Queen Isla's face instantly lit up, her gloom vanishing at the sight of him. The sky is simply captivating today, she murmured. But Ein, entranced by her beauty, offered a dark warning. It is dangerous for you to wander here unprotected. I am fine, Isla insisted, though bitterness dripped from her words. I am a queen in name, only a pretty ornament devoid of power. Who would bother harming a bird in a gilded cage? Her sorrow deepened. Perhaps it would be different if the king actually cared. But alas, he spends his nights drowning in the arms of his concubines. Ein smiled, a twisted satisfaction in his eyes. To be honest, my father's indifference towards you is a blessing. He pulled the queen into a forbidden embrace, reveling in the fact that his father had discarded such a treasure. Panic flared in Isla's chest. She pushed him back gently. Ein, stop. If anyone sees us, it will be the end. But the prince was drunk on desire. Let them look, he whispered, closing the distance between them. There is no one here but us. Ignoring the precipice of ruin they stood upon, Ein tightened his grip. He crushed his lips against hers, stealing a passionate kiss amidst the blooming garden. Later, as the prince continued his patrol through the mansion grounds, a chill ran down his spine. His instincts screamed of an unseen observer. Stop lurking in the shadows. Show yourself, Ein commanded, his aura flaring. From behind a massive pillar, Kelteron stepped into the light. What business do you have with me? Ein demanded. The count wasted no breath. I bring urgent intelligence that cannot wait. Elsewhere, the atmosphere was lighter. This is going to taste revolting, Si-Hon grumbled, eyeing the substance in his hand. Si-Hon immediately stepped in, eager to please. Try it with this sauce. It masks the bitterness perfectly. Si-Hon took a bite and nodded. It was a high-grade elixir, an incredibly expensive pill designed to forcefully amplify combat energy. Even Alita was impressed. The potency is terrifying. Just 2 of these a day has revolutionized my internal mana flow. Si-Hon grinned, holding up the supply. Thanks to the Count's bottomless pockets, we can pop these legendary pills like they're cheap candy. Si-Hon watched them, satisfied. The influx of resources was turning the tide. His combat energy was recovering at a monstrous rate far beyond his calculations. At this velocity, he would soon be at his peak. The final showdown with King Jackson was no longer a distant dream, it was imminent. Meanwhile, at the Count's lavish estate, a trembling maid delivered the news. "My lord, the great Si-Hon has arrived." Irritation twisted Count Keltron's face into a mask of fury. He snapped, "He is late. I summoned that fool ages ago. Why does he show his face only now?" His voice rose to a thunderous roar, an authoritarian command shaking the very foundations of the Grand Hall. "Send him in immediately," Keltron barked. His gaze swept over the maids like a predator, sending them scattering in terrifying haste. Si-Hon watched the flustered women vanish, momentarily confused by the hostility, but then the atmosphere shifted in a heartbeat. The enraged Count instantly dropped into a deep, humble bow, his forehead nearly touching the floor. "Welcome, Lord Si-Hon," Keltron murmured reverently. The hostility vanished like smoke. "You truly belong on a stage, Count," Si-Hon drawled, a sharp, sarcastic edge cutting through his tone. "If I didn't know your true nature, even I would have been fooled." The Count straightened, instantly adopting the air of a formal strategist. "Regarding your orders," Keltron said, anticipating the question, "the list is ready." With a flourish, the Count revealed the scroll. It was a meticulous compilation of the elite individuals with both the power and the moral conviction to challenge the tyrant, King Yexenard. "I am certain they will align with you against the king," Keltron asserted, his eyes gleaming with calculation. However, he leans in closer, his voice dropping. "Direct conflict merely buys other monarchs time to prepare their own defense. The true path to victory is to manipulate the board. We must topple the Yexenard regime using the unified wrath of the citizenry." A brilliant concept, is it not? But Si-Hon remained unimpressed, skepticism clouding his gaze. "The public reaction will be lukewarm given Roenberg's legacy," he mused. "Yexenard still paints himself as a revolutionary hero, after all." A strategy began to weave together in Si-Hon's mind. But obstacles remained: Yexenard's iron grip on the military and the fanatic loyalty of the Black Lion Knights. These were formidable walls to breach. Yet, amidst the armor, a distinct vulnerability flickered into view. The clandestine actions of Gelderin and Livel during the last expedition. That was the gap where Si-Hon could drive his blade. Keltron added another layer to the puzzle. And then there are the loyal aristocrats. The beating heart of his authority, Si-Hon pressed. Who controls them? Who stands at the core of that web? The Count's reply hung heavy in the silence. "Myself." Si-Hon's surprise was palpable. "The chances of success are 50-50, he acknowledged, his expression turning grim. "Possible, but far from easy." Si-Hon's finger slammed onto a specific name on the list. "This person. He is the optimal choice." Keltron nodded slowly. "I concur, but there is a massive complication." He pointed to the name, the Prince. A sneer twisted the Count's lips. "He loathes me as if I were a roach." The scene shifted to Prince Ein, his voice erupting in anger. "You truly intend to betray my father, Keltron, and you expect me to swallow these lies?" Ein's voice seethed with suppressed fury. Keltron merely found amusement in the prince's blind trust, a loyalty born of ignorance. Internally, the Count justified his treason as a necessary sacrifice for Si-Hon's grand design. Yet, he dared not reveal the true depth of the plan to the volatile prince. Visibly disgusted, Ein bristled. "How dare you speak of patriotism? You are nothing but a parasite on the lion's back." "Get to the point." Keltron instantly noted the prince's demand for bluntness. A shrewd glint flashed in his eyes as he pivoted his approach. "You are correct, Your Highness. I am indeed a parasite." His voice dropped to a confidential whisper. "But a competent parasite knows how to choose a viable host. And the king, he's a host nearing his expiration." Ein's expression turned to stone, repulsed by the brazen statement. "That is treasonous to say, even in jest," the prince retorted, his tone icy. "I am well aware of the consequences," Keltron countered, his composure unshaken. "To be perfectly frank, blind patriotism and the suffering of ants do not concern me. Yet, I am certain this path is the only one that saves the kingdom." He fixed Ein with a confident stare. "Every disloyal subject simply dreams of a long, prosperous life. What good is luxury if your head ends up on a pike?" Still unable to grasp Keltron's endgame, Ein challenged him. "My father is still young and strong." "What makes you think his reign will be short?" Keltron's smirk widened into something predatory. "That, Your Highness, is a question you already know the answer to." The old strategist launched into a brutal assessment of the king's crumbling authority. "Should he show even a sliver of weakness, the entire kingdom will shatter," he pressed, weaving his web around the prince. The era of revolutionary heroes is dead. My focus is survival. A fleeting, craven thought crossed Kelteron's mind. His original plan involved selling the nation and fleeing with his gold when the walls came down. But thanks to Si-Hon, he was forced to play the patriot. Ein's warning cut through the air. If the kingdom falls, old man, you won't be safe anywhere. Even if you stoop to selling our country, Ein continued, his suspicion deepening. Even if I became king, how does this benefit you? You would only keep your current luxury. You gain nothing new. Direct and sharp, Ein's gaze pierced through Kelteron's mask. You know exactly what I think of you. What makes you believe I would ever favor a snake like you? Kelteron, desperate to seal the alliance, threw his strongest card on the table. If you rule for the people, I will obey. If you seek only luxury and tyranny, I will serve you just the same. He drew a sharp line in the sand. Yexengard demanded greed from me, but you? What will you demand? If you were king, the prince, however, remained unmoved by the Count's silver tongue. I have spoken my piece, Kelteron declared, his tone final. The choice now lies with you, young master. The Count turned and walked away, leaving the prince alone in the suffocating silence of his own rage. Ein stood frozen, a volcano on the verge of eruption, lost in a storm of dark thoughts. But as Kelteron exited, he planted one final poisonous seed. The woman was the queen. The implication was crystal clear. Prince Ein's fury spiked with every twisted word, his blood boiling in his veins as he demanded answers. What is your game, Count? The old man's eyes flashed with knowing sarcasm, piercing right through Ein's soul. Kelteron delivered the killing blow. Only the man who wears the crown may share the queen's bed. Meanwhile, back at the mansion, Si-Hon was blissfully unaware. He was enjoying a rare moment of peace with a book, until chaos struck. A blood-curdling scream tore through the silence of the house. Si-Hon kicked the door open, panic flashing in his eyes. What is it I heard screaming? Alita stumbled forward, terror written all over her face as she cried his name. The source of the chaos was immediately obvious. The young girl, unable to control her awakening power, had nearly taken Zenon's head off. Si-Hon rushed to his friend, grabbing him by the shoulders. Zenon, snap out of it, wake up. What happened here? Alita, trembling with guilt, started to explain the disaster to Si-Hon. She explained that she had been training near the garden that Zenon had lovingly planted. The young swordswoman remembered Zenon smiling at his crops, boasting that they were finally ready for harvest. After a month of hellish training, Alita had felt a surge of confidence. She was ready to cast her first real spell. She had summoned her grimoire, determination burning in her eyes. Following Si-Hon's lesson, she picked the simplest magic possible, a basic first-floor fire enchantment. But the second she started the chant, calling the flames to her fingertips, reality warped. Alita was far stronger than she knew. Panic seized her as an ocean of mana flooded her veins, spiraling instantly out of control. Zenon, still admiring his plants, turned around just as the energy spiked. Are you all right? But he never finished the sentence. A blazing inferno hurtled straight at him. Zenon stood paralyzed, brain frozen. The massive fireball detonated inches away, blasting him through the air like a rag doll. That is what happened, Alita finished, her voice shrinking with regret. I was so scared of killing Zenon. I yanked the spell toward the plants at the last second. Zenon, however, looked like he would have preferred death. He stared at the scorched remains of his daughters, heartbroken. Innocent as ever, Alita apologized and promised to aim at him next time to save the plants. Zenon nearly snapped. No, aim for the sky, you idiot! Si-Hon looked at the smoking crater and frowned. This is strange. That wasn't first-floor magic. Looking at the devastation, the power scale didn't add up. To test his theory, he ordered her to cast the spell one more time. As Alita began chanting, Si-Hon the hero from another world watched in shock. The raw power she commanded was terrifying. He cut her off immediately. Stop, Alita. He tried to wrap his head around how a novice possessed such monstrous aptitude. The energy I am sensing, Si-Hon said, his voice dropping to a serious whisper. It rivals 5th floor spells. Maybe even 7th floor. Zenon, jaw dropped, stammered. Is your calculator broken, boss? Si-Hon shook his head. It made no sense, but talent rarely did. Terrified by her own strength, Alita begged, someone please tell me what is going on. Si-Hon broke it down. Normally, a mage absorbs 10 units of mana from nature and converts it into maybe 2 units of power. But you, Alita, you absorb 10 units like everyone else, but nothing is lost in the process. It actually amplifies. Si-Hon analyzed the anomaly. It is like you are pulling power from an infinite external source. He wondered if the higher-ups knew about this, while Alita worried that her legendary talent was actually a curse. Si-Hon's eyes bore into hers, heavy with warning. You have no control over this energy. It is a ticking time bomb. You must stop training immediately, or it will destroy you. The gravity of his words crashed down on Alita. She stared at her trembling hands. Is my power truly this volatile? But then, the fire of vengeance reignited in her eyes. I cannot take my revenge if I am weak. She looked up, her voice steady and fierce. Si-Hon, I will master this power, no matter the cost. Si-Hon watched her, stunned. A flicker of awe crossed his face. Her unwavering determination had sparked an idea within him. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. Truthfully, there is one way to tame that chaotic energy. It was a method he knew all too well. As a human, his body devoured magic like a starving beast, far faster than any Terranoran could handle. He had walked this dangerous path before. Hope flooded Alita's face, washing away the fear. To hear that this curse could be turned into a weapon brought her immense relief. Si-Hon offered his hand, but his expression remained grim. I can guide you, but the risks are unknown. One slip could be fatal. Are you willing to gamble your life? Alita didn't hesitate for a second. Yes. Later, in the shadowed luxury of the Kelteron estate, Si-Hon sought out the master of the house. Count Kelteron greeted him with a calculating smile. Si-Hon wasted no time on pleasantries. How goes the plan? Has the prince taken the bait? The count nodded slowly. Prince Ian has shown a flicker of interest since our secret meeting. The hook is set. However, Kelteron added, his eyes narrowing, the prince is cautious. He demands tangible proof before he commits to treason. A thrill of excitement raced through Si-Hon's veins. I expected nothing less from royalty. He wants a show of strength. What exactly does he want? The count leaned in, whispering the deadly terms. Ian Bean demands the head of one of the king's 3 loyal dogs. Si-Hon's brow furrowed in confusion. The king's dogs, who are they? The count explained, his voice low. Powerful puppets who pull the strings from the shadows. In the military, it is the Great Berkeley, commander of the Black Lion Knights. In the economy, it is Duke Chromatant, the wealthiest man in the kingdom and the king's own father-in-law. Si-Hon scoffed, his voice dripping with venom. And let me guess, the 3rd loyal dog is you. Count Kelteron smiled, a look of twisted pride on his face. Precisely. The count then dropped the final bombshell. Prince Ian has chosen his target. It is the commander, Berkeley. The name sent a chill down Si-Hon's spine. Berkeley was a master-ranked swordsman, a monster on the battlefield. But Kelteron waved a hand, radiating arrogance. For the savior from another world, surely this is child's play. Si-Hon conceded, but his mind raced with a new problem. I have to keep my identity secret. That means I cannot use my signature techniques. Fighting a master with one hand tied behind my back won't be easy. The count paused, a curious glint in his eye. Have you ever met the great Berkeley? Si-Hon shook his head. Never. The count's expression darkened. When he became a noble, he buried his past. But before he was Berkeley, he was known as the Butcher. Darth Wald. Meanwhile, miles away, the colossal new castle of King Jexard rose from the earth like a jagged scar. The air was filled with the sounds of misery. A black lion. Knight cracked his whip, driving the exhausted slaves to build the new Rothenburg Empire. The knight sneered, cruelty oozing from his pores. Move faster, filth. Do I need to kill another one of you to make a point? But before his whip could crack again, a shadow moved. In an instant, the tyrant collapsed, his life extinguished in a single blow. Silence fell over the crowd, broken only by a worker's raw scream. We will no longer suffer for their amusement. We are done dying for Jexard's vanity. The worker raised a fist, his eyes burning with revolution. Today, we break these chains. The Black Lion, knights recoiled in shock. Fear began to creep into their hearts. A rebellion here. Chaos erupted. The construction site transformed into a bloody battlefield as workers clashed with soldiers. A terrified knight sprinted to the command tent, gasping for air. Commander, the labor camp. It's a full-scale uprising. Berkeley sat on his throne, bored. He waved a dismissive hand. They are merely insects. Crush them. Why bother me with the tantrums of slaves? Handle it. But as the night wore on, the reports changed. These were not ordinary slaves. Many were veterans of the old Revolutionary Army. Berkeley's arrogance shattered. He knew that fighting spirit. These men would not stop until they were dead. They still have their pride, he muttered. Standing up, the commander of the Black Lions grabbed his sword. I will slaughter them myself. He marched onto the battlefield, an aura of death surrounding him. But what he saw made him freeze in his tracks. The knight stood paralyzed, staring at the figure leading the charge. The revolutionary leader raised a hand, his voice booming with authority. Fall back. I will not harm my allies. The knights trembled in pure terror as the man stepped into the light, revealing a face they knew all too well. I am Captain Dillarth, a swordmaster whose very name once paralyzed enemies with terror. However, Dillarth's defiant stand was about to be crushed by a nightmare he never anticipated. The legendary Berkeley descended, his face twisted in pure wrath at the inconvenience. Is this your idea of a revolution? A suffocating, murderous aura exploded from his body. Do you truly have the spine to defy the king's absolute command? My patience for this treason has run dry. Berkeley's eyes, dripping with venomous sarcasm, locked onto the old captain. Long time no see, Gramps. He spat the word, mocking Dilarth's age with brutal condescension. The leader of the rebellion didn't flinch. Instead, he greeted the king's dog by a name buried in the shadows of the past. I am no longer Darth Wald, Berkeley hissed, his voice dropping to a glacial chill. You will address me as the Great Berkeley. But Dilarth's resolve only solidified like steel. I never imagined I would unsheath my blade again after the world changed its shape. But for these suffering souls, I will fight. Berkeley scoffed at the declaration. You may be retired, but you are still a knight. Will you cast aside your honor and commit high treason? The accusation struck a nerve, igniting a blaze of fury in Dilarth's heart. Open your eyes and look, Dilarth roared, pointing to the wretched workers behind him. These people are dying because of your insatiable greed. Tell me, where's the honor in that? Where's the pride? Berkeley's eyes remained dead, completely unmoved by the misery of the slaves. What matters? The commander of the Black Lion Knights proclaimed cold-heartedly, his unwavering loyalty to one's liege. Enraged by such heartless indifference, Dilarth pressed the attack with words. Is this the world you truly desire? Darth Wald, the Black Lion commander stiffened, a low, dangerous growl vibrating in his throat. Do not dare let that name pass your lips again, old friend. His stance shifted, instantly ready for slaughter. He was Darth Wald no more. He was Berkeley von Ratchast, a noble title bestowed by the king himself. The correction was barely finished before he lunged with terrifying speed. Dilarth barely reacted in time. Steel slammed against steel as the two former allies ignited a duel to the death. But the tide of battle turned instantly. Berkeley's power surged like a tidal wave, his aura overwhelming. Every strike hammered Dilarth backward. A grim realization etched itself onto the revolutionary's face. Watching from the shadows, Si-Hon assessed the situation with a heavy heart. He is far stronger than before, despite their equal rank. He is a monster in human skin. True to the assessment, Berkeley unleashed a merciless barrage, breaking his former comrade's defense with brute force. A sickening thud echoed as the Black Lion finally landed the decisive blow. Dilarth reeled back, blood spraying, before crumbling to the earth. The revolution, it seemed, had been strangled in its cradle. Seeing their captain fall, a roar of pure despair and rage erupted from the workers. How dare you strike Captain Dilarth? Berkeley, embracing his ruthless nature as Darth Wald, pivoted slowly to face the uprising. His cold gaze swept over the mob, and a chilling realization dawned on him. These were no mere laborers. The killing intent in their eyes revealed them as hidden swordsmen of the Revolutionary Army. With a snarl, he charged straight into the crowd. A lion does not concern himself with the squeaking of rats. Having disposed of the leader, the commander barked his next ruthless order. Black Lion, slaughter the rest of these traitors. Without a second of hesitation, Berkeley's soldiers descended. Blades flashed in the sunlight, and the air was instantly filled with the screams of the dying. Unmoved by the massacre, the commander looked down at his old friend, broken and bleeding on the cold ground. Berkeley loomed over the fallen Dilarth, his voice dripping with absolute contempt. You are nothing but a useless old relic. You could have fled, old friend, but you shackled yourself to this filth. Why throw away your loyalty and your life for trash? Dilarth, gasping for air, managed a blood-stained, sardonic grin. A ragged, wet laugh bubbled up from his throat. You preach of knightly honor and pride, Berkeley, but you have forgotten the very reason I lit the fires of this revolution. I know exactly what you are, Darth Wald. You are no knight. You are merely an assassin, just as you have always been. Berkeley's face remained a mask of stone, devoid of remorse. Dilarth's final truth washed over him like wind against a mountain. With a single, swift stroke, Berkeley ended Dilarth's life. He sheathed his blood-slicked blade, a cold declaration falling from his lips into the silence. I told you never to call me by that name. I abandoned that life long ago. Just then, a soldier rushed forward, saluting nervously. Captain, the revolution is crushed. The armed rebels are dead, and the unarmed have been secured as hostages. Berkeley's eyes, however, burned with a demonic intent. Hostages, he snarled. The word dripped with disgust. The young soldier flinched, stammering an apology. The Black Lion, captain's gaze, brimming with pure hatred, swept over the trembling captives. They are all traitors. The only punishment is death. Why are they still breathing? But before the execution order could be carried out, a commanding voice sliced through the chaos. Royal Guards, halt immediately. It was Prince Ains, flanked by Si-Hon, striding onto the bloodied field with the weight of absolute authority. I will permit no further deaths. Berkeley's face twisted into a mask of pure outrage as Prince Ain brazenly defied his authority. Music. The prince fixed the captain with a gaze cold enough to freeze steel. I will not tolerate you harming these workers any longer. Remember your place, Captain. I am the sole heir to this throne. Berkeley sneered, a defiant challenge dripping from his tone. Music. The right to command is mine. Prince Ein, completely unperturbed, countered with chilling practicality. If you slaughter all these laborers, Captain, tell me who will be left to build my father's royal palace? We should at least wait until the work is finished. Shouldn't we? Berkeley's anger flared hotter. He realized Ein intended to let the traitors return to work unpunished, using logic as a shield. Seeing no immediate way to defy the Crown Prince without committing treason, Berkeley begrudgingly conceded. Since the young master commands it, I will indeed send the rats back to the palace construction. Ein, clearly dissatisfied but victorious, held Berkeley's gaze with an intense, unwavering stare. With a curt nod, the prince departed, his presence no longer needed in this den of wolves. Insolent brat, Berkeley muttered, his fury simmering like a volcano ready to erupt. He watched Ein and Si-Hon disappear, musing aloud to the empty air. Order demands an iron fist. How could a tiger like the Kingsire such a toothless kitten? Meanwhile, having distanced themselves from the danger, Ein turned to Si-Hon. What do you make of Berkeley? I cannot fathom how a hero of the Revolutionary Army fell so far from grace. Si-Hon, already far too familiar with the captain's twisted nature, replied, He hasn't changed, Your Highness. He simply removes anyone who impedes his path, precisely as King Jexar desires. Our protagonist added darkly, This is the only form of justice a man like Berkeley understands. Ein's eyebrows rose in genuine shock. You speak as if you knew the former Captain Darthald personally. Si-Hon, caught off guard, flushed with sudden embarrassment. Quickly recovering his composure, he stammered, It is merely what I overheard from the Count. Ein mused, a touch of surprise coloring his voice. Keilther, how curious that he would speak so openly. Then his gaze turned razor sharp. Ein Music asked, Tell me, Si-Hon, how did you find yourself entangled in this dangerous game? Our protagonist met the prince's eyes with unwavering resolve. I simply believe I am better suited to aid the throne than anyone else. So, I offered my life to your cause. Ein studied Si-Hon, weighing every syllable. I have never heard such a declaration, he admitted, a hint of bitterness seeping into his tone. I only ever hear gossip, comparing my father to a majestic tiger and me to a subservient dog. Seizing the opportunity to cement Ein's trust, Si-Hon offered a confident, charismatic smile. The dog prince is humanity's most loyal companion. Dogs are, after all, the most useful creatures in history, he continued, his voice steady as a rock. King Jexar is undoubtedly a tiger, a terrifying ruler, but I, for one, would prefer to serve a benevolent kitten over a roaring lion that eats its own. Ein's trust began to solidify into something real. The prince observed Si-Hon, finding him to be an increasingly intriguing enigma. The more they spoke, the more his confidence in the young man grew. Yet, a shadow of worry crossed Si-Hon's face. Music. Darthald's ancient words echoed in his mind. Was this current world truly what they had envisioned? The price of making traitors pay often meant shattering the comfort and peace of the present. An annoying irritation settled within his chest. The thought of disrupting such tranquility for the sake of personal vengeance weighed heavy. Still, a quiet gratitude for Jexar's tyranny remained. It had solidified his resolve for revenge rather than sowing doubt. Meanwhile, in a bustling tavern, the atmosphere shifted. The easygoing den of workers eating and drinking gave way to palpable irritation. Tension thickened in the air. Their resentment stemmed from the sight of Captain Berkeley and his Black Lion Knights reveling loudly at a nearby table. The captain, their boisterous and cruel leader, turned to his subordinates. Have any of you heard about the rabble from the construction camp? One general, bewildered, asked, What happened? Captain, I have heard nothing of it. Berkeley scoffed, addressing the younger man with disdain. The prince has requested a new residential building and extra supplies for those filth. Do you think I permitted such a thing? His tone dripped with venomous sarcasm. I was vehemently against it, rewarding them for their transgressions. It makes no sense. Anyone with a brain would see that as an open invitation to revolution. The generals nodded in sycophantic agreement, reinforcing their captain's brutal stance. Music, that is precisely why you should rule with an iron fist. Captain, those peasants are nothing but poor, defenseless fools. Just then, an unexpected threat materialized from the shadows. A dark projectile streaked through the tavern's doors, flying with lethal precision toward the Black Lion Knight's table. An arrow, swift and silent as death itself, hurtled directly at the captain's face, freezing every patron in the tavern. Yet Berkeley remained unfazed, not a single flicker of fear crossing his features. His generals, however, erupted in desperate shouts. Captain, dodge quickly! Then, an astonishing feat of martial prowess unfolded. With a mere twitch of his head, Berkeley shattered the incoming arrow against his own forehead, splintering the shaft into a dozen useless pieces. His generals, awestruck, roared their praise, marveling at their leader's monstrous durability. A sarcastic smirk played on Berkeley's lips. The monster was just getting started. The captain smirked, clearly amused. To thread an arrow through that tiny gap with such precision? It reeked of high-level combat aura. Berkeley, arrogant in his own might, signaled his Black Lion generals, Come, Let's see which fools are courting death today. He strode from the tavern, dominating the street. His sheer presence radiated an absolute, unshakable confidence. He paused, fear absent from his eyes, but a flicker of surprise registered as he noticed a crucial detail. A clumsy decoy, no. The realization hit him like a physical blow as his gaze locked onto the true assassins. There stood Si-Hon, living under the alias Schonstein, flanked by his steadfast ally, Si-Non. Berkeley's brow furrowed in disgust. Who holds your leash, the prince, or that spineless coward? Kilaron. Si-Hon's eyes burned with grim resolve. Think what you want, Berkeley. The only certainty is that you die tonight. To secure Prince Antis's trust, failure was not an option. Mana surged into the young man's blades as he prepared to slaughter the captain. Berkeley threw his head back and laughed. Spirited for a brat, shame your stupidity outweighs your courage. He didn't even bother drawing his weapon. Trusting implicitly in his elite guard, the captain left the trash to them. 2 whelps against my Black Lion generals. Suddenly, a subordinate lunged Xenon, expecting a slow tank, barely reacted to the explosive speed. Berkeley sneered, watching the ambush. Go easy on them, men. I need them alive for a questioning. But the command died in his throat as the scene shifted. Berkeley's eyes widened. Something was fundamentally different about Xenon. Si-Hon's friend recovered with terrifying speed, launching a counterattack so fierce it sent a chill down the captain's spine. Simultaneously, Si-Hon became a blur of motion, engaging the second knight in a dance of death. The general unleashed a storm of steel, but Si-Hon wove through the attacks like a phantom, dodging every strike. Slippery little eel, the general roared in frustration. Watching the stalemate, Berkeley's arrogance shattered. He had gravely underestimated them. These weren't amateurs. Their skills perfectly matched their audacious confidence. The captain's voice cut through the chaos. All units suppress them. I need them breathing. Si-Hon signaled Xenon instantly. We're compromised. It's all 4 of them, Si-Hon warned. They were facing the full might of the Black Lions. Xenon frowned, parrying a heavy blow. 4 against 2, is this the famous honor of the knights? A general spat back, furious. You speak of honor while attempting assassination. Xenon simply nodded, accepting the irony. Si-Hon scanned the encirclement, his expression grim. An iron wall. They're tightening the noose. Escape is impossible, the generals boasted, closing the distance. Realizing capture was too risky, the killing intent spiked. Forget taking them alive. One charged, his blade screaming through the air. But Si-Hon moved before the muscle even twitched. He had seen this coming. Having memorized the Black Lion battle manuals, Si-Hon had predicted every angle, preparing the perfect counter. The general dropped his shield to strike a fatal error. Si-Hon lunged into the opening. Yet, the veteran knight twisted at the last second, forcing a messy clash that jarred the young man's bones. But the attack was a feint Si-Hon, and Xenon didn't strike the man they surged past him through the gap. Run not today. Si-Hon barked the order, and they propelled themselves into a desperate sprint for survival. Cowards, the generals roared, their pride wounded. Don't let them vanish. The 4 elites exploded into motion, fueled by rage and the desperate need to crush the fugitives before they disappeared. We don't need wind arts to catch rats, one scoffed. They have nowhere to go. Yet, as they gave chase, another general noticed something disturbing about their quarry. Look at their speed. They move as if gravity doesn't exist. Their gear weighs nothing to them. Si-Hon and Xenon dove under the bridge, vanishing into the shadows to break the line of sight. Silence fell. They seemed to have shaken the tail. But in this world, silence is just a prelude to danger. The generals emerged from the gloom, sealing the exits. That path has been blocked for years, one sneered. Rat in a trap. Berkeley stepped from the darkness, dripping with disdain. Amateurs, did you really think that path was open? The rooftops were your only chance, the lead general mocked, savoring the moment. To hunt a knight captain, you need brains, not just blades. Now pay the price. But fear was absent from their faces. Si-Hon simply shrugged, a terrifying calm in his eyes. Oh, we were cautious, exactly cautious enough. Cautious. He locks eyes with Berkeley, a cryptic smile curving his lips. Did you really think we planned to handle everything alone? The shadows swirl, and a silhouette steps forward. To everyone's shock, the young swordswoman, Alita, emerges from the encroaching darkness. Berkeley stares, utterly baffled by their strategy. The generals, blind to Alita's true potential, immediately begin to jeer and mock her. Is this your grand trap? A high-ranking swordswoman sneers. Even Captain Berkeley lets out a harsh, derisive laugh. But suddenly, the air shifts. A chill runs down his spine as he notices something undeniably strange about the girl. An unexpected energy explodes from Alita. Berkeley's laughter dies instantly. This terrifying pressure is not combat energy. It is something far worse. The young descendant of Luskaland closes her eyes, recalling the teachings of Master Si-Hon. If you cannot control your overflowing mana, Channel it into advanced magic. Let your innate power unleash your full potential. In that instant, Alita releases a cataclysmic blast of power directly at Berkeley and his generals. The attack manifests as a blinding torrent of destruction, the blazing bright light, arcane explosion. The devastation is absolute and breathtaking. Even Alita's eyes go wide, shocked by the godlike power she just commanded. But victory comes at a cost. A wave of vertigo hits her, and her body goes limp as she begins to fall. You expended too much mana, Si-Hon explains, catching her gently before she hits the ground. You are tapped out until you recover. Think of it as spending your entire daily salary at once. Alita, still dazed, stares at him blankly, the analogy flying over her head. Si-Hon watches, his jaw dropping at the sheer scale of his friend's raw power. There is nothing left of the knights, he murmurs, relieved to avoid a mass melee. But Si-Hon shakes his head. Alita annihilated them because the magical defense wall was brittle. It looked stable, but it failed to disperse the kinetic force. No swordsman, he adds darkly, can stop high-tier magic with mere iron. Suddenly, a presence flares in the smoke. Not everyone has fallen. Berkeley, scorched and trembling with rage, staggers to his feet. How dare you attack me? His roar shakes the ground. Si-Hon flinches, unnerved by the captain's monster-like durability. Si-Hon narrows his eyes. This opponent is in a different league. Seeing Alita's exhaustion, he barks an order. Step back, Alita. He turns to Si-Hon. It is time for Plan B. He recalls his training lessons. A master of Jackson's caliber can read an opponent's style from the faintest traces of their strike. Si-Hon's confidence surges. The captain is a spear specialist. Now wielding a sword, Berkeley is fighting at a fatal disadvantage. If he keeps using that sword, this victory is mine, Si-Hon declares. Berkeley scoffs, hearing him. Is that your entire strategy? Fool, he sneers. You are right about the spear, but your ignorance will get you killed. Berkeley rips off his heavy cape, wrapping the thick fabric tightly around his blade. Si-Hon and Si-Hon exchange bewildered glances. What is he doing to their shock? Berkeley explains. A master-rank warrior can harden even soft cotton into steel, transforming it into a lethal weapon. His killing intent spikes, radiating pure menace. I hope you brats have made your peace. His voice drops to a chilling whisper as a terrifying aura erupts. I will torture you to death with this spear. The realization hits Si-Hon like a truck. It is not just a trick. Berkeley has mastered Jexengard's explosive art skill. A wave of regret washes over Si-Hon. He failed to anticipate the lethal combination of spear mastery and the king's formidable magic. His mind snaps back into focus. Si-Hon addresses Si-Hon, his voice shaking but firm. I have to sit this one out. His power is too overwhelming. I would only be a burden. Si-Hon counters, his gaze intense. This is no longer a spar. From this moment on, I am fighting with everything I have. Before Si-Hon can finish, the captain lunges a blur of deadly intent. Berkeley unleashes a strike meant to decapitate. Yet, Si-Hon deftly sidesteps death by an inch. Talented indeed, the captain sneers, unleashing a barrage of attacks. But skill is useless for a coward you cannot win. Si-Hon braces himself, absorbing the relentless fury of the Black Lion's captain. His mind races, calculating a counter. The mountain-breaking art is useless here. It is too slow. Against such crushing power, with his best techniques sealed, one mistake means death. Caution is paramount. Seizing a microsecond opening, Si-Hon leaps back, creating crucial distance from Berkeley's storm of steel. His earlier analysis clicks into place. A decisive plan forms in the chaos. I will meet you head on, Si-Hon declares. The bold statement catches Berkeley completely off guard. A golden aura begins to rise from the young man, screaming with intensity. As Si-Hon unleashes his combat energy at 100%, a primal terror finally grips Berkeley's heart. He couldn't comprehend the reality shattering before him. Berkeley's arrogant sneer faltered, dissolving into uncertainty. He had fatally miscalculated. This young man was not prey. He was a predator of equal standing. A cold flicker of caution replaced his foolish bravado. I intended to toy with you a while longer, he growled, clutching at the shreds of his pride. But plans have changed. I will end your miserable existence right now. Convinced victory was still within his grasp, despite his exhaustion, the captain unleashed his ultimate technique. The explosive destruction art roared forth, a torrent of annihilation aimed at Si-Hon, who stood rooted like a mountain. Yet, on Si-Hon's face, there was not a shadow of fear. In a blur of motion, he struck a lightning-fast counter that unleashed the Tyrant King's flood art. Berkeley's mind spun in shock. How could a mere youth wield such catastrophic power? Berkeley's logic crumbled. His devastating full power strike had been nullified with terrifying ease. Before the shock could fade, Si-Hon lunged again. A second strike, too fast for the eye to follow, too lethal to evade. The consequences were horrifyingly instant. Berkeley stumbled back, drowning in despair as he stared at the gruesome reality his arm had been severed in a single heartbeat. The once mighty captain of the Black Lion Knights let out a shriek, a primal, pathetic sound. He clutched the mangled stump where his limb once was, reduced to a weeping coward. But through the haze of agony, a chilling realization pierced his soul like a blade. This overwhelming pressure, this devastating art, it could only belong to the Tyrant King. It all makes sense now, he gasped, the puzzle pieces locking together. So young, yet a monster in human skin. Why was I so blind? With a voice rasping like sandpaper, Berkeley uttered a declaration that froze the blood of everyone present. You are the successor to the mercenary king, Barak. Si-Hon listened, silently correcting the error in his heart. While Berkeley's assumption had logic, the art was not crafted by Barak. It was the legacy of his grandfather, a power far more ancient. It would be convenient to let you die believing that, Si-Hon replied, his voice terrifyingly calm. But that wouldn't be justice. We were once comrades. Berkeley, I will grant you the final dignity of knowing exactly whose hand sends you to hell. The words of the savior from another world struck Berkeley with the force of a physical blow. His entire life flashed before his eyes in a kaleidoscope of regret. The famed captain of the Black Lions finally understood the monumental entity standing before him. Berkeley crumpled to his knees, his spirit utterly broken before his executioner. A name, barely a breath, escaped his trembling lips. Sung. Recognition dawned, sharp and horrifying. He looked up, eyes wide with madness. Are you the captain of the storm troop? Si-Hon watched as Berkeley sprawled in the dirt, clutching his gushing shoulder. The fallen knight repeated the question, his voice raw with pure desperation. Si-Hon paused, a distant memory stirring in the depths of his soul. It felt like a lifetime had passed since anyone had called him by that title, captain of the storm troop. He met Berkeley's pleading gaze, his voice cold as the grave. I have witnessed your atrocities. This is not the world we fought and bled to create together. His tone was formal, heavy with the weight of betrayed ideals now that his identity was laid bare. Berkeley stammered, panic seizing him. Sir, I was only following King Yexenard's orders. I knew nothing of the true cost. You did exactly as you pleased, Sung retorted, sarcasm dripping from every syllable. And now you try to shame your king. This cowardly begging is hardly the conduct of a knight. Clinging to a sliver of hope, Berkeley groveled in the dust. I am unworthy. I will abandon the title of Great Berkeley immediately. Just spare my life. Despite the man's pathetic admission of his own depravity, Si-Hon did not hesitate. He moved to strike. Our protagonist moved to decisively end Berkeley's reign of cruelty. Beside him, Zenon and Alita watched in silence, their eyes void of judgment. I am here for personal vengeance. I have no interest in discussing the greater cause or politics in this moment. Si-Hon's voice was firm, finalizing the verdict. He knew the sins Berkeley had committed in the king's name. It would be a mercy to the world if this man simply ceased to exist. Just as his words faded, the first of the king's soldiers burst onto the scene. It was the beginning of a conflict that would irrevocably alter the fate of the Yexenard kingdom. Panic seized the capital of Late Nell. News spread like wildfire. Captain Berkeley and 4 of the 6 Black Lion generals had been slaughtered. Even King Yexenard sat stunned on his throne as the reports poured in. With a furious roar, Rothenberg ordered his soldiers to hunt down the assassins with Godspeed, vowing to tear them apart with his own hands. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Count Kilteron faced Prince Ein. Are you satisfied with the proof of Berkeley's elimination? A pleased smile curled on Ein's face. The situation is most favorable, Kilteron. With the board said this way, many will flock to support our coup. The Count leaned in, voice low. When you take the throne, drafting a new path will be far simpler. You have a talent for delivering on your promises, old man, the young prince responded, a dangerous ambition in his tone. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a knock at the door signaled the maid's arrival. Lord Kilteron, your guests are here. Prince Ein turned to the Count. Are these the individuals you spoke of? They are. These are the very names from Aru's list, Kilteron confirmed. The 2 guests entered, looking apprehensive and curious, finding the Count's sudden summons deeply unsettling. 2 solitary figures remained the last standing generals of the prestigious Black Lion Order. Gelder broke the silence, voicing the suspicion hanging in the air. The Count's invitation is clearly a leash to keep us close now that we've ascended to captaincy. But given his massive influence in the kingdom, refusing was never an option. Still, it is unsettling. Our acquaintance from the pagan campaign hasn't aged a day since those bloody times. Laville murmured in agreement. But the moment they stepped into the Count's private chambers, Gelder froze, his body flinching instinctively against an unseen pressure. Suspicion turned to confrontation. The newly appointed captain locked eyes with Count Kelteron. Are you out of your mind, old man? Is this truly your proposal? The Count's response was chillingly calm. I am deadly serious, and I sincerely hope both of you will join me in this revolution. Yexengard has lost the mandate to rule. Is it not the highest honor for a knight to pledge his sword to a new, more worthy sovereign? Fury contorted Laville's face. This is treason. How dare you speak of such treachery? We have every right to drag you before Lord Rothenburg for this. The Count maintained his eerie composure, slowly revealing his trump card. Go ahead, but the king will never believe a word you say. Not after he discovers you accepted a bribe of 300 gold coins from the ivory tower. Enraged by the blatant blackmail, Laville drew his blade, the steel thirsting for blood. I will silence you forever. But before he could strike, a beam of concentrated energy tore through the air. The surprise attack slammed precisely into Laville's arm, halting his lethal strike in an instant. The captain stumbled back, terror gripping his heart. Who possessed the power to injure him so easily? Suddenly, a shadow detached itself from the darkness behind them, morphing into the figure of Si-Hon. The young man stepped into the light, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. The ivory tower is truly stingy, giving you 300 coins each, while I only received 10. Laville and Gelder gasped, their eyes widening in shock at his identity. Radiating the aura of the Thousand Changes art, Si-Hon approached with unwavering confidence. He knew exactly how to bend these new captains to his will. You filth! How dare a mere guard knight raise his blade against the captain of the Black Lion Order? Laville seethed, his eyes burning with humiliation. Si-Hon's reply cut through the tension like a knife. You really need to relax. I never understand why you nobles always fall back on the same tired cliches. The youth from another world decided words were useless. It was time to teach them a lesson in fear. Si-Hon unleashed his formidable combat energy. The room was bathed in a suffocating ethereal glow, leaving both veteran captains paralyzed with dread. Laville gasped, a guttural whimper escaping his throat as the sheer weight of the aura crushed him. As Si-Hon took a single step forward, Laville's legs betrayed him. He collapsed to the floor, reduced to a trembling mess. Gelder, the supposed leader of the Black Lions, finally connected the dots regarding this monstrous pressure. It was you. You are the one who killed Captain Berkeley. Si-Hon's cold gaze bored into the man. Why the sudden politeness? I thought you were both merely opportunists, but perhaps I was wrong. Count Kelteron interjected, sensing the volatile atmosphere. He addressed Si-Hon with reverence. A person should be flexible in their choices and mindset. That is the true beauty of humanity. Please, old man, do not degrade the definition of beauty with your twisted logic. Si-Hon's voice dropped to absolute zero. Seeing the young master's displeasure, Kelteron paled, genuine terror flashing in his eyes. It was just a joke, sir. Gelder stared, dumbfounded. The powerful Count was actually afraid of this boy. Still on the ground, Laville managed to stammer through chattering teeth. Si-Hon, who exactly are you? Recovering his composure, Kelteron answered the unspoken question that hung in the air. This young man is the successor of the mercenary king, Barak. Si-Hon inwardly replayed the chain of events that led to this misunderstanding. He had used the Tyrant King's art against Darth Wald, leading them to falsely conclude he was Barak's disciple. A brilliant plan sparked in his mind. He would embrace this charade, using the Tyrant's art to his advantage while keeping his true identity shrouded in shadow. Si-Hon had just finalized his scheme to maintain his guise as Barak's disciple, when Kelteron, as if reading his very thoughts, interrupted him. I have already anticipated everything, young master. The Count produced a meticulously prepared dossier, detailing a fabricated history that cemented Si-Hon as Barak's legitimate successor. He had already sanitized every detail concerning the identity of Si-Hon Stein, ensuring the entire kingdom would swallow this audacious lie. A glint of respect entered Si-Hon's eyes. Now I truly comprehend why the king held you in such high regard. Count Kelteron offered a wry, fox-like smile. I am exceptionally useful, young master, an unparalleled expert in deception and the subtle art of fraud. Armed with Kelteron's masterfully crafted narrative, they turned their attention back to Captain Gelder. The knight finally crumbled, acknowledging the raw power that had brought him to his knees and accepting Si-Hon as the mercenary king's heir. Yet Gelder, clinging to the remnants of his pride as a newly promoted captain, tried to stand firm. I am no trash to betray my honor and loyalty. I cannot abandon my sworn duties as a subordinate of the king. Kelteron, however, countered with a snake-like smoothness. At no point have I asked you to be disloyal to the kingdom. I ask not for treason, but for a higher loyalty. A loyalty to serve the one true king. Geldar's shock sharpened into a razor-edged question. Speak plainly. Old man, who is this true king? But before Count Keldarin could answer, the heavy doors creaked open. A new shadow entered the chamber. An aura of absolute command filled the room, crushing all resistance. I require your blades to save the future of this nation. Geldar and Liel froze as if struck by lightning. Their eyes widened, breath catching in their throats as realization hit. Instinct took over. They dropped to one knee, heads bowed low in reverence before His Majesty. The true successor to King Jengard. Prince Ein stood before them. He was the linchpin of this revolution, declaring their coup not a crime, but a righteous crusade for the people. His gaze pierced through them as he addressed the captains of the Black Lions. Will you lend me your strength, captains? With their loyalty sworn in blood and iron, Jeldar and Lyal departed Count Keldarin's opulent estate. Si-Hon watched them leave, a satisfied hum vibrating in his chest as he replayed the negotiations. We broke them perfectly, he mused. A cocktail of exploited weaknesses, subtle blackmail, and a twisting of their own justice. Masterful. Suddenly, Xenon's voice shattered his tactical trance. Dinner time, Alita chimed in immediately, nagging him to eat now that the scheme was complete. Si-Hon jumped, completely unaware his friends had been watching. A flush of embarrassment crept up his neck at being caught monologuing. Alita, ever the pragmatist, wagged a scolding finger at him. We aren't leaving until you eat. Wasting food is a grave sin. You know. Xenon, mouth already full, offered high praise. Count, your chef is a miracle worker. Keldarin offered a dignified nod. I am quite particular about my sustenance. The Count replied. One developed standards after surviving the culinary nightmares of the Revolutionary War. As Si-Hon's mind drifted back to his vengeance, calculating the promotions for Jeldar and Lyal, a gap in the plan emerged. Who holds the commander's seat now? Keldarin anticipated the question. Of the 4 original captains, only the monsters remained Keller and Droth. Their strength alone warranted dual promotions. He leaned in, his voice grave. They were chosen for a reason. They are the deadliest knights the kingdom has to offer. Xenon frowned, pointing his fork at Si-Hon's full plate. You haven't touched your lobster, son. Is it not to your liking? Si-Hon snapped out of his dark thoughts, masking them with a faint smile. It's my favorite. Xenon. I merely saved the best for last. But his mind was still dissecting the corrupt regime as he gestured to the food. The main course must be savored slowly, he murmured, his eyes cold, just like a meticulous plan for destruction. Keldarin produced another scroll, listing key figures already snared in Si-Hon's web. He nodded with approval. Indeed. Music. The coup moves faster than anticipated, Si-Hon observed. The pieces are falling into place. Keldarin scoffed bitterly. It only proves how many suffer under the king's tyranny. The people are desperate for change. But for total victory, young master, we require one final ally. We need Viscount Crumble. Si-Hon's brow furrowed. The man known as the kingdom's golden symbol, Keldarin confirmed it. The Viscount possesses wealth that rivals the crown, music, but his true power lies in his trade web. He holds the nation's economy in his palm. Si-Hon sighed. Turning a man like that won't be easy. Keldarin, however, offered a sly smile. Oh, he's already ours, but he demanded a single difficult condition, a personal favor. Si-Hon's interest sharpened. Name it. Viscount Crumble desires Alita to mentor his youngest daughter. The revelation hit Si-Hon like a physical blow, sending him into a coughing fit as he choked on his wine. Alita teaching. Si-Hon gasped for air. Is she capable of that? The Count merely raised an elegant eyebrow. To reach her rank at such a tender age is a prodigy's feat. The Viscount's daughter is in desperate need of guidance. He has undoubtedly heard rumors of the Silver Knight's prowess. Si-Hon considered this. True, female knights of her caliber are a rarity in Terranor. The Viscount must be desperate. But as Si-Hon connected the threads, a strange sense of déjà vu washed over him. Keldarin dropped the final bomb. You have met her before, actually. She was present during the night raid against the cultists, Bazik. The memory slammed into place. The savior from another world panicked. Wait, is it that girl Dina Crumble, the one who bashed me on the head? Keldarin looked genuinely confused. Bashed you on the head? Whatever do you mean, young master? Realizing he almost exposed a humiliating secret, Si-Hon waved his hands frantically. Nothing, just a meaningless nightmare. Forget I spoke. Meanwhile, Alita, who had been listening with intensity, gasped. Me a mentor. Si-Hon tried to frame it. Well, imagine a grandmaster trying to teach a novice. The gap is immense. However, if you wish to refuse, say the word. The Viscount is already bound to our cause regardless. Logic ruled Alita's mind as she cut to the chase. If he has already joined us, is the specific condition of House Crumble still valuable? It is not just about Crumble himself, Si-Hon clarified with a knowing smirk. Dina's mother hails from a bloodline far more terrifying than the Viscount's. He laid out the hidden truth. Count Salat, her maternal grandfather, is royalty within the Lilstein kingdom. Unlike the Viscount, their business empire spans all of Terranor. They are indispensable. Building on the magnitude of Count Salat's vast dominion, Si-Hon revealed the ace up his sleeve. With Dina's influence, our travel and lodging become effortless, no matter where we tread. Alita's eyes widened in realization. Stunned by the depth of Si-Hon's intel on the Crumble family, she listened as he clarified that this information came straight from Count Kielder. The descendant of the Lusklin Empire pressed Si-Hon. She needed to know the true risks of mentoring Dina. Si-Hon did not sugarcoat it. He admitted to Alita that their true identities hung in the balance. We could be exposed, me as the savior from another world, and you as the heir to the Lustlin bloodline. A shadow of dread darkened Alita's face as the weight of the consequences crashed down on her. Si-Hon drove the point home. The danger is far greater for you. It would expose you as the last direct descendant of the formidable Lustlin Empire. Alita fell silent, her gaze drifting to a distant thought. To Si-Hon's surprise, she finally declared, "If that is the reason, then I accept." Caution had been drilled into her. The young swordswoman recalled her father, Karen, warning her to question every soul that entered their lives. Doubt is the most effective way to truly understand another person, Alita explained with conviction. Blind trust is no different than having no trust at all. She insisted that even with allies, one must never stop analyzing them. For that very reason, she was ready to face Dina. Her words struck Si-Hon like a physical blow. A ghost from his past resurfaced, echoing Alita's philosophy. He remembered the deafening cheers of his comrades after every victory. He recalled Elva's passionate vows of eternal love. He had given them absolute trust, believing they felt the same. The scenes replayed in his mind like a twisted nightmare. Friendship, love, unwavering confidence. It had all felt so real, but a chilling question clawed at his heart. Had there really been no signs? He realized he might have failed to understand his friends, blinded by the illusion of trust. A wave of self-blame washed over him. Perhaps he simply had not strived hard enough to see what his team truly thought of him. Alita noticed the savior drowning in his dark introspection and gently called his name. Si-Hon jolted back to reality. "Apologies," he muttered. "I was just reflecting on the past." Music. With a renewed fire in his eyes, Si-Hon invited his friend. "Let us go meet Dina. We will see if she is worthy of trust, or if betrayal awaits us should she learn the truth." He looked at Alita. "Do you truly not trust people? Even after your father's teachings?" Alita gave a cryptic reply. "We do not always obey." As they left their quarters, Si-Hon's voice turned cold as steel. "Make no mistake, I will never abandon my revenge, no matter what stands in my way." They arrived at the Viscount's mansion courtyard. Dina was already there, vibrating with eagerness. She pledged loyalty to her future master. "I will do my absolute best to follow your teachings." Alita, still unused to such reverence, offered a shy greeting. "It is a pleasure to meet you." Si-Hon nudged Xenon, whispering a sharp observation. "She seems awfully excited for someone who picked Alita as a last resort." Xenon chuckled softly. They looked like sisters. The tension dissolved into anticipation. Alita, stepping into her role as master, commanded her student, "Music. We begin training immediately." Dina's mind flashed back to her father's resistance wall. The Viscount had scoffed at Alita, dismissing her as a mere fighter-rank swordswoman. He claimed he could buy a better teacher for his daughter, but Dina had fought tooth and nail to convince him. She had seen the hidden potential. Dina had screamed at her father, "Alita is super, music, ultra amazing." Back in the present, Alita drew her blade. "Shall we begin with sword strikes?" The girl, thrilled to finally have the master she chose, shouted a resounding affirmative. Alita wasted no time. She unleashed a flurry of strikes on the training dummy, moving like liquid death. Her disciple was not just impressed, she was mesmerized. Dina gasped. "She is even cooler than I imagined." Alita felt a hot blush creep up her neck as the girl simply could not stop staring with stars in her eyes. Dina's mind raced with admiration for her teacher's defined muscles and raw power. She remembered a key fact. Normal armor is useless against a fighter-rank warrior. Staring at Alita, Dina vowed to reach that same legendary level. Alita shifted her weight, growing uneasy. The weight of such intense worship was heavier than any sword. Dina's eyes burned with determination. "If I reach knight rank, I'll be able to reinforce metals with combat energy, just like Xenon." Xenon flinched, unnerved by the girl's hunger for power. But Dina wasn't done. "A master-rank swordsman can reinforce anything. I want to reach that apex, just like the legendary Si-Hon." Alita and Xenon exchanged weary glances. Their young disciple's boundless enthusiasm was exhausting. Si-Hon watched silently, wondering where this girl found such bottomless willpower to pursue absolute strength. Alita, piqued by the talk of power tiers, turned her curiosity to Si-Hon. "Wouldn't a transcendent rank warrior be even better?" Si-Hon raised an eyebrow. Why the sudden interest? Curiosity. Alita shrugged. "I heard masters don't care if armor is metal or fabric. Yet the 7 heroes were transcendent and used all different types." Si-Hon nodded, stepping in to clarify. "It depends on the situation and the specific martial arts style each warrior masters. If cloth has defense level 1 and metal is level 10, a knight can boost that cloth to be significantly tougher. A master rank, they can pump combat energy into normal clothes until they rival steel plate. But a transcendent, they fuse combat energy into the material itself, multiplying its base strength exponentially." Alita narrowed her eyes, unconvinced. "If that's true, wouldn't metal armor always be superior?" Her friend shook his head immediately. Si-Hon broke it down. It hinges on combat style. Speed fighters need light gear. Brutes need heavy plating. Alita hummed, processing the nuance. If I ever hit Transcendent rank, I'd definitely pick something light. Worry about that after you reach the goal, Si-Hon shot back, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You've still got a mountain to climb. Alita's cheeks burned red at the Savior's jab. It was a hasty dream, she admitted, shrinking back in embarrassment. But the conversation sent Si-Hon's mind drifting. He thought of Levke's magic armor, the gear he wore as a revolutionary hero. Where had it all gone? Alita voiced his thoughts. You mean the Savior's legendary artifacts, the Sword of Disaster, Levke's armor, and the red dragon cloak? A mocking chuckle cut the air. Someone probably pawned them, his friend quipped. They even sold your underwear for 100 gold coins. Si-Hon grimaced. I get the underwear, but having my magical equipment looted, that's genuinely humiliating. He made a mental note. He would force the Count to track them down. With finality, Si-Hon declared training over. As he turned to rest, Alita called out, Has your combat energy fully recovered? Yes, he told her. My old senses are finally returning. But deep down, a shadow of dread gnawed at him. His combat energy was roaring back, but his magic energy, it was stagnant, recovering at a snail's pace or worse, fading day by day. While Si-Hon's group trained, a darker plot was brewing in the heart of the kingdom. By day, the elderly Count Coltrane showered King Yexengard with praise, a master of sycophancy. But by night, the treacherous advisor gathered nobles and former revolutionaries, laying the foundation for a bloody coup. Many sensed opportunity, but watched from the shadows, too cowardly to commit. Coltrane decided to force their hand. He issued a stark ultimatum. Join the cause, or I expose every rod of corruption you've hidden. His voice dripped with venom as he addressed the holdouts. If you refuse, who do you think Yexengard will believe? The Count's blackmail was decisive. One by one, every guest pledged their loyalty to the coup. Beaming with triumph, the Count later reported to Si-Hon, I've rallied companions of justice. They're ready to die for the nation. A bribe is sweet when you taste it, Coltrane mused, his eyes gleaming. But it turns to poison in your gut. Si-Hon's reply was dry as bone. Ironic, coming from you. The Count chuckled, assuring the Savior he had plans to bury his own dirty past. He was a veteran of corruption, after all. But Si-Hon offered a cold precaution. After the coup, once Si-Hon takes the throne, the Savior locked eyes with Coltrane. It's best you have no further ambitions, for your own sake. Sensing the lethal threat beneath the words, the Count bowed. I understand. I would never dare disobey. But behind his smile, a deeper ambition began to stir. I served Yexengard with everything I had, but only under the Savior from another world can I truly dream. With a gaze of steel, Count Coulter pledged his eternal loyalty. Whether an explosive aura rages within me or not, know this, I never held a single thought of betrayal against you. To Ji-Han's surprise, Coulter unveiled the fire in his soul. He yearned to revolutionize the nation, live with honor, and forge a golden future for his people. The protagonist stood silent, genuinely taken aback by the Count's sudden, passionate declaration. You should have shown this spine from the beginning, Ji-Han remarked. Coulter simply lowered his head. He had already made it clear. Under the tyrant Yexengard's rule, such noble aspirations were nothing but a death sentence. But then, the scene shifted. Someone was dragging up a nightmare from the abyss. The chilling memory of the day they plotted to kill a god. The woman Ji-Han loved had agreed without hesitation, claiming he was too dangerous to be left alive. The others, despite whispering their reservations, ultimately bowed their heads in agreement. When the decision fell to King Yexengard, the current ruler seemed lost in a fog of hesitation. Rottenberg finally broke the silence, admitting he didn't hate Ji-Han. In fact, he was fond of the boy. Seeing the hesitation, Saffron stepped in to poison the king's mind. They claimed their decision wasn't born of malice, but necessity. And as the mage's silver tongue worked its magic, the atmosphere twisted. Yexengard played the fool, acting strangely oblivious. I have other friends besides Ji-Han, he mumbled, dismissing the gravity of the betrayal. Rottenberg sighed, placing his trust in Saffron's judgment. Yexengard, still wavering, hid behind the majority, declaring that democracy was the superior path for murder. That was when Karen decided to cut through the delusions and expose the brutal truth. She raised a concern that chilled the room. We cannot ignore the elephant in the room. Her eyes swept over the conspirators. How exactly do we defeat the Savior from another world? Yexengard's irritation flared like a match. Are you underestimating our power? He snarled. No matter how godlike Ji-Han is, he cannot handle all 6 of us at once. But Karen's expression remained stone cold. Even if we corner the Savior, even if we strike when he sleeps, she asserted, her voice trembling slightly. If we are lucky, perhaps half of us will survive. Considering Ji-Han's immense power, Silence suffocated the room. The reality of their suicide mission sank in. Karen, the ruthless pragmatist, drove the final nail into the coffin. 6 little mice gathered for a fun little chat. But tell me, she whispered, who among us has the courage to tie the bell around the cat's neck? At that precise moment, the vivid nightmare shattered. The truth of these memories washed over him. It was merely another dream plaguing King Yexenard. He stirred in his sheets, sweat dripping. Perplexed why the ghosts of the past were haunting him now, panic gnawed at him. It had to be the recent events. His subordinates were dying, one by one, in escalating numbers. Yexenard's terror coalesced around a single, impossible detail from that night. Traces of the tyrant's art had been found at the massacre site. This was the trigger. The reason old friends were clawing their way out of his memory. A bolt of lightning struck his mind. Hadn't the report mentioned a technique long thought lost? Could it be, is an old friend back from hell? The king tried to banish the thought, but the terrifying images refused to fade. Why did they plague him? He tried to rationalize it. Perhaps it was simply age, a mind crumbling under the weight of time. Beside him, his concubine stirred. Her soft movements pulled him from the edge of madness. She sat up, a practiced smile on her lips, feigning surprise that his highness was awake. Gazing upon her flawless beauty, Yexenard found a fleeting escape, a desperate reason to push the encroaching darkness away. The king resolved to drown his fear in the moment. He basked in the concubine's admiring, hollow gaze. Such vigor. Your highness, she cooed, a soothing balm for his fractured ego. Soon, Yexenard emerged, a wineglass already fused to his hand. A plastered smile hid his terror as he signaled for a refill. The day blurred into a haze of revelry, lush banquets, and an endless parade of women. He spent gold as if his coffers were bottomless, desperate to keep the party going. A magistrate, his brow furrowed with anxiety over the bleeding treasury, approached Yexenard. Your Majesty, These gatherings are becoming excessive, he began, but the king cut him down instantly. You misunderstand, Chancellor. This is no mere party. It is a holy tribute to the late Berkeley, Yexenard declared with theatrical grief. A sigh of weary resignation escaped the magistrate. Even so, your highness, a full month of such extravagance, it hardly seems appropriate for a funeral, he retorted. His voice dripped with irony. Yexenard's eyes narrowed, the irritation piercing through his drunken haze. Silence, he commanded. This is how warriors honor their fallen brethren. Just then, another figure strode in, voice booming with praise. Captain Berkeley would surely weep with joy at such a magnificent tribute. Your Majesty, it was Keller, the newly promoted sycophant. He raised his glass high. To the soul of the late captain, he toasted. His gaze was steady, ignoring the absurdity. The magistrate's face fell as Yexenard laughed, lauding his newest commander's spirit. Realizing logic had no place here, the disgruntled subordinate bowed stiffly and exited the madness. But scarcely had he departed when a voice rang out from the entrance, announcing a new arrival who would change everything for Yexenard. Kelteron bowed low, his posture the very image of servitude, though his eyes remained sharp. Your Majesty, I bring news that demands your ear. The shadows have whispered the location of the assassins who claimed the great Berkeley's life. The words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. King Yexenard froze, struck by a stillness more terrifying than any scream. Murderous fury ignited in the king's eyes like a sudden wildfire. With a guttural roar, he hurled his crystal goblet, the sound of shattering glass sending his concubine scrambling back in pure terror. A raw, unquenchable thirst for blood began to consume his sanity. Is this intelligence absolute? Count, Yexenard demanded, his voice trembling with a rage barely held in check. Kelteron guided the king to a secluded alcove, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. The assassin, Your Majesty, is no common thug. He is a disciple of the mercenary king, Barak. His name, Yexenard pressed, his knuckles turning white as he gripped the stone railing. The shadows have yet to surrender a true name, Kelteron admitted smoothly, but in the underworld, he is known as the Black Giant. The Count paused, preparing to deliver the final piece of the puzzle. My spies report this monster is hiding within an ancient fortress in western Linesill, guarded by a legion of 800 rebels. A grim, twisted satisfaction settled over Yexenard's face. Excellent work, Count, truly excellent. My vengeance shall be swift and absolute. The king turned, his gaze snapping to his commander. Keller stepped forward. I shall assemble 100 Black Lion Knights and 3,000 foot soldiers immediately. Your Majesty, Keller announced, his voice booming with eagerness. Kelteron's mind raced. This fool was overdoing it. Keller, desperate to prove himself in his first command, was about to flip the entire chessboard with his clumsiness. A flicker of cunning crossed the Count's eyes. He needed to recalibrate, and fast. A bold and decisive move, Commander, Kelteron exclaimed, feigning awe. He watched with hidden amusement as Keller's chest puffed out. swallowing the flattery hook, line, and sinker. Indeed, Kelteron continued, his voice silky. The Black Giant is a monster who slew Captain Berkeley. Such overwhelming force might seem justified to the common eye. The Count paused, letting the silence stretch just long enough to plant a seed of doubt. But, Your Majesty, if we deploy the entire army for one man, will it not smell of fear? Will the people not whisper that their king trembles before a single assassin? Yexenard's brow furrowed as the manipulation took root. You speak the truth, Count. Such a display would only betray weakness. The king turned back to Keller, his command absolute. Prepare 50 Black Lion Knights, no additional troops. And I shall lead the hunt myself. But Your Majesty, a lion uses its full strength even to catch a rabbit, Keller protested, desperate to salvage his grand campaign. Kelteron interjected, a smile as sharp as a dagger playing on his lips. Give your all, Commander, certainly, but remember this. A mere rabbit requires only 1 or 2 lions, not the entire pride. Keller's jaw tightened, his irritation radiating off him, but he was trapped. The Count speaks with wisdom, Yexenard affirmed. My orders stand. With a disarming, almost serpentine grace. Kelteron offered a shallow apology to the frustrated commander. Forgive me, Keller. I merely wish to ensure your esteemed reputation remains spotless. He then added the final nail in the coffin, casual as a breeze. Besides, the new royal palace demands workers. Mobilizing 3,000 men would drain our labor and gold. We must be efficient, Unaware he was a fly caught in a spider's web. Keller nodded slowly, defeated by logic he couldn't argue against. You are right, Count. My zeal blinded me. Exercising what little authority he had left, Keller barked his orders. I shall accompany His Majesty. Jeldur and Lavelle, you will serve as my lieutenants and ride with us. The rest will guard the castle until our return. The 2 newly appointed captains, already deep within the folds of the coup, bowed in agreement, masking their knowing smirks. Kelteron's eyes gleamed with malicious delight. The intricate gears of his trap were locking into place. Count, Si-Hon spoke up, stepping out from the shadows. Why target only one of the 6 captains? Jeldur and Lavelle are already ours, Kelteron explained, turning to the young mastermind. Our next move is to plant them firmly within the king's elite guard. Why not take out 4? Then, Si-Hon pressed, his tactical mind seeking the optimal path. Kelteron smiled, outlining the nuance of the scheme. 3 captains served Keller directly. We shall pressure the new commander, teaching him that arrogance has a price. Si-Hon weighed the words, seeing the psychological warfare at play. Eliminating a subordinate is suspicious, but leveraging their promotions against them? That is a game of shadows. A dangerous ambition sparked in Si-Hon's gaze. While manipulating these loyalties, could he not also cripple the king's forces permanently? If you do that, Si-Hon, Alita's voice cut through the air, firm and commanding, they will simply promote another commander. It would make it impossible to insert Jeldurin and Lavelle into the ranks. Her explanation of military succession was so sharp, so undeniable, that Kelteron's gaze snapped toward her, analyzing her with a sudden, intense suspicion. You speak as if you have lived on the battlefield, young woman. The Count mused, his eyes narrowing. One might almost believe you were born of royal blood. Alita merely shrugged, her expression unreadable. I read it in a book, sir. Beside her, Si-Hon's expression tightened imperceptibly. He realized then, with chilling clarity, just how dangerous the old man's perception truly was. Si-Hon, however, found himself wrestling with a stark realization that could change everything. Despite his current cheer, Count Kelteron was a man who had once stabbed his former master in the back. A chilling question gnawed at Si-Hon's mind. Had this man ever felt the weight of guilt? The old Count's enthusiasm for their schemes suddenly felt less like joy and more like a predator baring its teeth. It cemented Si-Hon's resolve instantly. He would need to walk on eggshells around Kelteron, or else he might end up as the Count's next victim. Far in the distance, a majestic ancient fortress dominated the horizon. This was the rumored sanctuary of the enigmatic Black Giant. High atop the formidable ramparts, a sentinel's eyes widened in terror. He had spotted something approaching. A tremor of unease rippled through his spine before snapping into stark panic. Enemies! A massive army approaches the walls. He shrieked, his voice tearing through the silence to alert the garrison. Moments later, the earth trembled as the knight announced the arrival of the supreme ruler, King Jexard himself. King Jexard's voice, thick with killing intent, thundered across the fortifications. Traitors, lower your weapons and beg for mercy. But then, a shadowy figure emerged from the castle's depths. The infamous Black Giant strode onto the ramparts, his aura suffocating. He raised a hand, dismissing the very idea of surrender. You are a fallen hero, Jexard, unfit to rule. Our nation rejects your tyranny. The mysterious knight's voice boomed like thunder. Rothenburg, blinded by arrogance and confident of victory, merely sneered. You are quite visible, aren't you, Black Giant? He taunted, mocking the knight's imposing stance. Yet, the Black Giant's resolve remained harder than steel. We will fight until the bitter end, he declared. Commander Keller turned to his liege, awaiting orders. What is your command, your majesty? Jexard, already underestimating his foes, scoffed. What are you talking about, Commander? We crushed them head on. Convinced this would be mere child's play, the king spurred his mount toward the castle, barking for Keller to follow him into the jaws of the beast. The commander relayed hasty instructions to Captains Yildirim and Lyle. He would remain at Jexard's side, while they were to guard the rear and maintain formation. The Count's ally, hiding behind a dry, sarcastic wit, addressed Keller. Don't worry, Commander. We will follow shortly with the soldiers. It was a promise delivered with a perfect poker face. The commander and his king charged toward the castle gates. Jexard's eyes blazed with power as he activated his combat seal. In a flash, he invoked the mighty giant's hand, a torrent of mana that lifted them high above the battlefield. Inside the castle, the defenders watched Jexard's display of raw power, and cold despair seized their hearts. How could mere humans fight a god? The king then unleashed a devastating strike against the fortress itself. With the combat seal empowering his every move, he shattered the outer defenses as if they were made of glass. Buoyed by his invincible power and consumed by a thirst for vengeance, Jexard plunged deeper, roaring for his enemy. I will avenge Berkeley. I will pay for his death with your life. But the figure masquerading as the Black Giant, having played his role to perfection, sensed his cue. With the grace of a ghost, the young man vanished into the shadows. From his distant vantage point, Si-Hon observed the chaos, a knowing smirk twisting his lips, just as expected. The king advances without a single thought. Beside him, the savior from another world whispered, his voice laced with venom. It is time. Count, the tiger hunt begins. Count Kelteron, however, felt a sudden shiver of dread race down his spine. Meanwhile, Jexard continued his furious rampage. Black Giant, appear, I am here to take your head. Suddenly, Jexard was blindsided. A searing pillar of light erupted from beneath his feet. A colossal magic circle materialized on the ground, locking both the king and his commander in a cage of energy. Keller's voice, edged with desperation, sliced through the air. Majesty, what is this sorcery? Jexard, remarkably unconcerned, merely replied, a trap. It was then that the king noticed the scores of swordsmen and mages swarming the courtyard from every shadow. The crushing gravitational pressure from the magic circle began to bear down on both Keller and Jexard, forcing them to their knees. A flicker of suspicion crossed Keller's face. Something is wrong, Majesty. The report said the rebels were just ordinary soldiers. Jexard dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand. This barrier is only tough from the inside. It is fragile from without. Army destroy it. Yet, an unforeseen nightmare materialized before the king's eyes. Jexard glanced back, his pupils dilating in disbelief. His army had not followed. Keller spiraled into a panicked cry for Yildirim and Lyle, to the utter shock of both men. Their forces remained rooted outside the castle walls like statues. Yildirim and Lyle waited, a nervous tension in their stance, praying the grand plan would succeed. Keller's desperation mounted to a scream. Majesty, no one entered with us! Where are they? A cold dread finally crept into Jexard's heart. Had they been surrounded by traitors from the very beginning? Then, to the king's profound horror, familiar faces peered down from atop the castle tower, and the trap snapped shut. Yexengard's gaze locked onto the traitor, and the bitter truth pierced his heart like a dagger. Witnessing the king's realization, Rodenberg exploded into a furious roar. It had been the Count all along and raged beyond measure. Yexengard's voice thundered through the air, shaking the very earth. Kelteron, how dare you betray me? Caught red-handed. The old man flinched, visible panic seizing his trembling frame. Si-Hon observed the frightened Count, his voice dripping with mock reassurance. King Yexengard does look quite terrifying, doesn't he? Even though he's currently trapped on our side? Kelteron, flustered and sweating, quickly retorted, I was only surprised, that is all. Precisely. Si-Hon countered with a dry, knowing smirk, still visibly shaken. Kelteron stammered out a question. Was it truly necessary for you to be here personally? Absolutely, Si-Hon replied, all traces of mirth vanishing from his tone. I needed to witness your conviction firsthand when facing Yexengard. Without that, my trust in you would be incomplete. The Count's shoulders slumped in resignation as he nodded. I understand. You performed admirably, Si-Hon praised, his gaze piercing through the old man. Luring the king to this exact spot was the essential piece of the puzzle. Kelteron allowed himself a small, rare smile. Zinon's acting was unexpectedly convincing. He then turned to Si-Hon, his expression regaining its strategic edge. Yexengard could identify you immediately if you appeared as the Black Giant. That is why Xenon must appear more visible to draw attention. The old man's eyes narrowed wisely. Entering a tiger's den to capture it risks being devoured oneself. Indeed, Keltrin asserted. The true art of hunting a tiger lies in luring it into a trap, and below them, King Yexengard and Commander Rodenberg felt the barrier's immense, crushing pressure intensify. Rodenberg, desperate for release, bellowed at the traitors. Destroy this magic circle at once. How dare you ensnare your king? Surrender now, and you might still find forgiveness, Rodenberg urged his soldiers. Yet, the knight beside him merely scoffed, utterly bewildered by his commander's naivety. He was convinced Rodenberg failed to grasp their dire situation. Then, to the king and Rodenberg's astonishment, the mages began their chant, their voices echoing with doom. Yexengard is no longer our king. With lethal intent aimed at both Rodenberg and Yexengard, Si-Hon's allies unleashed a devastating assault. Numerous bolts of crackling lightning streaked towards the trapped pair like judgment from the heavens. Immobilized by the unseen barrier, the commander and his king found themselves utterly exposed with no avenue of escape. It seemed Rodenberg was destined to perish in the onslaught. A deafening explosion ripped through the air, consuming them in light. The remaining soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if their targets had been eradicated. Yet, the unthinkable occurred. Si-Hon's allies recoiled in shock, cries of panic rising as Yexengard emerged from the smoke. He soared through the air, colossal axes clutched in his powerful grip. The king slammed back to the ground, his eyes scanning the aftermath until they spotted Rodenberg's fallen form. Yexengard muttered darkly, I suppose I should have expected a knight of his rank could not withstand that level of attack. Rage and confusion warred on Yexengard's face. An ivory tower mage is here who masterminded this betrayal. Is that Lil Stein? One of the soldiers murmured in awe, gazing up at Yexengard. He is truly astounding. Yexengard turned, curiosity briefly eclipsing his fury. The young man who had been speaking, Si-Hon, stepped forward, his voice ringing with outrage. Your people are weary of your dictatorship. King, they have risen against you, just as you rose against the Empire 10 years ago. Yexengard stood frozen, a statue of utter bewilderment. Staggered by these accusations and genuinely believing he had governed well, Rodenberg stammered to his soldiers, Have I not been a good king? Indignant, Yexengard's gaze swept over the familiar faces. I see many of my own men among you. I refuse to believe my subordinates would stab me in the back. Do you truly intend to betray me? Do you truly believe you own us? A soldier retorted, his voice dripping with contempt. For 10 years, we fought for your highness as if you were merely our captain. Nothing more. Following the agreed-upon signal, Si-Hon's allies surged forward like a tide. A chorus of voices demanded, If a leader is useless, is it not right to depose him? Yexengard, consumed by a blistering rage, roared, How dare you attack your king? But the king struggled, hampered by the barrier, unable to properly defend himself. I cannot move properly, Yexengard bellowed, frustrated. Without this barrier, I could easily decimate this rabble. From a vantage point, Si-Hon and Keltrin observed the king being overwhelmed. Yexengard simply cannot adapt to a sudden shift in circumstances, Si-Hon remarked with a touch of sarcasm. He is merely swearing and growing angrier. Si-Hon's eyes gleamed with approval at the barrier's strength. Even a transcendent swordsman would find this difficult to break. Did you hire such high-ranking mages? Count, Keltrin stroked his beard thoughtfully. My expectations were moderate, but the tower was surprisingly cooperative. They boast the highest-ranking mages against the Earth Dragon. The ivory tower likely has further intentions, Si-Hon mused, his brow furrowed in thought. Count Keltrin nods in agreement, though a heavy, concerned sigh escapes the old man. I fear the whispers of our coup have already begun to leak. Inevitability. Si-Hon dismisses with a casual shrug. Ever the chaotic savior from another world. Such news always finds a way out, and the ivory tower has ears everywhere. The king is truly a fool, Keltrin mutters, shaking his head, to remain blind to what even a foreigner could discern so clearly. It is almost understandable why he walked into this trap so willingly. Suddenly, a flash of deja vu strikes Si-Hon. The Count reveals, I was the sole custodian of that sensitive information. A surge of confidence straightens the old man's posture. This is a fortunate twist of fate. Now, I am certain, we will defeat Yexengard. Meanwhile, the bound king roars in fury, commanding his remaining loyalists to shatter the containment barrier. Simultaneously, deep within the palace, the flames of the coup continue to spread. Jeldurin and Liville corner a high-value target close to Yexengard. It is none other than Duke Chromedin. The Duke bristles with indignation, spitting venom at the knights. I am the king's stepfather. You will kneel and beg for my forgiveness. Jeldurin stands like a statue, unyielding. What we do for the future of this nation. The Duke's face flushes crimson with rage. Lower your swords. Now chaos has truly swallowed the royal palace of Yexengard. A civil war threatens to erupt within the very heart of the kingdom. Prince Ain steps into the fray, facing the Order of the Black Lions, the nation's proudest guardians. Knights, hear me, he implores. I do not seek to betray my father, but to rectify this kingdom, we must excise the rot that steers the king down a dark path. The prince reiterates his plea. There is no reason for bloodshed here. Everyone, lower your swords. The knights hesitate, caught between duty and truth. Ultimately, the logic of Ain's command wins out. They sheath their blades, declaring they will await the king's return. A flicker of satisfaction crosses the prince's eyes. It is a wise decision, one that prevents the needless spilling of innocent blood. Left alone with his thoughts, the prince knows this is far from over. Seizing the palace is only half the battle. With his initial gambit complete, the prince realizes the fate of the coup now rests entirely on the count and his strike team facing the king. Driven by a desperate need to save his nation, Ain is racked with anxiety. He can only pray the final act of their rebellion unfolds smoothly. Meanwhile, on the distant battlefield, King Yexenard seethes with rage, his movements shackled by the invisible barrier binding him in place. Enraged, Yexenard bellows at the soldiers, branding them filthy dogs. Do you truly intend to bite the hand that feeds you? Shut your mouth, Rodenberg, a knight retorts, his voice cutting through the din. You are unworthy of the crown. To Yexenard's shock, the defiant soldier reveals his true allegiance. We stand under the command of Prince Ain. The king recoils, a chilling realization striking him. Is his own flesh and blood usurping him? His gaze sweeps over the traitors, and the truth becomes undeniable. It is not just the prince, it is his sworn subordinates, and even Count Keltrin, the man he foolishly trusted most. A cold, deadly fury seizes Yexenard as the full extent of the betrayal sinks in. He explodes into action, seething with indignation. The king unleashes his full power. I will slaughter you all, one by one. The sheer magnitude of his aura sends a wave of terror through the soldiers. Even Keltrin begins to succumb to despair. But Si-Hon watches with wry amusement. He finds a perverse irony in a traitor being betrayed by the very people he trusted. Si-Hon muses that this visceral thrill of revenge far outstrips the ephemeral value of relationships. It is a sentiment that ensures he will never be vulnerable to such betrayal himself. A mocking smile touches Si-Hon's lips. Exert yourself, Yexenard. I won't return to Terranor without burning everything to achieve my revenge. And you, King, won't fall easily. Suddenly, a soldier, emboldened by the barrier, taunts Rodenberg. You may be strong, but inside this barrier, you are nothing but a toothless tiger. Yexenard's rage multiplies tenfold. Hearing such insolence from those who once kissed his feet, the king slams his foot into the ground, cracking the foundation. His icy gaze pierces the taunting soldier, freezing the man's blood. With his fury cresting, the king thunders at the troops. Do you truly believe you can defeat me with this meager cage? With a guttural roar, Yexenard unleashes his true power. The very earth fractures and tears, leaving the soldiers paralyzed with terror. Even the black giant Zenon stands taken aback by the king's sheer determination and raw strength. Despite the barrier's crushing weight, Yexenard forces his battle seal open. He conjures the formidable giant's hand magic. Beneath the heavy armor, Zenon freezes in shock. He cannot believe the pressure crushing down on him, even sealed inside the magic circle. The king's power is suffocating. Zenon's eyes widen in terror. His mind races. This entity before him, is he even human? Yexenard is a transcendent rank swordsman, Zenon screams, but King Rodenberg does not care for titles. He vows to slaughter every single soldier standing in his way. Ass. Betrayal fuels the king's rage like magma. Rodenberg unleashes the hand of the Titan. A massive shadow of mana looms over the trembling army, ready to crush them like ants. Despair washes over the troops. Their knees hit the dirt. They know, with absolute certainty, that death has come to claim them. But suddenly, a memory flashes in Zenon's mind. Si-Hon had once whispered a secret to him. He warned him of this very moment and revealed the weakness of the Titan's hand. The connection point, Zenon realizes. The magic relies on the wrist linked to the earth. The black giant roars. He charges forward and unleashes the pulse-breaking mountain arts, aiming directly for the weak spot. Boom! Yexenard gasps as his ultimate technique shatters. The colossal mana hand disintegrates into harmless sparks, raining down on the battlefield like falling stars. A stunned silence swallows the war zone. The soldiers pat their chests, unable to process the miracle. They are alive. Yexenard lowers his weapon. For the first time, a glimmer of respect shines in the tyrant's eyes. You, the king admits, looking at the black giant, you have finally impressed me. He nods at Zenon. I thought you were just another rat trying to bite a lion, but I was wrong. You are a warrior. Zenon stands his ground, but he is not fooled. He knows that a mere puppet body can never truly defeat a monster like Rodenberg. A shiver runs through the crowd. The soldiers remember the horror. They just watched the enemy tear through their strongest barrier as if it were paper. Yexenard grinds his teeth in frustration. If his mana wasn't drained from breaking the barrier, he would have vaporized them all in a heartbeat. But for now, he must retreat. Mark my words, he bellows, his voice shaking the earth. You will regret this insolence. I will return, and I will grant you all a tragic, agonizing death. With that bone-chilling curse, the king vanishes into the shadows. He leaves the stunned army alone with their fear. As he escapes, humiliation burns in Yexenard's gut like poison. It is a foreign, sickening sensation. Never in his life has the king been forced to run from a fight. But the flames of vengeance are already rising. He swears to return 10 times stronger. Rivers of blood will flow to wash away this shame. However, news of Yexenard's escape is not well received in the shadows. The strategist slams his fist on the table. The intricate dragon trap has failed. They missed their golden chance to decapitate the tyrant. But Count Keltron raises a hand, his expression calm and cold. Do not panic, the Count says smoothly. Everything is proceeding exactly according to my grand design. He explains with a sinister smile. He is still the king they swore loyalty to. A public execution would only make him a martyr and cause a riot. Besides, Keltron adds, the hunter is already on his way. John Stein, the dual-blade master and heir to the mercenary king, is coming. He will erase the problem permanently. Keltron is confident. Yexenard is a walking corpse. Soon, the threat will be neutralized, and history will forget the tyrant's name forever. The Count's charisma is infectious. His panicked allies calm down, their trust in his master plan restored. Reassured, they agree to hold an emergency war council with the current monarch. The real game is just beginning. Suddenly, the scene shifts. We flash back to the past, deep within the ancient, verdant forest. A small party moves through the dense trees, but their path is blocked by a mountain of muscle, a formidable barbarian. A young boy steps forward. He looks completely unimpressed. Hey, the boy asks casually, are you the boss of this area? His teammate whispers nervously, is this wise? There are only 2 of us. Si-Hon scoffs, relax. You are a 6th circle mage. Why are you scared of some forest bandits? The barbarian squints. He looks down at the tiny challengers. He's baffled. Who is this kid? Where does a child get the guts to mock him to his face? Furious, the barbarian turns to his gang. Why are you just standing there? He roars. Are you cowards really scared of a little brat just because he holds a sword? Si-Hon sighs, analyzing the situation. It seems you want to rob us. He grips his weapon. Last chance. Can we settle this without bloodshed? The bandit leader sneers, baring his rotten teeth. Everything you have belongs to me now. I'm not giving up a thing. With a savage war cry, he lunges at the boy. The battle begins. Si-Hon instantly detects the lethal intent masked behind the bandit's approach. He refuses to be a sitting duck, bracing himself for the inevitable strike. As Si-Hon parries, his attacker freezes, realizing this is no ordinary child. The boy's aura radiates the terrifying pressure of a true martial master. Stunned by this revelation, the assailant halts his blade. Who exactly are you, boy? He demands, his voice thick with suspicion. The protagonist introduces himself as Si-Hon Seong, and the barbarian responds in kind, revealing his identity as Sexengard. Si-Hon admits he had lowered his guard, expecting nothing more than a common brigand to cross his path. But having witnessed your prowess, Si-Hon remarks, eyes gleaming, I see genuine talent. Sexengard, would you be interested in fighting for a greater cause? The memory fades. Back in the present, Sexengard stirs within a dark cavern, realizing he has slumbered far longer than intended. He muses that his stamina has fully recovered, silently thanking the Bellarel forest for providing such a convenient hideout. This very cavern had been his secret sanctuary in a past life, back when he was a bandit leader before the fires of revolution consumed the world. Buried deep within the wilderness, he is confident his enemies would never dream of searching for him here. Now fully restored, he rises. It is time to return to Ratinsil, eager to hunt down and slaughter the adversaries who await him. Suddenly, the distinct sound of footsteps crunching against the earth pierces the silence. Sexengard stiffens. Has someone discovered my sanctuary? Regardless, retreating is not in his nature. Instead, he welcomes the chance to spill blood. Whoever lurks in the shadows, approach, he bellows. I intend to eradicate every traitor who betrayed me. A figure steps from the darkness, a cold smile on his face. How amusing to hear Sexengard speak of hunting traitors when I was contemplating the very same thing. Sexengard blinks, questioning his own sanity. Am I dreaming? Despite the barbarian's confusion, the protagonist closes the distance in a heartbeat, forcing Sexengard onto the defensive with overwhelming pressure. The protagonist speaks, his voice cutting through the air. It has certainly been a long time since we last crossed paths. Sexengard is utterly paralyzed with shock to see Si-Hon Seong standing alive before him. What brings you here? He stammers. Si-Hon retorts that it has been 10 years, then issues a cold challenge. Is that truly all you have to say, barbarian? Or are you merely surprised I returned? Did you think I would not claw my way back from the hell I was banished to? Enraged, the protagonist lunges, and Sexengard parries desperately, his mind still reeling. Why have you returned to Terranor? The barbarian demands. The protagonist simply states, "I am back," as he relentlessly continues his assault. Si-Hon's fury is palpable, channeling raw emotion into every devastating strike, until Sexengard manages to shove him back to create distance. Breathing heavily, the barbarian declares, "Rylestein and Saffron swore you would never return, boy." The protagonist admits his return was no simple feat, yet asserts with a smirk that he never recoils from a challenge, no matter the odds. In that case, the barbarian grunts, shifting his stance. One cannot always trust a mage's prophecies, and he confesses to a lingering unease, realizing the sudden rebellion now makes perfect sense. You must be the architect behind it all." Si-Hon raises an eyebrow, genuinely impressed. "It seems you are not a complete fool after all, barbarian." Sexengard nods grimly, understanding the boy's true motive. Si-Hon has returned after 10 long years for nothing short of absolute vengeance. "I am no coward," he roars, his fighting spirit igniting, "nor will I offer justifications for my past actions." He raises his weapon high. "I hold no intention of seeking forgiveness. Therefore, if you wish to eliminate me, Si-Hon, then come and strike." In response, the protagonist's eyes glow with lethal promise. "You will rue those words, Sexengard. You shall pay for your betrayal in blood." Amidst the brutal clash, a powerful aura ripples outward, distant enough to be faint, yet strong enough to alert a young girl miles away. She surmises it can only be 2 of the 7 revolutionary heroes locked in mortal combat, and her intuition is uncannily accurate. Meanwhile, Sexengard registers a terrifying surge in the protagonist's strength, realizing the boy has been holding back. He knows he must escalate his assault to survive. Si-Hon, wasting no time, unleashes his Emperor's ability. He conjures a swirling vortex of raw mana, directing it with lethal intent toward his foe, forcing the barbarian to brace for impact. Futile, Sexengard scoffs, urging Si-Hon to abandon his desperate attempts to halt him. "An assault of that caliber," he declares, "is utterly ineffectual against me." Si-Hon's mind races. This very ability had failed against Darbolt as well. Its failure against Sexengard signifies only one terrifying truth: his opponent has also ascended to new heights of power. His deduction is not unfounded, and the air begins to crackle with dangerous energy. To demonstrate his augmented might, Sexengard channels a formidable lightning strike. To preempt this, Si-Hon invokes the surging power of the tidal wave. He encases himself within its protective liquid embrace, shielding his body from the electrifying tempest threatening to incinerate him. However, the lightning was merely a diversion, a cunning gambit by the barbarian to exploit a split second of vulnerability. The ploy nearly succeeds, but Si-Hon's battle instincts scream, allowing him to erect a desperate defense in the final fraction of a second. Sexengard roars with wild ecstasy, the thrill of battle pulsing through his veins like liquid fire. It's been an eternity since he faced a foe worthy of his full strength, but Si-Hon remains cold, warning the brute that such arrogance will be his undoing. Dropping his guard now isn't just a mistake, it's a death sentence. Sexengard just laughs. He believes the so-called savior from another world is too soft, incapable of the brutality needed to win this war. In his eyes, Si-Hon is already dead. Unlike the boy, Sexengard is the living avatar of ruthlessness itself. Music. 10 long years have passed since the revolution. The 6 Vanguard heroes united against Si-Hon, yet even their combined genius failed. They couldn't find a single way to permanently kill the savior. A dark realization takes root in the barbarian's mind. If all 6 of them fail together, what chance does he have alone? He knows this. This is likely where he dies. Victory is no longer the goal. He doesn't need to win, he just needs to hide his true objective. He will rage until his final breath, masking his secret behind a storm of violence so Si-Hon suspects nothing. With a thunderous war cry, Sexengard unleashes hell, but the protagonist meets the charge head-on, matching his ferocity blow for blow. Sparks fly as steel clashes, but Sexengard notices something wrong. Si-Hon's atmosphere. It's shifted. A chill runs down his spine. Ignoring the warning signs, he doubles down, intensifying his barrage of attacks. Reading the brute's movements perfectly, the protagonist holds his ground, an immovable fortress of defense. Suddenly, Sexengard halts his assault, his eyes narrow. Something is different. Si-Hon, are you using refined aura? It's a legendary technique reserved for grandmasters compressing raw energy into its purest, most devastating form. Witnessing that azure light drags a buried memory from the depths of Sexengard's mind. The vast blue sky from 10 years ago. Despite the decade of chaos, that image remains painfully clear. But then, the pieces click. Si-Hon hasn't attacked once. He's only defending. It's a trap. The bastard is feigning weakness on purpose. Why this charade? Si-Hon, he bellows. Si-Hon's eyes gleam cold. Asking that question only proves your ignorance. Sexengard. It exposes your own frailty. The truth is, I no longer possess the godlike power I once held. Every drop of my mana, every shred of my aura, It was all burned just to force my way back to Terranor. Sexenard grits his teeth in disbelief. If Si-Hon was truly this weak, he never would have started this war of vengeance. Enraged by the perceived mockery, the barbarian lunges forward, a catastrophic strike aimed to kill. Music. Boom! The hit connects. Si-Hon barely manages to deflect it, staggering under the massive impact. If you were truly drained, boy, the barbarian growls, his voice shaking the earth. You wouldn't be standing right now. I expected a glorious final death match. A death fit for a warrior, but if this pathetic defense is all you have, I will grind you into dust. My full power may be gone, Si-Hon retorts, steadying his stance, but I have more than enough left to bring you to your knees. I can see through every move you make. Sexenard sneers. Do you still cling to some foolish hope? Hoping your aura will magically awaken mid-fight, but Si-Hon realizes there's no opening. He's cornered. Worse. Music. The ground beneath him trembles. A colossal surge of energy is rising from the earth. The earth splits open. A gigantic hand of stone erupts from the depths, summoned to crush the protagonist into oblivion. Perhaps you weren't lying about your strength, Sexenard admits, watching his magic take form. But to think you'd use an aura circle just to run away instead of fighting me like a man. The trap springs. The protagonist is completely ensnared by the ambush. He tries to shield himself, but it's too late. The massive stone fingers clamp shut, crushing him in an inescapable grip. I never thought I'd see the great savior in such a pathetic state, Sexenard taunts, his voice dripping with cruelty. Tell me, how does it feel to finally accept defeat? Si-Hon struggles against the pressure. It seems you have no hesitation about killing me. But tell me this. For 10 years, one question has haunted my nightmares. Why, Sexenard? Why did you and the others banish me back to that world instead of just killing me right then and there? Music. The question that burned in Si-Hon's soul for a decade finally spills out. Back then, he was helpless, a broken puppet thrown into the portal's unforgiving maw. If the barbarian had chosen to drive a dagger through his heart instead of shoving him into the dimensional gate, he would have been helpless. Music. His fate would have been sealed in blood right then and there. Yet, Sexenard had held back the killing blow. He chose banishment over execution, sparing his life. That single act of mercy had haunted Si-Hon for years. Was it a sudden pang of guilt? Did Sexenard feel remorse for betraying a comrade, or was there a darker reason? The barbarian Sexenard scoffs, a twisted amusement dancing in his eyes. There is no harm in the truth now. Si-Hon, you are about to die anyway. About to die? He admits it freely. He had fully intended to exterminate Si-Hon back then, to wipe him from existence. But those three hypocrites, they agreed to your banishment but drew the line at murder. They threatened to defect, to turn their blades on me if I silenced you permanently. They were eager enough to betray you for power, yet they lacked the stomach for the necessary brutality. They loathed the idea of burdening their fragile consciences with blood, and so they insisted on merely casting you back to your original realm. Sexenard sneers, dismissing their weakness with a wave of his hand. Music. They should never have held back. I betrayed a friend to seize a throne, to become the king of this land. His voice hardens like steel. And I could never have truly savored that crown if you remained in Terranor. He harbors zero regrets. He proclaims that while history may call him a betrayer, he refuses to be branded a coward. Si-Hon returns to stare with a gaze that could freeze magma. You are a fool, barbarian. You posture as if you are superior to them, yet you are merely the vilest of the lot. You claim bravery, yet your actions scream of fear. Sexenard, you are the grandest narcissist I have ever had the displeasure of knowing. You harbored intentions far more sinister than those three trash, and yet you still delusionally perceive yourself as innocent. Incensed by the insult, the barbarian roars, think what you wish. Si-Hon, your judgment means nothing to the dead. For now, I shall simply eradicate you once and for all. He lunges, a whirlwind of furious killing intent. But Si-Hon moves. With a sudden, fluid motion, he shatters his unseen binds and parries the devastating blow as if swatting a fly. Now I know the true story of my 10-year exile, Si-Hon announces calmly. He had feigned weakness this entire time, a calculated gambit to uncover the truth. His conclusion is stark. Sexenard's strength has stagnated. He has not evolved a single inch in the intervening decade. The barbarian still relies on the exact same techniques Si-Hon remembers from 10 years ago. Si-Hon had anticipated a hidden trump card, perhaps a new strategy or two, but his assumption was utterly mistaken. A chilling realization dawns on Sexenard. He has been thoroughly played. The faint aura he sensed earlier was Si-Hon deliberately masking his true monstrous power. It took you long enough to notice, Si-Hon remarks, a mocking edge sharpening his voice. Had you not been so utterly consumed by your own arrogance, you might have discerned the truth far sooner. I spent the last 10 years honing my skills, sharpening every blade of my resolve for this very moment of vengeance. Si-Hon continues, his eyes glinting with cold light. Music. You would be a fool to underestimate me now. Sexenard's face contorts with unbridled fury. He roars, summoning a torrent of raw aura to unleash upon his enemy. Si-Hon sidesteps the onslaught with disdainful ease. Instantly, Sexenard regroups, preparing a fresh assault to crush this arrogance. His massive axe becomes a conduit, unleashing devastating arcs of energy that cleave through the air towards Si-Hon. Si-Hon meets the barrage head-on. With a masterful flourish of his blade, his enhanced abilities shatter the incoming assault into dust. A gasp escapes Sexenard's lips as he recognizes the technique. Si-Hon too wields the legendary Sky Piercer. I am fighting a barbarian, Si-Hon declares, a faint, dangerous smile playing on his lips. It only seems fitting to unleash every magical beast aura technique in my arsenal. The barbarian's rage intensifies, twisting his features into a grotesque mask of hatred. From a distance, the allied girl watches, mesmerized. She realizes this is the true power of the 7 heroes of the revolution. The legends have been brought to life before her very eyes. She struggles to comprehend that individuals of such monstrous might walked the earth during the War of Independence. A fierce desire to aid them pulses within her chest. Yet she knows her magic is insufficient here. A heavy question settles in her mind. What is my true purpose in this clash of titans? Back in the maelstrom of battle, Sexenard's voice booms like thunder. Will you forgive the others, Si-Hon, or will your vengeance consume them as well? Your resolve is weak. Si-Hon, he sneers. You will undoubtedly perish long before you can achieve your petty goals. With a guttural roar, he amasses his power for a final, devastating assault. Music. A colossal hand of raw energy coalesces, aiming to utterly crush Si-Hon into oblivion. As the gargantuan fist descends, Si-Hon offers a mocking, sarcastic compliment to his adversary. And I, he announces, have something truly special to counter such an audacious display. Initially, Sexenard fails to grasp the meaning of Si-Hon's words. But then, a cold dread seizes his heart as he finally comprehends the true intent. Si-Hon unleashed his aura to its absolute zenith. To be struck by such concentrated power would be catastrophic. Desperate, the barbarian magnified his monstrous attack to the limit, but it was a futile struggle. Si-Hon's counterattack surged forward in a blinding flash. He obliterated the colossal hand of energy. The devastating blow roared on, aimed directly at Sexenard. The barbarian recoiled violently, narrowly dodging the pulverizing force. Cold sweat broke out on his brow. Had that strike connected, it would have been his absolute annihilation. He cursed his own arrogance. He should have accepted defeat from the start. He should have prepared himself and fought with honor, even in a losing battle. Instead, he clung to the delusion that Si-Hon was weak. He fooled himself into believing he could actually survive. His desperate attachment to life and his blind conviction of victory hid the mortal peril he had been in from the very start. A belated spark of cunning flared within him, but it was far too late. Finally, Si-Hon declared, grim satisfaction in his tone. I have driven you to desperation. Your arrogance was becoming painful to watch. Sexenard bared his teeth and screamed. I should have killed you when I had the chance. Indeed, Si-Hon conceded, his voice low and dangerous. But that opportunity, barbarian, will never come again. With a final decisive movement, Si-Hon unleashed a devastating attack that slammed into the barbarian. The full, unadulterated force of his aura crushed Sexenard. A single decisive strike from the protagonist rendered the enemy utterly incapacitated. A lone blow, effortlessly delivered. That was all it took to fell the formidable barbarian. A flicker of disappointment crossed Si-Hon's features. The victory was almost too easy. It felt anticlimactic. Even as his body slumped, Sexenard's indomitable spirit flared. He denied any semblance of defeat. You remain weak, Si-Hon, he rasped, a sneer twisting his lips. You couldn't even best me with the Sky Piercer. Si-Hon merely watched, unmoved by the barb. Tell me instead, he began, his tone even. Who are these 3 hypocrites you spoke of earlier? As expected, Sexenard remained tight-lipped. Si-Hon had long since deduced the barbarian's stubbornness. Crucial information would never be yielded so readily. A different question gnawed at him. Why the betrayal? Sexenard? Si-Hon's gaze sharpened. You never cared for wealth or authority. Why abandon everything for the hollow crown of a king? A mirthless laugh rattled in Sexenard's chest. Your questions merely underscore your profound ignorance, he declared. It was never solely about the crown. I refused to live forever in your colossal shadow, Si-Hon. I craved renown as the apex of strength, not merely the comrade of a better man. Should I have groveled like a fawning hound, grateful for the crumbs of your friendship? Si-Hon countered, his gaze piercing. Such poetic grievance is beyond your devising. Sexenard, I have heard these sentiments echoed before. You are merely another puppet in a larger scheme. His expression hardened. But that does not absolve you of betraying a friend's sacred trust. Defiance blazed in Sexenard's eyes, eclipsing fear, then ended. He demanded, his voice raw with desperation, "Strike me down. Si-Hon, let my pride remain intact." Si-Hon's voice was firm, resolute. "Death would be too merciful. I have a different retribution awaiting you." A frown creased the barbarian's brow. "What devious torment do you speak of?" he growled, bewildered. "Alita!" Si-Hon called, his voice echoing with intent. Fury twisted Sexenard's face. "Enough games. Si-Hon, finish me now." "No," Si-Hon reiterated, a cold edge to his voice. "Though my past self yearned for your destruction, you merely banished me to another realm. It is your turn to experience that same prolonged despair." His gaze was unwavering. "You will endure precisely what I endured for 10 agonizing years. You will be cast into that very same world." Sexenard recoiled, horror dawning in his eyes at the true nature of this vengeance. Before he could react, a shimmering rift tore open in the air. The barbarian was left with no choice but to confront his looming fate. Alita's keen senses immediately registered a subtle drain. Si-Hon was siphoning her mana to weave the portal. To her, the notion of manipulating another's energy was preposterous. It was like trying to build one's own physique with another person's muscles. But a specific anomaly existed within this arcane law. Summoned magical entities bound by extra-dimensional techniques possessed the inherent right to draw power from their summoners. Si-Hon hadn't initially intended such a direct imposition, but his own mana replenishment was proving agonizingly slow. In that split second, Alita realized the terrifying scale of what was happening. She wasn't just watching a battle, she was witnessing Si-Hon's ultimate retribution. This wasn't simple execution. Si-Hon intended to force Sexenard to suffer the exact same hell every single agonizing second of the decade-long exile he had endured. The barbarian roared, muscles tearing as he fought the void's gravity. He burned every drop of life force to resist the portal, while Si-Hon watched with eyes as cold as death. "I recognize that desperate struggle," Si-Hon remarked, his voice devoid of mercy. "I fought against the very same current 10 years ago." "But I only sent you back to your homeworld," Sexenard screamed, panic shattering his composure. This is an unknown nightmare." "Life isn't fair. Consider this a refund with interest," Si-Hon replied, a chilling amusement in his tone. True terror finally twisted the barbarian's face. Sexenard strained against the invisible hand crushing him, his eyes bulging as the realization of his doom set in. Inside the shimmering maw of the dimension, grotesque silhouettes writhed in the dark, countless monsters, far more potent and terrifying than anything the Emperor had ever summoned. The sentence was passed. He was condemned to an eternal, solitary war against relentless horrors in a godforsaken realm. "You think this ends me?" Sexenard gasped, desperation clawing at his throat as he slipped. "I will survive, do you hear me? I will crawl back from that abyss, just as you did, and when I do, Si-Hon, we will clash again. That is my solemn vow, come what may." Si-Hon offered only a quiet farewell. The swirling vortex flared violently, then collapsed inward. The portal snapped shut, consuming Sexenard entirely and leaving only a vibrating hum in the air. Alita's brow furrowed. Was that wise? She voiced her fears. The four towers will undoubtedly sense a dimensional disturbance of that magnitude. It's like lighting a beacon. Si-Hon merely shrugged, unbothered. "Let them look. We leave soon enough, and my cloaking enchantments will scrub our tracks clean. They'll find nothing but dust." His gaze drifted to the floor, landing on the tattered robes the barbarian king had left behind in his banishment. "Though," he mused, a dark smirk playing on his lips, "I might be able to fetch a decent price for these rags." "But what becomes of Sexenard?" Alita pressed, the unease lingering in her voice. "Is he dead?" "Who can say?" Si-Hon replied, staring into the empty space. "Anything is possible in that other world. Survival, ruin, it matters not to me. My vengeance is absolute. Whatever fate choose on him now is his problem, not mine." "I would sleep better knowing he was a corpse," Alita admitted. "That vow he made. Even a 1% chance of his return troubles me." "It would be a miracle, especially for a non-mage," Si-Hon acknowledged. "But I, of all people, know that impossible returns happen. Did I not defy destiny to stand here today? And if he does return," Alita searched his face for worry. "What then?" Si-Hon paused, a slow, predatory smile spreading across his face. "I confess," he admitted, his honesty cutting through the air like a blade. "I would actually be intrigued to witness the ultimate fruit of my vengeance ripen. That would be quite the show." And not long after, the puppet monarch realized he wasn't built for the throne. He abdicated, choosing the life of a free man over the weight of a crown. Primero ascended the steps, taking his place as the new sovereign. His first decree was absolute. The nation was reborn as the Kingdom of Rattenberg. Upon taking the throne, King Ein wasted no time. He completely overhauled the kingdom's internal structure with swift precision. Crumble, whose tireless loyalty had built the foundation for this new era, was raised to the rank of Count and given control over administration. He took over the heavy portfolio that Kelteron had previously managed, freeing the strategist for higher calling. The military saw new blood as well. Jeldarin was named commander of the Black Lion Knights, with the fierce Ryle standing as his vice commander. Kelteron, already a marquis, was appointed chancellor. The people hailed him as a hero. Yet, as Ein dismantled the remnants of the old regime, tension rose. The surviving nobility trembled in their high castles, bracing for the purge they believed was inevitable. But the new king surprised them all. "I am not Emperor Rustenard," Ein declared to the court. "While the crimes of Duke Cramaton and his conspirators cannot be forgiven, I will not cast blame on the innocent indiscriminately." To prove his benevolence was more than just words. He made a shocking proclamation regarding his future queen. He announced his intention to wed Layla Wren Rattenberg, the daughter of the traitor Duke Cramaton himself. The message was loud and clear. By marrying the daughter of his enemy, the king signaled he had no desire to hunt down the nobles for past allegiances. It was a masterstroke. Ein instantly won the trust of the aristocracy, who fell to their knees, pledging undying loyalty to their merciful liege. In the quiet sanctuary of his mind, the new king smiled. He offered a silent salute to Kelteron. Once again, everything was dancing to the tune of the strategist's grand design. As for Layla, she confessed the truth her father had never seen her as a daughter, only as a political pawn. She expressed profound gratitude that King Ein saw her as a person. To stand beside him wasn't a duty, it was her greatest honor. And the king, he sat secure on his throne, satisfied knowing he had won not just the crown, but the unbreakable support of his people. And so, the masses bowed their heads, hailing the dawn of a new era under the sovereign of Rattenberg. Sometime later, the protagonist crossed paths with Kelteron, offering a smirk and congratulations on the snake's ascent to chancellor. He noted that from this lofty perch, Kelteron now held the keys to the entire kingdom's treasury in the palm of his hand. Kelteron stiffened, a flicker of defensiveness in his eyes, insisting he had no intention of using his station to pilfer gold for himself. However, he declared he could easily double his fortune just by stripping the nobility of Sexenard's insane entertainment budgets. Si-Hon nodded, expressing satisfaction that the chaotic chapter of the previous reign had finally closed. It was a relief, especially considering Sexenard's governance had been nothing short of a catastrophic failure. He mused that history might remember Ein as the wise king, simply for fixing half the wreckage the mad tyrant left behind. But the music shifted. Kelteron countered with a grave truth while Sexenard rotted the kingdom from within. He was also its shield. The other heroes of the revolution had been paralyzed, unable to strike the realm while that monster drew breath. His sheer, terrifying presence was the only wall keeping the invaders out. With that formidable influence gone, Kelteron argued, the kingdom now stood naked and vulnerable before its hungry neighbors. Even granting this premise, the protagonist remained unmoved by the threat of imminent peril. Kelteron narrowed his eyes, asking the real question. "Does your confidence stem from a plan to force those other nations to their knees, just as you did here?" "Of course," Kelteron grinned, admitting he prayed for Si-Hon's ruthless success, knowing his own pockets would grow heavy in the process. The protagonist waved a hand, dismissing the flattery. "Kelteron, you didn't summon me for idle speculation. Spit out the true subject you wish to address." At this, the Chancellor's mask dropped. His posture shifted as he revealed that the other heroes were far deadlier than Sexenard ever was. The former king, he explained, was a rusted blade unfit to rule and dulled by years away from the battlefield. His instincts had atrophied. He was a tiger without claws. But Raustein and Safarin, they control the Four Towers. They are floor masters, a realm of absolute power Kelteron himself once held. Si-Hon interjected, noting a crucial difference. Unlike himself, those two were forged by proper magical tutelage. Their foundation is solid, suggesting they might indeed possess power that rivals his own. Tyrant and Karen Anasius, too, have undoubtedly evolved into monsters, driven by a relentless hunger for advancement and self-research. Yet Kelteron raised a finger, contending that one name stood above them all as the supreme force. Lavina. Her power has recently exploded into something truly terrifying. Si-Hon cut him off cold. "Chancellor, dispense with the storytelling. State your true intentions immediately." Kelteron stated with grim conviction, if forced to choose between a savior from another world or the world's destroyers, he chooses Si-Hon. To him, any other path is suicide. But if the common people face such a choice, loyalty will be tested in blood, and many will agonize over which side to take. Upon hearing this, the protagonist's gaze sharpened like a blade. Has Lavina truly ascended to such a level? Kelteron declared there were only three beings in existence who could stand against Si-Hon. First, General Londark, the Iron Guardian of the Ruslan Empire. Second, the legendary mercenary king, Barak. Yet silence has swallowed Barak since the Empire fell, and most assumed time finally killed what blades could not. And the last, the one Kilaron knows intimately, Lavina, the invisible thief queen. She has shattered her limits, achieving the rank of God's sword warrior, the absolute zenith of her discipline. With the old masters gone, she is now officially the sole God sword warrior, walking this entire continent. At this revelation, Si-Hon mused that while the news was shocking, he could accept it. A decade prior, Lavina had achieved Grandmaster status while still a mere child. She was a prodigy born of heaven. It is hardly inconceivable that she has now reached the ultimate peak. Kilaron posited that Tyrant was also dangerously close to attaining Lavina's formidable level. Despite Lavina's inherent ambition, she has not yet moved to swallow the neighboring country. This inaction suggests that with Tyrant rising, even a God sword warrior cannot guarantee a perfect victory. Therefore, Tyrant also represents a threat that cannot be ignored. Lavina might have flickers of ambition, Si-Hon countered, but she is not the type to ruthlessly trample the innocent to sate her desires. Chancellor, I must ask you one last time, are you absolutely certain you have not mistaken her identity? Keltron hesitated, his confidence wavering for a split second. Yet, he steeled himself, daring to assert that it was Si-Hon who was gravely mistaken about the woman in question. In the Chancellor's eyes, Lavina was a paragon of virtue. He believed with every fiber of his being that she had always embodied such purity. And he was not alone. The other 6 heroes of the revolution swore by it. Even the late Commander Sexenard had gone to his grave believing in her sainthood. Keltron's voice grew firm, delivering his verdict. In this entire kingdom, Si-Hon was the sole individual blind to Lavina's true, benevolent nature. Benevolent. The moment those words hung in the air, the atmosphere shifted. A heavy, suffocating aura began to pour out of the protagonist, dark and oppressive. Keltron stumbled back, terror seizing his heart. He realized too late that his defense of the woman had triggered something primal within Si-Hon. Sensing the fear, Si-Hon instantly retracted his killing intent. Forgive me, Keltron. I did not mean to frighten you, he said, his voice returning to a calm baseline. I was merely caught off guard by your conviction. Keltron, wiping sweat from his brow, cautiously asked, Is there anything I can do to remedy this? The protagonist shook his head, a mask of indifference sliding back into place. All is well. I have the information I require. The time has come to set the next phase in motion. With a curt nod, Si-Hon turned his back on the Chancellor, signaling the end of their audience. But as he walked away, Si-Hon's mind churned like a storm. There was one vital truth that Keltron and the rest of the world remained blissfully ignorant of. Si-Hon had seen the face beneath Lavina's mask 10 years ago, a side of her so twisted. No other living soul had witnessed it and survived. Just the memory of her chilling, soulless gaze sent a shiver down his spine. It felt as if her phantom eyes were watching him from the shadows even now. Later, as Si-Hon prepared to head out, Alita intercepted him. Going somewhere? She asked. Si-Hon shrugged, feigning nonchalance. I am dying of boredom. He had considered a simple walk, but the estate offered no distraction. I need books, he decided. I'm going to the city archives. Then I am coming with you, Alita declared instantly. She was just as weary of being cooped up. Si-Hon raised a skeptical eyebrow. Are you ready to show your face in public? Alita scoffed, a confident smirk playing on her lips. Please, my mastery of disguise arts is second to none. Before they could leave, a young woman materialized from the hallway, bowing low. Master Si-Hon. Having overheard their plans, she looked at him with puppy dog eyes, begging to join their excursion. But before Si-Hon could answer, a shadow loomed over her. Another ally stepped in, his expression stern. He cut the girl off, reminding her that her training schedule was not a suggestion. You have lessons, he stated unequivocally. Do not even dream of wasting Lord Si-Hon's precious time with your whims. The girl feigned innocence, whistling as if she hadn't just been caught. But her internal screaming betrayed her intent to crash Si-Hon and Alita's date. The male instructor remained an immovable mountain. You will attend your studies, he ordered, dragging her away, willingly or otherwise. Si-Hon watched the chaotic scene with a faint smile. It is heartening to see the disciples getting along so energetically. Stepping out into the capital, Si-Hon took a deep breath. Terranor has truly been reborn, he remarked. The city pulses with a vitality that was absent during the war and now wearing the face of a stranger thanks to the Thousand Faces technique. Si-Hon admitted to himself that his vengeance had been deeply personal. Yet, as he looked at the thriving streets, he harbored zero regrets. Suddenly, Alita stopped mid-stride, her eyes locking onto a specific storefront. It was a quaint bookstore tucked away in the corner. Curiosity piqued. They stepped inside, scanning the shelves for anything of interest. Si-Hon's eyes wandered to a section filled with titles that screamed scandal. He stroked his chin, wondering just how salacious the local literature had become. Amidst the sea of suggestive covers, one title hit him like a physical blow. The Lover of the Otherworld Savior. Si-Hon's ego immediately flared. His first thought was that this must be a retelling of his tragic romance with Lavina. He scoffed internally. Had their decade-old relationship really been so legendary that bards were writing romances about it? Curiosity got the better of him. He flipped the book open, but what he saw made his blood run cold. The protagonist was him, but the love interest was Railstein. Si-Hon stood frozen, his brain short-circuiting. Who in their right mind had penned this abomination? Was the author blind to history? And why, by all the gods, had they paired him in a passionate affair with his male comrade? Beside him, Alita turned bright red. An awkward silence stretched between them, thick enough to cut with a knife. Without a word, she snatched a copy, paid for it, and practically sprinted out of the shop. Si-Hon followed, traumatized, as they retreated to the city square. They arrived at the Hall of Heroes, dominated by towering statues. Did Sexenard commission these monuments? Si-Hon mused, eyeing the stone figures. Alita shrugged, regaining her composure. There is no harm in honoring the revolution. The people need symbols. Look, there is even one for the otherworld savior. Si-Hon squinted at the statue that was supposed to be him. It bore absolutely no resemblance to his actual face. Alita chuckled at his expression. Let's just say the legends about you have been artistically enhanced over time. Your achievements were godlike. She added softly, people prefer their gods to look a certain way. Si-Hon let out a dry laugh. In that case, I should be grateful. At least no one will recognize me walking down the street. With the ghost of Sexenard finally laid to rest, Alita turned to him, her gaze sharpening. So, do you have the next target in your sights? Si-Hon mused on his odds. Crushing Sephirin or Railstein would be child's play. After all, their magic was utterly useless against him. However, he decided to delay that bloodbath. Hunting mages was a nightmare. They were slippery, strategic, and always hiding in the shadows. Originally, his blade was meant for Tyrant right after taking down Sexenard. He banked on Tyrant's arrogance. A swordsman that prideful would be easy to lure into a duel and isolate. But calculations had changed. Lavina had ascended to the rank of warrior goddess through her peerless swordplay, and Si-Hon suspected, though he lacked proof, that Tyrant was dangerously close to reaching that same legendary tier. If Kieleron's intel was solid and Tyrant had truly become a warrior god, then challenging him now would be a death sentence. Si-Hon had recovered his aura, yes, but he was still stuck at the Grandmaster stage. He needed more time to reclaim his true, terrifying power. His companion watched him closely, asking if he planned to grind through this hellish training until he was fully healed. The protagonist scoffed, his voice cold. I have already lost 10 years. There is no more time to waste. His gaze drifted, locking onto one of the hero statues with burning intensity. I can barely contain myself, he whispered. I need to slaughter Karen and Aetius. Alita's eyes went wide with shock. Are you talking about the immortal witch? Si-Hon nodded grimly. Karen wields the power of Prin, the cleric's restoration, alongside the devastating might of Freya, the Templar. A dual-class wielder. Such a combination is practically a myth. But her true terror isn't just raw power. It is how she twists them together. She doesn't just buff herself, she rots her enemies from the inside out with 1,000 different plagues. Even the strongest swordsmen and mages tremble before her. One breath near her is enough to seal your fate. Alita shuddered. She sounds like a monster. Are you sure you can handle her, Si-Hon? He answered with absolute confidence. Beings from other worlds are immune to the indigenous diseases of Tirana, meaning Karen's deadliest weapons will bounce right off me. Alita pressed for details. So, it is not just her magic you are immune to every plague in this world. Indeed, Si-Hon confirmed, a dark gratitude coloring his tone. If not for that anomaly, I would have died long ago. His friend tilted her head. Is it some kind of ancient protective magic? No, Si-Hon explained. On Earth, our war with bacteria created monsters. Superbugs evolved to survive anything. I became a living vessel, carrying these apex microscopic predators across the dimensional rift. The portal did not filter them out. When I was dragged into this world, my entire biological ecosystem came with me. Alita was stunned speechless. Even a germ can survive the dimensional void. Just how does that work? Si-Hon's eyes clouded with memory. Railstein was once obsessed with solving that very riddle. He theorized that the dimensional gateway only permitted true living entities to pass. I remember him turning to me. Si-Hon recalled. He asked, what exactly does the portal define as alive? Si-Hon shrugged. I told him I didn't know. Maybe anything with a soul. That set Railstein off. If that is true, the mage raved, could a zombie cross over? What about animated flesh? Si-Hon, bombarded by the grotesque imagery, stood there in stunned silence. Railstein laughed manically. This is the romance of research. As he dove deeper into his repulsive theories, a sharp rap echoed through the room. Railstein yelped, clutching his head. A young woman stood behind him, her presence completely masking her approach. Must you talk about rotting flesh before dinner, Rilstein? That actually hurt, Rilstein whined, but the moment his eyes met Karen's, his anger evaporated like mist. Her smile was a weapon of mass destruction. He could not resist it. Karen set the plates down gently. Dinner is ready, she said softly. I apologize. It is simple fare. We are low on ingredients. Si-Hon waved his hand dismissively. Don't be ridiculous. Just having food on the table is a luxury. Rilstein, however, frowned. Why aren't you eating with us? Karen smiled wearily. I tasted everything while I cooked. I am quite full. The two men exchanged a look. They didn't buy it for a second. Immediately, they began piling food from their own plates onto hers. I really am not hungry, she protested. But their stubborn kindness was an unstoppable force. Defeated, she finally took a small bite. Rilstein and Si-Hon beamed like idiots while Tyrant watched from the corner, scoffing in silence. Si-Hon looked at his companion, his voice quiet. Aren't you going to offer her some of your meal? Tyrant scoffed, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. I'm not like you gluttons. He stood up abruptly, leaving his full plate behind. I've had enough, Karen can have the rest, he barked, but Karen just smiled to herself, knowing this was Tyrant's clumsy, awkward way of showing kindness. As the young men geared up to leave, Karen's voice rang out. Si-Hon, wait a moment. I mended your scarf, she said gently, holding up the carefully repaired fabric. The winds are getting colder. I wouldn't want you catching a chill. Back in the present, those memories washed over him. Karen had always been that way, the perfect blend of a protective older sister and a nurturing mother. Even though Tyrant and Ralston were his seniors, Si-Hon had always viewed Karen as his true family, a sister in every way that mattered. Her gentle spirit, her quiet wisdom, her sharp intellect, they all shone with an undeniable kindness. Her smile was his guiding light. No matter how harrowing the battle or how deep the pain, that warmth never faltered. Even when they were forced to slaughter Imperial soldiers, a gruesome sight that turned others' stomachs, her composure never cracked. It wasn't just Karen. In those lost days, they were all siblings to Si-Hon, a family forged in blood and unbreakable bonds. He owed everything to them. The lessons he learned by their side were the only reason he was still alive today. But the nostalgia had to end. Weary from his long journey, he turned to Alita. It's time, he said firmly. We need to head back. Yet, a dark thought echoed in Si-Hon's mind. Too much time had passed. Some paths, once taken, offered no return. Meanwhile, within the sacred spires of Licitarium, the divine capital of Aeneas, Karen was immersed in her duties. Has Sexenard abdicated the throne? She asked, her voice slicing through the reverent silence of the chamber. A priest bowed low. Yes, your holiness. The eldest prince has indeed ascended to the kingship. Furthermore, Count Kelteron, his right hand, has seized control of the chaos. Another priest frowned. Kelteron. That name sounds familiar. His colleague whispered back. Kelteron, the man with the body of a scholar, but the savage cunning of a wild beast. Karen raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. Is that so? The Kelteron I remember is no coward, but he certainly isn't the type to instigate a revolution. With an imperious wave of her hand, she commanded, gather more intelligence immediately. The head priest hesitated. In the next course of action, Karen's eyes narrowed. Many fled the tyranny of Sexenard to seek refuge here, yet now they desecrate our temples and plunder offerings meant for the goddess. She continued, her tone dropping to a dangerous chill. These refugees, should have received ample food and clothing. Why, then, would they resort to such thievery? She demanded. The high priest trembled. I confess. The supply officer embezzled the resources. The refugees were left with nothing. While stealing from the goddess is a sin, he pleaded, I beseech your holiness, do not punish them for stealing merely to survive. But Karen remained unyielding, her face like stone. According to the divine commandments, circumstances do not absolve sin. Therefore, all who have stolen must be eliminated, no exceptions. Secular laws are inherently unjust, she asserted coldly, for they are built on human emotions and fleeting situations. The populace must adhere to the goddess's will, not the arbitrary laws or ethics they invent for themselves. Only through absolute obedience will they find righteousness. If you understand, priest, leave my sight. Her gaze was utterly devoid of emotion, a chilling emptiness that some might call the epitome of dispassionate justice. But to others, it was madness. Terrified and without options, the priest could only acquiesce to her decree. They bowed in unison and fled the hallowed space. The scene shifted back to Si-Hon, where Kelteron stood ready. I have executed your request perfectly. Lord Si-Hon, Sword Saint Zenon, Sword Saint Alita, and your disciple Dina. You are all officially designated as the Rottenburg delegation to the Holy Kingdom of Aeneas. Si-Hon marveled at the Count's terrifying efficiency. He had tasked Kelteron with finding a way to reach Karen without arousing suspicion. The Count had asked for time, yet he had delivered results with lightning speed. Si-Hon assumed the man would need a day to think, but he had completed the arrangements before the conversation even ended. Si-Hon knew the rules. For a king to truly assert his claim to the throne, he required recognition from other nations. Dispatching diplomats was the only way. Yet, administrative procedures were usually a nightmare. This speed was unnatural. "How did you secure permission so swiftly?" Si-Hon asked. Kelteron smirked. "I didn't just ask now. I appointed you to the delegation from the very beginning." For a man of Count Kelteron's immense status, a task like this was mere child's play. Si-Hon narrowed his eyes, a suspicion taking root. Had the Count orchestrated this entire chessboard from the very beginning, preparing for every possible move? "Do not burden your subordinates with unnecessary schemes," Si-Hon warned, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. "Next time, simply ask before taking such initiative." Kelteron bowed low, accepting the rebuke as sound wisdom without a hint of defiance. Watching the Count's trembling posture, Si-Hon realized the truth. Serving the tyrant Sessinard had left deep scars of paralyzing fear of making even a single mistake. Composing himself, the Count reported, "The Holy Kingdom of Enosius has sent word. They have responded positively to the ascension of the new king, and other nations are already following their lead. We can leverage this momentum," Kelteron advised. "Use this delegation to arrange summits with representatives from every major realm." Si-Hon's expression darkened. He had a vague inkling of who the holdout would be. A man fiercely loyal to Sessinard, who undoubtedly harbored a burning hatred for King Ames I. Yet, the hostility was far more blatant than Si-Hon had anticipated. He clenched his fist. He sincerely hoped this madman wasn't contemplating a full-scale war. He referred, of course, to the ruler of Seraphan. Si-Hon realized with a sinking feeling that he would face this enemy far sooner than fate had promised. The kingdom of Seraphan stood alone against the world, refusing to bend the knee. This wasn't just stubbornness. It was an unwavering stance born from Seraphan's blood oath with the former tyrant, Sessinard. Their bond went deeper than friendship. It was a partnership forged in the fires of hell, an inseparable duo of destruction. Seraphan was the strategic mastermind, while Sessinard was the unstoppable force, a nightmare combination. The official story claimed Sessinard had abdicated for a peaceful life, but Seraphan, who knew the tyrant's soul, dismissed it as a pathetic fabrication. Si-Hon deduced that Seraphan's distrust was absolute. Music, that was the root of his refusal to sanction the new monarch. As the realization hit, a grim shadow fell over Si-Hon's face. He could not allow innocent blood to stain his path to vengeance. At this rate, he would have to crush Seraphan before he could even reach Karen. "Fear not, my lord," Kelteron interjected, sensing the tension. "Your apprehension is unwarranted. Well, every other kingdom stands with us. Moreover, we have the backing of the Realstein Empire, the continent's supreme power." It was a clash of titans. Both Realstein and Seraphan were nations built on the backs of devastatingly powerful mages. Their rivalry was ancient, a bitter ember burning since the Revolutionary War, waiting for a spark to ignite. Because of this delicate balance of terror, even Seraphan dared not make a reckless move. One wrong step would mean annihilation. Therefore, Kelteron concluded with a confident smile, "We should proceed to the Holy Kingdom of Enosius as planned. Every preparation is already in place." Si-Hon smirked. "The Count must have predicted this outcome perfectly," he remarked. Trusting the Fox's counsel, he resolved to push forward. "Very well. I leave the arrangements entirely in your capable hands." 3 days later, the journey began. Si-Hon found himself riding under the open sky. He was not alone, but at the head of a massive delegation, marching towards the sacred lands of Enosius. From the velvet cushions of a luxury carriage, a noble peeked out, puzzled. "My lord, surely you jest. Would you not prefer to rest a while?" "I am quite comfortable," Si-Hon replied, patting his steed. "In fact, I find the saddle far more liberating than being trapped in a wooden box." "As you wish." The noble bowed obsequiously. "Should you require anything at all, do not hesitate to command me." The wind in his hair felt good. "It has been an eternity since I last rode like this," Si-Hon mused. "I find I'm savoring every moment." Beside him, Attila was struggling. Unlike Si-Hon, she was a novice. "You are getting the knack of it," he encouraged, "but careful not to force it." "Do not overexert yourself," he cautioned. "Using aura to outrun a horse is possible, but mastering that speed drains your energy too fast. That is why you must learn the way of the horse," he explained. "Look at Zenon, a true knight. Or Diana, her noble upbringing, makes riding look as natural as breathing." He glanced at Attila, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "I always assumed you, too, hailed from a distinguished lineage." "My family was destroyed." Her voice was cold, empty of tears. Regardless of the pain, she tightened her grip, determined to master the beast beneath her. As the sun bled below the horizon, camp was struck. Unlike our old journeys, the soldiers handle the grunt work now, Si-Hon observed. A satisfied smile graced his lips. He could certainly get used to this level of service. Zenant, however, was less impressed. We are mercenaries, not tourists, he grumbled. Why are we pitching tents here? I assumed the Count would have prepared a faster route. Musing. It is unavoidable, Diana interrupted, her tone sharp and pragmatic. The other paths are treacherous death traps, she explained. Desolate mountains with zero supply lines. We'd starve before we arrived. The Great Gelot Highway Bridge once connected these lands, she pointed into the distance, but the war reduced it to rubble. Now, this winding path is our only option. Trade would have tripled if only that bridge were still standing. Dina sighed, her voice heavy with regret. Born a merchant's daughter, she possessed a sharp eye for value and the devastating cost of destruction. A structure spanning these mountains had to be built like a fortress, Alita mused, the implied question hanging thick in the air. What kind of force could possibly obliterate it? Her gaze drifted to Si-Hon, catching the bead of cold sweat rolling down his neck. The answer struck her instantly. The culprit was standing right in front of her. Si-Hon quickly shifted the blame to Cesard. Back then, the war was a wildfire. He lied smoothly. Collateral damage was inevitable. Yet, a heavy silence settled in Si-Hon's heart. For the first time, the weight of his past destruction crashed down on him. He silently vowed to tread more carefully from now on. However, peace brought its own enemy, crushing boredom. With the soldiers handling logistics, Si-Hon was useless. I will help with the transport, Zenon volunteered. Stepping up. I need to work on my horsemanship, Alita announced, before glancing slyly at the MC. Si-Hon, why not spare some time for Dina? Moments later, the training session began. Dina vibrated with infectious energy, her eyes burning with anticipation. She launched a ferocious strike, but Si-Hon parried with effortless grace. Your spirit is commendable, Dina, he noted calmly. But spirit isn't enough. Look at your guard. It is wide open to a fatal blow. He tapped her defenses, a gentle wake-up call. In battle, awareness is everything. The sword is an extension of the self. It demands absolute unity of mind and body. Anger is fuel, but it is also poison. Never let it consume you. Fury blinds the warrior, he warned. Dina nodded, understanding dawning in her eyes. Aggressive, but controlled. I understand. Treat every spar like a death match, Si-Hon commanded, his aura sharpening. There are no shortcuts on the path of the sword. Yet, he saw her trembling limbs and softened his tone. But destruction is not discipline. Moderation is the key to longevity. Dina drank in his wisdom like a sponge, her aptitude surprising even him. Just as expected from the mercenary king's successor, she beamed, awe radiating from her. It is an honor. Is this how you mastered the basics before inheriting the king's techniques? The question dragged Si-Hon's mind back into the shadows of the past. His own education had been a nightmare. No kindness, no mercy, only pain. It was not just physical torture. His master's words were designed to break his spirit, not build it. During one hellish session, a friend had dared to step in, screaming that the cruelty went too far. But the instructor merely scoffed. Pain, he claimed, is the fastest teacher. In his eyes, softness meant death. Without this hell, Si-Hon would be nothing but a corpse in a ditch. Once the devil left, his friend rushed to his side, tears carving paths through the grime on his face. 3 months. Si-Hon had sobbed. 3 months since he was dragged into this cursed world. He did not deserve this hell. His friend shook his head gently. It is not you, Si-Hon. It is this world. It knows only cruelty. But listen to me. Your life is the one treasure you must protect. If you want to live, you must become a monster. Strength is the only law here. Back in the present, Si-Hon gripped his sword. He had survived Master Sha's hell, after all. You did well, Dina, he said, shaking off the memories. That is enough for today. Rest now. His own sword skills did not come from a noble school. They were forged by a vagabond in the darkest alleyways. He had not learned an art form. He had learned the raw, brutal language of violence. That grim education taught him one undeniable truth. The chilling simplicity of taking a life. It was the price of survival in the inferno known as Terranor. Later, as the camp settled, Zenon admired the soldiers. There is beauty in a disciplined army, he noted. Alita smirked, her wit as sharp as her blade. We found another magic beast. Does that mean rain is on the menu again? Si-Hon gestured to the vast, starlit canopy. Not tonight, he promised. The heavens are finally clear. Laughter echoed through the camp, a fleeting moment of peace. Dina smiled, savoring the warmth. The campsite was a picture of tranquility, the meal appearing visually flawless. However, she seemed to be the only one enjoying this culinary disaster. Si-Hon fought the urge to gag. Zenon might be a genius with a sword, but his cooking skills were practically a war crime. Alita chewed silently, her expression grim, fully agreeing with the unspoken verdict. Yet, silence reigned. No one dared shatter the joyful mood of their journey by criticizing the chef. A silent, unanimous pact was formed in that moment. Si-Hon must never touch a cooking pot again. Dina would remain the sole fan of his poisonous cuisine. As twilight draped over the camp, the protagonist took command. Tonight, the world fades away. Do not disturb us. The time for leisure was over. It was the perfect hour to awaken their dormant powers with aura training. His plan was ambitious. Alita would inherit Lova's legendary phantom stealth. For Xenon, the goal was Sexard's devastating explosive aura. Alita hesitated, skepticism clouding her gaze. Is such a high-tier art truly easy to teach? You struggle to explain concepts from your world to ours. But Si-Hon simply smirked, revealing his teaching philosophy. When words fail, action speaks. Practical application is the ultimate master. Xenon's fighting spirit ignited instantly. He stood tall, ready to follow his master's orders to the letter. Alita, however, remained cautious. These are the signature moves of revolution heroes. Using them openly is like painting a target on our backs. Like the protagonist shrugged, unfazed by the risk. We simply lie. We claim a wandering, ancient hermit passed them down to us. Alita blinked, utterly stunned by the sheer audacity of such a flimsy fabrication. Si-Hon mused that history was full of such convenient truths. Even the great Sexard learned under mysterious circumstances, making the lie perfectly plausible. But the origin story was trivial. What truly mattered was compatibility. Could their bodies handle the burden of these god-tier techniques? To find out, Si-Hon wasted no time. He initiated the training, guiding their flow of energy with surgical precision. Hours passed. The repetitive strain began to drain Si-Hon, exhaustion clinging to him like wet clothes. Alita noticed his waning energy. Demonstrating the techniques over and over for his disciples was taking a heavy toll. The protagonist waved off the concern. I just need fuel. A quick meal will restore my vitality. Xenon moved instantly, volunteering to hunt. Si-Hon tried to stop him, claiming he could endure a bit longer, but the night was already gone. Moments later, Xenon returned, triumphant. In his hands, 2 fresh rabbits dangled. Si-Hon's eyes widened in genuine shock. Seeing the expression, Xenon paused. Master, do you dislike rabbit meat? No, it is not that, Si-Hon clarified quickly. I am simply terrified by your speed. You caught 2 in the blink of an eye. Hunting is my specialty, Xenon replied with a proud, boyish grin. The protagonist had severely underestimated his friend's predatory instincts. Curiosity piqued. Si-Hon asked him to hunt again. Xenon nodded enthusiastically. I shall return before you blink. Si-Hon honed his senses, watching the hunter vanish into the brush, and then he saw it, an astonishing aura radiating from Xenon. It wasn't explosive. It was a subtle, invisible web, extending out to entrap everything in its vicinity. Completely unaware of his own power, Xenon locked onto a squirrel. The creature froze, instantly paralyzed by the night's unconscious pressure. Xenon frowned, noting the squirrel's small size. He dismissed it as an unworthy snack and moved on. The protagonist watched, trembling with realization. With his god-tier perception, he saw the truth Xenon was blind to. The boy was a monster and didn't even know it. Xenon believed his success was merely luck. He was oblivious to the terrifying, innate talent coursing through his veins. The disparity was so vast that Si-Hon had to intervene. How did you do that? How did you cast that web of aura? Xenon looked perplexed. Aura, I use no such thing. Si-Hon realized the chilling truth. The power was instinctual, bypassing conscious thought entirely. He looked at Xenon with new eyes. The boy's current knight rank was a lie. He wasn't weak, he was simply misclassified. His true potential was an ocean that had never been explored. Decisively, the protagonist reached into his satchel. He grabbed a pinch of salt and held out his closed fist. Xenon, look at my hand. Tell me exactly how many grains of salt I hold. Xenon's gaze sharpened, his pupils contracting. Precisely 136 grains. He answered with absolute certainty, though he looked confused by the strange test. Now, the protagonist whispered, I see you clearly. Forget the explosive aura. That path is beneath you. Your destiny lies with the Emperor's skill. Xenon's eyes widened, a wave of profound shock crashing over him. He could only stammer in disbelief. Why bestow such a divine power upon a mere mortal like me? Si-Hon instantly grasped the weight of the Emperor's technique. It was a singular, transcendent art, accessible only to those blessed by the heavens themselves. And yet, music. After witnessing Zenon's raw potential firsthand, Si-Hon knew the truth. This young man didn't just have talent, he possessed the spirit of a revolutionary hero. He had dismissed Zenon as a simple brute before, relying only on muscle. How wrong he was. Under that rough exterior lay sophisticated instincts and techniques the boy didn't even know he possessed. Si-Hon shook his head in disbelief. Music. To think such a prodigy had been wasting his god-tier potential on chopping carrots and pitching tents. As the sun heralded a new dawn, the carriage rumbled onward. Si-Hon collapsed back against the seat, drained to his very core after a hellish night of training. Dina, fresh and rested, eyed him suspiciously. Just what kind of midnight madness left him looking like a walking corpse? Her attention shifted to the horizon, and her breath hitched. There it was. The colossal spire of Licitarium pierced the clouds, a beacon announcing their arrival at the capital. They rolled beneath the city's looming shadows, greeted by none other than the high priest himself. The vanguard offered the customary diplomatic pleasantries, but the real action was happening in the background. Si-Hon's eyes were sharp, scanning every shadow. Recognition flashed like a blade in the dark. Heman music of these faces weren't strangers. They were veterans who had served Karen since the bloody days of the revolution. Si-Hon smirked internally. Thanks to his high-tier magical disguise, he walked among them like a ghost, completely undetected. The high priest's voice boomed, shattering the tension. Music. All rise for Her Royal Highness the Queen of Andeus. A collective gasp swept through the retinue, silenced by her otherworldly beauty. But for Alita, this wasn't about looks. She stood paralyzed, face to face with a living legend, one of the 7 heroes who broke the world. To stand before Karen in ages, it was a dream she never dared to have. Rumors claimed Karen was in her 30s, yet the woman on the throne looked impossibly youthful. Time seemed to have frozen for her. But something far more disturbing caught Alita's eye. She turned to Si-Hon. Music. The air around him had changed. His posture was rigid, his aura dark. What is happening? His voice sliced through the silence, leaving his companions bewildered. Later, safely away from prying ears, Alita demanded answers. What did you mean back there? Si-Hon. His reply was cold and absolute. That woman on the throne, that is not Karen. The face was identical, but the energy was wrong. It reeked of a sinister intensity, foreign to the Karen he knew. There was only one conclusion. An imposter sat on the throne. A dangerous accusation without proof. He couldn't strike yet. Alita played devil's advocate. People change. Si-Hon, 10 years on a throne can harden a soul. Perhaps the crown simply altered her aura. Zenon cut in. Guessing won't help. We see her again tomorrow. The Rattenberg welcomed fate. It was the perfect stage for Si-Hon to uncover the truth. Dina burst into their chambers, arms laden with silk and velvet. Suit up, the queen demands perfection. They weren't going to embarrass the delegation looking like peasants. This was a royal decree. Alita didn't hesitate. She stepped out first, transformed. Dina gasped, hand to her mouth. The warrior girl looked absolutely breathtaking. Si-Hon, however, tugged at his collar, miserable. Do I really have to wear this straitjacket? I've never suffered such torture. Zenon sighed, fixing him with a look. Yes, it's royalty. Si-Hon, suck it up. Alita caught Si-Hon staring and smirked. Not to your taste. Si-Hon shrugged, trying to play it cool. Actually, it suits you. Dina rolled her eyes so hard it hurt. Is that it? Is that really the best compliment you can muster? Si-Hon groaned. Measurements are done. I'm taking this off. I feel like a trussed pig in these formal rags. Dina blocked his path. Oh no, you don't. You're wearing that until it feels like a second skin. Listen, she scolded. This isn't just a dinner. It's a grand ball. That means dancing. If you trip over your own feet because your pants are tight, you'll doom us all. Alita laughed softly. It has been ages since I stepped onto a dance floor. Dina nodded dreamily. 6 months for me. Let's hope we haven't lost our touch. Even Zenon, a man who usually avoids these frivolous gatherings, admits his blood is pumping for tonight's event. Dina steps in, her voice sharp. A true knight conquers the ballroom as easily as the battlefield. She turns her gaze to Si-Hon. Tell me, are you skilled in the art of the dance? The protagonist answers with calm confidence. Indeed. After all, a duel is nothing more than a vigorous dance with steel. But internally, absolute chaos. To get close to Karen, he needs to blend in perfectly. The problem, he has zero experience on a dance floor. Alita senses the cold sweat beneath his stoic mask. Allow me, she offers softly. I will teach you the steps. She glides to his side, her movements elegant and fluid, demonstrating the fundamental rhythm of the ballroom. Alita takes the lead, guiding him through the intricate footwork. To the untrained eye, it looks like the protagonist is finally grasping the flow. But instinct is a cruel mistress. In a split second, he twists, locking her arm in a lethal subjugation hold. Dina gasps, her jaw practically hitting the floor. Si-Hon, what in the blazing hells do you think you are doing? He releases her, scratching his head in embarrassment. His body moved on its own pure combat reflex. His companions can only facepalm at his hopeless nature. The following evening arrives. The grand hall is alive. vibrating with the hum of distinguished guests and swelling orchestral music. Beneath the enchanting melodies, tables groan under the weight of a feast fit for the gods. Si-Hon's eyes go wide. He swears he has never witnessed such overwhelming luxury in all his travels. Torn between the endless delicacies, the caravan leader points out a local specialty. It is a renowned dish simply titled grass. Si-Hon takes a bite. It is a simple stir-fry of noodles and vegetables. The taste hits him. It is exactly like japchae. He freezes. To find a flavor so identical to the cuisine of his Korean homeland in this fantasy world, it is nothing short of a miracle. Seeing Si-Hon's eyes light up, Zenon chuckles. If you like it that much, I will whip up a batch at our next camp. But Si-Hon's mind is elsewhere. His gaze sharpens, scanning the sea of faces like a hawk. Karen is still nowhere to be found. The ballroom thrums with energy. Dina leans in, commenting on the sheer, overwhelming number of attendees. She notes that while Alita has been away from high society for ages, her mentor seems unusually on edge tonight. Alita stays silent, her eyes darting around. The hall is filled with strangers, and something feels off. Their conversation is cut short. A young noble approaches, bowing slightly. Forgive the intrusion. Are you not Dina Crumble? Dina blinks, admitting she has no clue who he is. He smiles, explaining he recognized the striking resemblance to her mother. He straightens his posture. I am Bright, a scion of the illustrious Amos family. The connection drops. Dina's mother is the younger sister of his own mother. Dina's eyes widen. She recalls her aunt marrying into the Amos lineage in Anaz. The realization hits this man as her blood relative. Another figure steps out from the shadows. Bright introduces him as Duran Gren, the iron-willed guardian knight of House Amos. Amidst the swirling festivities, the protagonist senses a shift in the atmosphere. He moves to Dina's side, his presence commanding, seeking clarity on this sudden family reunion. Dina quickly fills him in. She has just met her cousin, Bright of the Amos family. She performs the introductions, the Marquises of Keltern, Schonstein, and Zenon. Finally, she gestures to Alita Rolkin. Alita. Bright purrs, his eyes gleaming. A beautiful name for a maiden of equal radiance. He bows low. Would you grant me the honor of a dance? Dina's brow twitches, a spark of irritation igniting in her gaze. The warmth vanishes. This is starkly different from how he greeted her. Had this snake merely used Dina as a stepping stone to get to Alita? Sensing the girl's simmering rage, Duran steps in to defuse the bomb. He extends a rough hand to Dina. Might I have this dance? Flattered by the knight's unexpected courtesy, she accepts, her anger subsiding. A wave of relief washes over the protagonist. But in a heartbeat, his attention is ripped away by a new spectacle. The atmosphere shatters. The queen has finally graced the festivities with her divine presence. Si-Hon's heart hammers against his ribs. This is it. His paramount objective, a private audience with Karen. As she drifts through the crowd, a collective gasp ripples through the hall. Her beauty is ethereal, otherworldly. Every man present feels the burning desire to take her hand. Yet, fear paralyzes them. Their courage crumbles at the terrifying prospect of royal rejection. But Si-Hon, he does not flinch. Unfazed by the crushing pressure, he steps forward, executing a flawless, confident bow. Marquis Schonstein of Keltern, Your Majesty. His voice rings out clear. Would you grant me the singular honor of this dance? A shockwave of murmurs sweeps the room. No one dares to breathe. A mere noble breaching the barrier to invite the queen. Deep down, even Si-Hon harbored reservations about such a reckless gamble. He calculated his approach, realizing this was the only way to breach her defenses without triggering a diplomatic incident. Queen Karen dipped her head, accepting the invitation, and in a heartbeat, they swept onto the dance floor. Their union instantly commanded the room, drawing every eye in the hall. Music. Now, Si-Hon thought, the moment of truth. It was time to unveil the results of his hellish training to the world. He recalled Alita's sharp critique from weeks ago, how his body, forged for the brutality of war, was too rigid for the elegance of the ballroom. Treat the dance as a duel, she had told him. Don't just move, ensnare. It is a graceful trap to capture your enemy. Back in the present, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd as the music swelled. The performance between the queen and the marquis was nothing short of a masterpiece. Even Lady Dina found herself trembling not from fear, but from the sheer, electrifying beauty of the spectacle. Karen herself couldn't hide her shock, whispering that he moved with the deadly precision of a master duelist, not a mere dancer. Seizing the opening, Si-Hon leaned in, his voice a low velvet whisper. Your Majesty, you are radiant tonight. To dance with you is a divine privilege, like waltzing with the princess of the Moon Palace herself. Even the legendary Moon Rabbit would be blinded by your brilliance. A flicker of genuine confusion crossed Karen's face. Gotcha. Si-Hon's eyes narrowed slightly. He had spoken these exact words to her once before. In the past, He had told her the ancient legend of the rabbit pounding medicine on the moon, explaining the shadow on the lunar surface that gave birth to the myth. Karen had laughed back then, finding the folklore of Si-Hon's homeland utterly delightful. He had assured her it was just one of many legends, spending hours regaling her with tales of the stars. But now, this woman frowned. A rabbit on the moon. What a bizarre story. Where did you unearth such nonsense? Si-Hon offered no reply. He smoothly brought their motion to a halt. It has been an utmost honor, Your Majesty. The queen nodded regally, offering a polite pleasantry before turning away. She withdrew from the floor, leaving Si-Hon standing there with ice in his veins. That is not Karen. The real queen would never forget the story of the moon rabbit. This woman was an imposter. Meanwhile, amidst the frozen peaks of the Abrielangel Plateau in the holy kingdom of Anasius, a sinister plot brewed within the Sable Tower. My lady, a shadowed figure announced, kneeling in the darkness. We have found it, the heir to the ancient Ruslan bloodline. Excellent work, Magus Howland. The leader purred, her voice smooth as cold marble, though it took longer than I desired. And she is cunning, Howland replied, his head bowed. She hid herself well. She abandoned her heritage to pose as a high sword, serving as a mere knight for a noble house. A high sword? The leader paused, intrigued. No wonder she remained undetected. To think she would suppress the Emperor's terrifying summoning arts to wield a blade. Astonishing. Send word to the Moon Temple immediately, she commanded, her eyes glowing with malice. We will need Priest Lumen's power for this. The target is no ordinary prey. She possesses the ability to summon entities from other dimensions. Our standard magic is useless against such abominations. We have sacrificed mountains of gold and blood to find the Ruslan heir. We cannot allow her to slip through our fingers now. Prepare every trap imaginable. The subordinate bowed, the crushing weight of the mission settling on his shoulders. Back at the ball, Si-Hon's conviction was absolute. The woman on the throne was a fraud. But who was she? And more importantly, where was the real Queen Karen? Unearthing the truth would be like walking through a minefield. We can't exactly walk up and ask where they hid the monarch. Zenon whispered urgently. That's a death sentence. Our cover as the delegation's night escorts gives us access. Si-Hon analyzed, his mind racing. It grants us the privilege to approach the elite. But with this imposter on the throne, the game has changed. Every move is dangerous. To find the true queen, we must dig deeper into the kingdom's underbelly. We need to forge alliances with the nobility. Someone here knows something. Suddenly, a face flashed in his mind. Lady Dina. The noblewoman he met earlier. She was the key. I viewed this acquaintance as a strategic wedge, a subtle opening to pry my way into the elite circles I desperately needed. The very next day, Duran was ready to receive us. Upon seeing Dina return, he couldn't hide his delight, immediately offering to escort us personally on behalf of his noble house. He explained that the Count himself had been eager to extend a formal invitation to his cousin, a traveler hailing from a distant foreign land. Si-Hon, who had been calculating the perfect angle of approach, found the path unexpectedly paved with gold when the invitation arrived before he even made his move. The Amos family's obvious clout within the nobility presented a golden ticket, a vital avenue that could lead straight to the classified intelligence regarding the papal court. This, he realized with a sharp intake of breath, was the breakthrough he needed to uncover Karen's location. As they traveled, Duran revealed his impressive history. He had awakened as a magic swordsman at the young age of 18 and had served the Amos clan with loyalty for 6 years now. He humbly added that warriors like Si-Hon and Zenon were far superior swordsmen, assuring Dina that her safety was in the hands of true masters. But Dina shook her head, modesty coloring her voice as she admitted her own talents were shallow, confessing she still struggled to master aura reinforcement. Hearing this, Duran shared the true creed of a knight, his voice dropping to a serious, reverent tone. The blade is not drawn to prove one's own power, but to shield the people you hold dear. With a gentle, encouraging smile, he acknowledged her struggle. He knew Dina's path was arduous, yet he spoke with absolute conviction that she would one day ascend to a realm of unimaginable strength. Witnessing this exchange, Zenon nodded in respect, remarking that Duran was the very definition of a commendable knight. Alida, however, felt a prickle of intuition, a sense that something was off script, and her suspicion only deepened as the imposing estate of the Amos family loomed into view. The moment they arrived, Master Bright greeted them with practiced elegance, declaring it a supreme honor to host such distinguished guests. He slid effortlessly into conversation with Dina, exchanging pleasantries about family lineage and the nuances of their high stations. Watching from the sidelines, Si-Hon analyzed the flow of conversation and realized the current chatter was useless fluff. It offered zero clues regarding Karen's whereabouts, which was his only real objective. He knew a blunt interrogation would only raise red flags. He needed to engineer a subtle opening, a pretext to get inside his host's guard. Suddenly, with a theatrical flourish that caught everyone off guard, Bright produced a bouquet of exquisite flowers and presented them to Alita. He confessed that he had been enchanted by her beauty since their very first meeting, humbly begging for the chance to court her. A collective gasp swept through the group, and Alita stood frozen, her mind completely blanking out at the sudden ambush. Neither she nor the others could comprehend Bright's sheer audacity, nor where he found such an endless wellspring of confidence. Duran, keeping his face perfectly neutral, sighed and clarified that it was simply his master's habit to confess his undying love the second he spotted a beautiful woman. Wasting no time on subtlety, Bright went straight for the kill. He asked Alita point blank if she would become his beloved. The young woman turned to stone, speechless, before stammering a polite apology if she had led him on. However, she steeled herself and explained that her heart was already spoken for. She gestured dramatically towards Si-Hon, leaving the protagonist himself thunderstruck, a shock shared by every single person in the courtyard. Ignoring the atmosphere, Alita firmly declared that her decision regarding her life partner was final, forcing her to reject the young noble's proposal. Bright looked as though he had been struck by lightning. His face crumbled in devastation, and the humiliation was so crushing that he apologized for the intrusion and begged for a moment to retreat and lick his wounds. Duran quickly stepped in, assuring them his master would recover shortly, apologizing profusely for the bizarre interlude. He then extended a formal invitation for them to stay the night, suggesting they resume their business discussions fresh the following morning. Later that evening, Si-Hon entered the guest chamber prepared for him, his eyes widening at the luxurious decor. A maid informed him, with a knowing smile, that the room had been specially arranged for a couple's comfort, a direct order from Master Bright, who was apparently drowning in shame over his earlier blunder. Once the maid vanished, Si-Hon turned to Alita, the question hanging heavy in the air. "What is our move here?" he asked. Alita merely shrugged, feigning indifference. "Nothing. It is late, and I only want to sleep. The situation is trivial compared to the time I saw you completely naked," she added with a smirk. Si-Hon sighed, pointing out that this wasn't exactly their first time sharing a room, recalling their stint back in Charon City. Therefore, there was no need for unnecessary drama or theatrics. Resigning herself to the situation, Alita grabbed a blanket and pillow, preparing to camp out on the far side of the room, leaving the massive bed entirely for Si-Hon. It took considerable effort, but Si-Hon finally convinced Alita not to sleep on the hard floor, arguing that the bed was more than large enough to accommodate them both. Despite his logic, Si-Hon lay there in deep discomfort, the weight of Alita's public declaration of love earlier pressing down on him. The silence in the room was suffocating until Alita finally spoke up, her voice cutting through the tension. "I have a question. Our arrival in this kingdom serves a single vital purpose to unearth the dark truths buried by Queen Karen." Alita hesitated, her voice laced with worry. "Did my declaration earlier ruin your plans?" "Not at all," Si-Hon replied, his voice calm and steady. "I do not believe Bright is the type to hold a grudge. After all," he reasoned, glancing around the opulent quarters, "he personally arranged this room for us. He will undoubtedly recover from the slight before the sun rises." Yet, the tension lingered in the air. Unable to settle her racing mind, Alita declared she couldn't sleep. "I shall read a book, then," she decided, hoping the pages would lull her into a peaceful slumber. "Reading in the dark will only strain your eyes," Si-Hon pointed out, with a casual flick of his wrist. He summoned his mana, manifesting a gentle, floating orb of light. "Indeed. Magic is truly convenient," Alita murmured, her eyes widening as the soft glow illuminated the room. The protagonist assured her she could read at her leisure. The ambient light was merely a trifle for him. It would cause no disturbance to his rest. Alita opened her volume and began to read a passage aloud, her voice trembling with genuine astonishment at the unfolding plot. "This series is absolutely brilliant," she exclaimed, the music of her excitement filling the silence. Her passion for the narrative was palpable in every syllable. Si-Hon, however, felt a twitch of annoyance. He suggested she needn't overindulge in her reading, and she certainly didn't need to narrate the entire story aloud. But the girl's enthusiasm was a force of nature, irrepressible and wild. It stirred a vexed frustration within the protagonist, directed not at her, but at the unseen author who had captured her attention so thoroughly. Nevertheless, as he watched her, a subtle sense of relief washed over him. The suffocating awkwardness from earlier had finally dissipated like mist. At least Alita was engrossed in her world. He knew well her profound affection for literature, indeed. He had rarely seen her without a volume in hand since their very first meeting. Catching his gaze, Alita paused and inquired softly, "Is there something you wish to know, Si-Hon?" "No," he replied curtly, turning over to settle down for sleep. But as silence returned, a memory from the dark recesses of his mind resurfaced. He concluded grimly that his own life story was a tragedy that paled in comparison to the captivating narrative within Alita's book. The scene shifts, plunging into the shadows of the past. A flashback unfolds, revealing the hellish origins of Si-Hon. He had been a prisoner, a rat in a cage, subjected to rigorous and agonizing scientific experimentation day after day. However, one of the researchers eventually slammed a file down, declaring further experimentation futile. In their eyes, the subject was utterly worthless. They had discovered that denizens from other worlds and magical beings shared intrinsic properties, while divine techniques could influence them. Conventional magic proved completely ineffective. Beyond this unique immunity, he exhibited no other distinguishing characteristics. He was, for all intents and purposes, just an ordinary person. Sparkant, the music of madness playing in his mind, refused to accept this failure. As the chief scientist overseeing the research, he pressed the protagonist, asserting that such profound uselessness must be a deception. He was convinced Si-Hon concealed some latent ability, a hidden power waiting to explode. Frustrated by the paucity of revelations, Sparkant resolved to escalate the torture. He would push the experiments to their breaking point, defying the dissent of his colleagues. He then summoned Rylstein, assigning him full responsibility for the worthless experimental subject. As the researcher's subordinate, Rylstein had this heavy duty thrust upon him without a choice. He had become Sparkant's disciple at the tender age of 12. Sparkant had claimed to recognize a promising talent in the boy, deciding to cultivate it. Yet by the age of 20, Rylstein remained stuck at the second tier of magic. This was not due to any inherent deficiency, but because his cruel mentor had deliberately withheld all magical instruction. The truth was far more tragic. Rylstein was a prodigy. He had mastered second-tier magic through self-study alone, scavenging for scraps of knowledge. A proper instructor would have undoubtedly propelled his prodigious talent to legendary heights. But Sparkant had never seen a student. He had always perceived Rylstein as nothing more than another test subject for his twisted research, and he treated him accordingly. Instead of imparting magical knowledge, Sparkant administered bizarre chemical concoctions daily, causing Rylstein immense, silent suffering. Witnessing a new experimental target, Rylstein instantly felt a pang of deep empathy. In Si-Hon's eyes, he saw a reflection of his own hell. Rylstein introduced himself to the protagonist, declaring quietly that he would oversee his care from that moment forward. At that time, the protagonist spoke none of the local tongue. He comprehended not a single word they uttered. Isolated in a world of pain, realizing Si-Hon was from another world, Rylstein understood he must devise a method of communication if they were to survive. Thus began a shift in destiny. Since his arrival in this nightmare realm, it marked the first instance of anyone extending a hand of kindness to the protagonist. Initially, amidst the background music of the lab's machinery, Rylstein sought to teach his own name, repeating it incessantly until the protagonist finally grasped the situation. He recognized the man before him. "Rylstein," he finally uttered. Then, he presented himself as Si-Hon Siang. From there, Rylstein diligently taught Si-Hon the language and customs of Terranor. Soon, their shared plights forged an unbreakable bond of friendship, now able to communicate. Si-Hon comprehended that, in a profound sense, Rylstein mirrored his own desperate predicament. At that realization, Rylstein uttered the words that would define them: "The weak suffer equally, no matter where they are." Together, in the darkness of their cell, they pledged to each other a solemn vow they would not perish here. Yet, 3 months after Si-Hon's summoning to Terranor, on one fateful day, the atmosphere irrevocably shifted for them both. An intense surge of magic manifested within Si-Hon, a power so vast it alarmed even the seasoned mages who spearheaded the research. Sparkant watched with greedy eyes and pondered. Could the subject, being an outsider, possess the innate capacity to gather magic significantly swifter than any ordinary mortal? A twisted sense of triumph surged through Sparkant's veins. Finally, the results he craved were within reach. Yet, the magical tempest swirling before him was a chaotic beast, one that demanded an immediate, ruthless solution. The subject had to remain alive, of course. There were far too many experiments left to conduct on his flesh. At his master's command, Rylstein stepped from the shadows, blade in hand. His voice trembled slightly as he asked, "Will this truly save him?" Sparkant's eyes gleamed with malice. "The sword is a tool. Use it to cleave the target, just as intended." He commanded Rylstein to sever the boy's limbs. Amputation would stunt the magic's growth, leaving the subject helpless but alive for harvest. Even as a torso, the boy would serve his purpose. But for the first time, Rylstein froze, the weight of the order crushing his loyalty. He looked at the boy, his sworn brother, his soul friend, and knew he could not watch him be butchered. Defiance meant death, yet Rylstein tightened his grip on the hilt. He would face his master to save Si-Hon. The deranged scientist turned, distracted by his own brilliance. In that split second, Rylstein drove his blade through Sparkant's back. Blinding fury exploded within Sparkant's eyes, but his body betrayed him. He crumpled to the floor, powerless and broken. With the madman incapacitated, Railstein wasted no time. His only mission now was Si-Hon's survival. He screamed at the protagonist, urging him to stop fighting the power. Don't hold it back. Let the magic flow. Si-Hon obeyed. A colossal wave of energy detonated from his body, obliterating everything in a radius of absolute destruction. The protagonist's eyes snapped open. It was just a dream, a vivid nightmare of a past life. Beside him, Alita watched in silence. She had peered into his memories and witnessed the hell he endured. She saw how Railstein's friendship was the only light in his darkness. Now, she finally understood. This was why Si-Hon guarded his heart so fiercely against the sting of betrayal. But as she studied his sleeping face, a stray thought crossed her mind. How did he fall asleep so fast? She was a woman, after all. It baffled her that he could lay beside her so completely relaxed, without a care in the world. Shaking her head, Alita decided to ignore her bruised ego and rest. But moments later, the protagonist sat bolt upright. His voice was ice cold. Sleep time is over. Alita blinked, startled. What are you talking about? Si-Hon's senses expanded. I detect 1 nun, 2 elite swordsmen, and 4 mages closing in. His eyes narrowed. And that's not all. The entire mansion is surrounded. He moved to the window, peering through the curtains. Soldiers were positioned for a siege. Though their motive remained a mystery, Alita didn't waste a second asking why. We need to prepare for battle, she declared. Without a shred of hesitation, she began stripping off her night clothes, startling Si-Hon. I can't fight in pajamas, she stated flatly, tossing the garments aside and urging him to change as well. Si-Hon felt a wave of confusion crash over him. Just moments ago, this girl was the picture of modesty. Now, she was disrobing with zero shame, treating her nakedness as a mere tactical necessity. But Alita was focused. She could feel the killing intent radiating from outside, and survival outweighed shame. Outside the walls, the mage Howland scoffed. Is this army really necessary? It seems like overkill. He argued that the Ruslan bloodline was practically extinct. Surely, they didn't need a battalion for 1 straggler. Priest Lumen cut him off sharply. And what if the enemy summons an entity from the chaotic realm? Do you have a plan for that? There is no harm in being prepared for the worst case scenario, the priest hissed, eyes glowing with fanaticism. Howland sighed. These massive deployments cost a fortune, a debt the magic towers would eventually have to pay. But as a mere subordinate, his complaints were dust in the wind. He had to follow orders. Still, if an interdimensional monster did appear, at least his squad was ready to send it back to hell. At the estate gates, Lord Bright Amos stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the armed intruders. Explain yourselves, he thundered. This is the ancestral home of the Amos family. My lineage has sworn eternal fealty to the Temple of the Moon and the venerable Kron Liata. He demanded to know why a legion of soldiers was besieging his home in the dead of night. Lumen's eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. How dare you invoke the temple's name? He snarled. You harbor a descendant of the cursed Ruslan clan within these very walls. Your insolence ends tonight. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. The mere mention of that name struck fear into their hearts. Who are you talking about? Dive's voice trembled, barely a whisper. But inside the room, the blood drained from Alita's face. The realization hit her like a physical blow. The army, the mages, the killing intent. They were all here for her. Behold that vile platinum sheen, he roared, confirming their prey was finally in sight. There is no sanctuary for such tainted blood, he vowed with cold fury. No escape from our divine grasp. The crowd froze in shock as Lumen's finger snapped up, stiff with accusation, pointing straight at his target. Every eye followed the line of judgment. A collective gasp swept the room as the truth crashed down. He was pointing at Duran. The veil was lifted, revealing his true name. Duran Grant Russell. Alita's heart nearly stopped, terror gripping her that she had been exposed, but a swift glance confirmed the soldier's predatory gaze was locked elsewhere. She simply never imagined that Duran shared the burden of the cursed Ruslan bloodline. Yet Duran stood defiant. I am a Buriano, like our emperor, he asserted, voice shaking with rage. I am not of that filth. Bright stepped in, desperate to de-escalate. Platinum hair implies Ruslan descent, yes, he argued swiftly. But logic dictates that not everyone with such locks bears the curse. By your flawed reasoning, Bright added, even my honored guest Alita would be condemned, a claim I violently deny. Lumen's voice boomed like thunder, silencing the debate. Surrender immediately. The heretic inquisitors will extract the truth in blood, he promised, his tone freezing the air. What will happen to him? Dina whispered, trembling with fear. Driven by sheer madness, the young man made his move. In a blur of motion, a blade materialized from nowhere, pressing tight against Bright's throat. Take 1 step, Duran snarled, and the successor of Count Amos dies. His voice trembled, but his resolve was steel. I almost fooled this naive noble, Duran muttered, eyes manic with a desperate glint. I cannot afford to be captured now. Lumen proclaimed with cruel satisfaction, the enemy finally reveals his true, vile visage. He is, after all, a cursed descendant of the Emperor himself. Durand offered a grim, fleeting apology. No purpose in lingering here, he stated, muscles coiled tight. He violently shoved the hostage aside. For everything, I am grateful. Now advance. Lumen roared the command, his voice echoing across the courtyard, but Durand was already moving. With a superhuman leap, he vaulted the palace wall, vanishing into the shadows. Cut off his retreat, Lumen bellowed, fury radiating from him. Dina stood paralyzed in the courtyard, her mind shattering. She could not reconcile the gentle Durand she knew with this ruthless fugitive. Alita, however, did not hesitate. She sprinted into action, chasing the fleeing Durandina, still reeling, tried to follow, but the protagonist intercepted, urging Xenon to restrain her. Bright, though reeling from the betrayal, felt a pang of worry for Durand's soul. Platinum hair flashed like a beacon as Durand clashed with the guards. He fought like a cornered beast, exhaustion visibly etching his weary frame. He cannot evade judgment now, the priest declared triumphantly. His identity is laid bare. Durand's eyes blazed with suicidal resolve. I have nothing left to lose, he cried out. With a guttural roar, he lunged. He wagered everything on this final, desperate gambit, but fate is cruel. Against a vastly superior foe, Durand was instantly crushed, felled by a single, brutal blow. Agony surged through him as the priest's strike connected. I deliver this enemy to the heretic inquisitors, Lumen announced grimly. Let the divine commandments of the goddess decide his guilt or innocence. Durand, however, saw the end clearly. I will be condemned to death, he rasped. There is no doubt, and I refuse that fate. He looked up, eyes dark. Only one desperate recourse remains. I never wanted this extreme, he admitted, but you leave me no choice. Suddenly, the narrative shifted focus. The protagonist turned to Alita, brow furrowed. Why did you pursue Durand so fiercely? He questioned. A profound sense of deja vu, she confessed, a memory stirring from the deep. His true name. I feel I have heard it before, perhaps in my youth. But their conversation was cut short. The air itself warped. An anomalous energy exploded outward, drawing every eye. Even the veteran battle mages recoiled, terror etched on their faces at the unfolding spectacle, cornered and broken. Durand unleashed his ultimate nightmare. He tore open the fabric of reality to summon a monstrous entity from beyond. High above the city, a swirling neon portal ripped the sky apart, casting a shadow of absolute terror over the world. The high priest froze, staring aghast at the sudden, forbidden invocation. Even Durand himself looked thunderstruck, claiming this nightmare was never his will. Yet, with his survival hanging by a thread, he had no other recourse. Forced into a corner, he compelled the monstrous entity to attack. Chaos erupted instantly. The soldiers at the forefront were the first to face the creature's wrath. Do not falter, Lament commanded, his voice booming with conviction. We are the goddess's mighty blades. Under her hallowed protection, we are untouchable. Galvanized by his roar, the legion surged forward in a unified assault. Lament, ever the fearless leader, plunged into the fray alongside them. This colossal monstrosity failed to instill even an ounce of dread in the priest. Witnessing their leader fight with such valiant resolve set the soldiers' hearts on fire, spurring them to emulate his courage. There is no way this monster can withstand the might of 3 knights, they declared, their confidence echoing through the maelstrom of battle. Howland, observing the chaotic scene from afar, gritted his teeth. I regret everything, he admitted. I never anticipated confronting a creature of this magnitude. I profoundly lament not summoning more reinforcements. A mage quickly retorted, it is too late for such musings. Though my magic cannot fell this beast, the mage asserted, gathering mana, I shall endeavor to at least dislodge it. With a surge of arcane power, he blasted the creature, destabilizing it. This is our opening, Lament cried, preparing to strike once more. The protagonist scrutinized the unfolding disaster with cold eyes. Beside him, Alita trembled as she witnessed the raw power being unleashed. The priest stands on par with a superior swordsman, she observed, awe coloring her voice. Beyond that, they possess knight-level and warrior-level master swordsmen, 100 elite soldiers, and even a battle mage from the Sable Tower. Yet, she realized with horror, their combined strength merely serves to impede this creature's movement. Alita finally grasped the true despair of battling a being from another world. However, the protagonist countered coldly, You've overlooked a crucial point. They wouldn't be struggling so desperately if they weren't so pathetic. Real warriors, like Sexenard, could vanquish this monster single-handedly. Alita fell silent, having never considered that perspective. Regardless, unwanted aid arrived. Upon seeing Xenona and Dina enter the battlefield, the protagonist's brow furrowed in annoyance. What are you two doing here? He demanded. I distinctly recall instructing you both to remain clear of this conflict. Dina, believing she could persuade Durand to cease the attack, stepped forward, attempting to reason with the desperate summoner. Durand, however, screamed for her to retreat. "Move away," he pleaded, his voice strained with exertion. "I do not wish to harm you. I cannot control this creature much longer. All who do not withdraw now will face grave peril." He reiterated his desperate plea, begging them to put distance between themselves and the beast. The protagonist remarked that miraculously, there had been no casualties thus far, a testament to Duran's reluctance to kill. He mused, but such restraint won't last. "We shouldn't even be fighting in the first place," Alita interjected, her voice filled with anguish. "We should embrace empathy, not hatred. Duran's father may have been the Emperor, but is that truly so grave a sin?" Amidst the swirling battle, fear finally gripped the soldiers. Duran remained unswayed, and worse, he was visibly losing his tenuous grip. The enemy was revealing its true nature. "Look out!" one soldier cried, his voice laced with terror. His comrade, perceiving the imminent danger, tried to shout a warning, but fate was faster. The soldier, his back to the looming horror, took a devastating blow that sent him hurtling backward. Enraged, his friend vowed vengeance. Screaming, he lunged to pierce the monster's hide, but from the creature's tentacles, a peculiar substance began to expel. It was the monster's own blood, a corrosive ichor that splattered across the soldier's face, searing him like potent acid. It was not long before he collapsed, lifeless. The remaining soldiers recoiled, absolutely horrified. They realized the trap. They could not defeat the monster without harming it, yet harming it meant risking exposure to its toxic blood. The priest, his face etched with grim concern, pondered their next move. He had no choice but to order his soldiers to fall back, but many were unable to comply, caught squarely in the monster's relentless acidic onslaught. By now, Lament understood this catastrophe was his own making. He had mobilized an overwhelming force, only to grossly underestimate the enemy. Still, in a desperate attempt to deflect blame, he unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon his foe. "Ease your accusations," Duran thundered at the priest. "Such words only caused me to lose further control of the beast." Moments later, Lament was seized, a massive tentacle reared back, poised to annihilate him completely. But before the fatal strike could descend, the protagonist intervened. With decisive speed, he cleaved through the tentacle. The creature's limb fell, severed by astonishing power. All present watched, utterly stunned by the display of such might. Si-Hon, arriving on the scene just in time, offered her assistance. "I am here to help," she announced, weapon at the ready. "Retreat now." Si-Hon's voice cut through the chaos like a blade. Zenon didn't hesitate. He vowed to drag Dina from the jaws of death and guard her until the dust settled. Si-Hon's order was absolute: secure the girl in a sanctuary far from the bloodshed. The real battle was just beginning. But amidst the frantic preparations, Alita grabbed his arm, her eyes darting nervously. "Wait," she whispered, blocking his path. "Can't we just let Duran slip away in the confusion?" Si-Hon understood her mercy, but his logic was cold as steel. "Too many eyes are watching," he countered, his gaze sweeping the perimeter. "A deliberate mistake now would be a death sentence for us all." Alita wouldn't back down. A dangerous smirk played on her lips as she leaned in. And what if those eyes couldn't see? She was proposing a gamble using her magic to cast a veil of absolute darkness, blinding every witness on the battlefield. Si-Hon paused, the gears of strategy turning in his mind. For a split second, a flicker of intrigue softened his hardened gaze. Suddenly, Lumen's eyes narrowed. The priest locked onto Si-Hon, sensing an aura that felt impossibly familiar, a power mirroring the legendary warrior who once walked among heroes. "I am Si-Hon Stein," Si-Hon declared, his voice booming with authority to crush the suspicion. "Successor to the mercenary king, Barak. I am no hero." He stepped forward, radiating command. "Now, get your men out of here. I will handle this nightmare myself." But Lumen's pride flared. "This is a battlefield," the priest retorted, his hand on his hilt. "Soldiers of the goddess do not cower and run. And dead soldiers save no one." Si-Hon cut him off sharply, his aura spiking. "This isn't the time for stubborn vanity." He leaned in, his voice dropping to a lethal growl. "If you truly value their lives, you will obey." The truth hit Lumen like a physical blow, swallowing his pride. The priest saw the undeniable resolve in Si-Hon's eyes and finally stepped back. With a curt nod, he signaled the retreat, shouting over his shoulder, "Buy us time. Stein, don't you dare die." As the battlefield cleared, leaving only the strong, Si-Hon exhaled. 10 years, he muttered darkly. "Since I last clashed with a monstrosity from Ruslan's bloodline." Sensing the shift in the air, Duran abandoned his escape. He stepped up beside Si-Hon, ready to face the abyss. "I'm with you." "The seal is broken," Duran warned, his voice tight with tension. "That thing is free. Then we eradicate it. Completely." The monster lunged, a blur of crushing force, but Si-Hon was a ghost in the wind, effortlessly weaving through the attack. The protagonist planted his feet, the ground cracking beneath him as he coiled his muscles for a devastating counterstrike. Steel sang. With a single, blinding sweep of his blade, Si-Hon severed a massive tentacle, sending black blood spraying across the earth. Duran watched, wide-eyed. That raw power. He questioned inwardly how a mere mercenary could wield strength that rivaled the gods. But Si-Hon clicked his tongue in annoyance. Futile. The severed limb was already knitting itself back together with terrifying speed. Chopping at the branches was useless. To win this war, he realized, he had to annihilate the root. He knew the Emperor's ability alone wouldn't be enough to deliver the killing blow against a beast of this caliber. But destroying it while keeping his true identity hidden from Duran, that was the real challenge. Suddenly, a shadow swept in. Si-Hon had returned, his mission complete. Dina is safe, he announced, weapons drawn. I'm here to finish this. Your timing, Si-Hon smirked, is impeccable. Keep those tentacles busy, Si-Hon commanded, his eyes locking onto the monster's core. Buy me an opening. I'll handle the rest. A wild glint sparked in Zenon's eyes. This was the moment he had been waiting for, a chance to unleash the terrifying new power he had awakened. He didn't hesitate. Si-Hon launched himself into the fray, wielding the formidable Emperor's ability with a ferocity that actually stunned Si-Hon. He moved like a man possessed, clashing with the monster in a symphony of violence. His strikes were precise, heavy, and relentless. He executed Si-Hon's plan to perfection, drawing the beast's rage and forging a crucial path to the center. He should be using his explosive aura, not just the ability, Si-Hon critiqued internally, ever the master tactician. But the results spoke for themselves. The strategy was working. Si-Hon pushed the thought aside. The colossal creature was fixated on Zenon. The stage was set for the finale. His objective was clear: locate the critical vulnerability and erase this threat from existence. Si-Hon vanished. In a heartbeat, he reappeared directly beneath the behemoth, right in its blind spot. First, escape had to be impossible. Channeling a surge of frigid power, he encased the monster's lower half in a prison of solid, unbreakable ice. Then, manipulating the frozen air, he conjured a storm of razor-sharp icicles, launching them like missiles into the creature's flesh. Duran gasped, his mind struggling to process the visual. The protagonist had moved with such godlike speed that he hadn't even registered the dash. One moment Si-Hon was standing there, the next, he was delivering judgment. A surge of hope electrified Duran's veins. They were going to win, but fate, as always, had a cruel twist in store. Duran watched aghast as the atmosphere shifted. Si-Hon had struck the core with absolute surgical precision. But instead of dying, the energy collapsed inward. A heartbeat later, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, swallowing the battlefield in blinding light. From the safety of the distant ridge, the retreating soldiers turned back, terror etched on their faces. What in the heavens just happened? The onlookers stared into the abyss where the ground had been completely gouged out. But as the dust settled to reveal the monster's corpse, a roar of triumph shook the heavens. The nightmare was over. The otherworldly invader had finally been slaughtered. Through the haze, the protagonist scanned the battlefield with urgent eyes. Did Duran escape? As if answering his call, Alita was already moving, dragging the injured Duran to safety, but her strength was fading fast. I can't keep this up, she gasped, sweat dripping down her face. My mana reserves are hitting rock bottom, and Duran grit his teeth, guilt flashing across his face. You're risking execution helping a Rustlin. Why throw your life away for me? Alita didn't look back. Save your breath and run. We have to vanish before anyone spots us. In that chaotic sprint, time seemed to freeze for Duran. A buried memory clawed its way to the surface. The way she looked. She was the spitting image of a girl from his past. His voice trembled with sudden realization. Wait. Are you Seraphina's daughter? Alita offered no words. She didn't have to. Her silence was a deafening confirmation of the truth Duran had sought for years. A storm of emotions crashed over him, relief that she was alive, and crushing sorrow that their reunion had to happen in the middle of hell. But with their paths about to split, the clock was ticking. He had to pass on the torch before it was too late. Leaning close, Duran whispered a secret that could shake the world. Alita froze, her eyes wide with disbelief. Is that actually true? Every word, Duran vowed, his gaze intense. I'm trusting you to guard this secret with your life. But in that split second of vulnerability, disaster struck. A brutal force slammed into Duran out of nowhere, catching him completely off guard. Blood sprayed into the air, the horrific scene unfolding inches from Alita's terrified eyes.